Good morning, Burning Man. We are so grateful you decided to spend your morning with us. Happy Tuesday to you. Today, here at the Camp Mystic Visionary Speaker Series, we are talking about mental models and accelerated learning and the brain. And so, to start things off today, we have a really wonderful expert on eyesight, and she's going to talk about some ways you can improve your eyesight and how eyesight is important to brain health. And so with healthy eyes, we can not only take in more information like reading, but we also have a better sense of our environment. We can explore more things and do more things. And the more novel experiences we expose ourselves to, the better our learning and the more we can see and do, and the healthier our brains. So I know, let me
Hello.
Get you here. Hello.
Hello.
There you
So
are. Perfect.
how nice that the topic is, or I heard a key word, visionary. And I guess when we improve our eyesight and our vision, our outer and inner vision, naturally, that makes us visionaries as well, because lots of people don't even believe it's possible to improve your eyesight without glasses or surgery. And I believe that you also asked me to connect what we're talking about with the brain, and that's and mental models and thinking, and that's one of the things that we can do as well. And thank you, Robert, for inviting me to come here and speak, have the chance to speak.
You're so welcome.
I
just want to make sure that all of our technology is on. I'm recording and I'm streaming. We're streaming into, I think, 4 or 5 different universes of Burning. And then I want to see if I can spotlight you. I know I can. The question is, I want to make sure that the recording records you over me.
Well, cannot help you on that one. Shall I?
There we go. I'll do speaker
Yes.
view. Okay, we'll give that a shot. Fabulous. So, this morning we are privileged to have Ainhoa De Federico, who is a true expert in vision and improving eyesight naturally. Ainhoa has helped thousands of people around the world naturally improve their eyesight. I know you speak at least 3 languages.
Yes.
You speak 5. You speak 5 languages. And then you brought yourself back from almost not being able to see at all to having near perfect vision without glasses or contacts, which is just amazing. And on a personal note, I've been trying to have my father use your stuff to improve his eyesight because he has glaucoma, and so I've been working with him to help protect his eyesight. So your work has impacted me and my family. So thank you for that. So here is Ainhoa De Federico, a visionary vision expert.
Thank you, Robert, and thanks for inviting me. This year, I wanted to attend for the first time to the Rio live in-person Burning Man. So I find it's a privilege to be able to speak virtually, and I hope to meet you in person next year. And as Robert said, it's true. I started my life not seeing with one eye, being very nearsighted, myopic with the other eye, and being cross-eyed. And I had the fortune, the chance that my grandfather was a medical doctor, and my parents asked if he would know someone who could help me with my vision. And they advised a professor at the University of Granada, an ophthalmologist. And I was 6 months old. And first she asked, like, why do you bring her to me? She's too little. And when she looked at me, she was like, good that you brought her, because really she has a lot of problems, but we can do something about it. And so she advised a process of stimulation that my parents had to do with me, exercises and other things, and using patches and a number of things like the pirate kind of thing. And by the time I was 1 year old, I had perfect vision, perfect eyesight. And I don't have personally aware, conscious memories of this, but I know this story because my parents have told me, like, at every birthday. That's one of their 3 favorite stories to tell at my birthday. So it's one of the building blocks of my identity, that I was born being impaired, having vision problems, and by the time I was 1, I had perfect vision, and we had done it naturally, without glasses, without surgeries, just with inner resources and outer stimulation. And then one day I was living in France, studying there. I'm Spanish, if you didn't hear my accent. And I went to France to study. And I was 23, I was studying. And one day I woke up and I was seeing double and extremely blurry. And I panicked. I was very afraid. I didn't recognize myself. I picked up the phone. I called my mother. She was like 1,000 kilometers away in another country. And she panicked even more than me, like saying, don't call me to say me this. I cannot do anything for you. Call an ophthalmologist, call an optician. And I was like, yeah, right. That's a good idea. So I called. It was a bit a while ago. So I picked up the yellow pages and I started calling one after another. Well, I was so stressed and in a hurry to go back to my my good vision, my normal, natural, perfect vision, that I went to the first ophthalmologist that had space, which was not a very good idea. You should never go to empty restaurants. If there's empty, there's a reason for that. So I guess it works as well with some other professionals. So yeah, he was not friendly, not welcoming. The space was stressful itself. He didn't listen to me. He barely looked at me. And when I said, well, yesterday I had perfect vision and today I see blurry and double, what happened? What can I do to go back to my perfect vision? He wasn't interested. He said that I could see the best. Then he wrote down a number of dioptries, of degrees I needed for my glasses. And he said I should buy some. And I was like, but what happened yesterday, the day before yesterday, I saw perfectly. So why do I suddenly have astigmatism and myopia? Why? And silence. He didn't answer to that. So I was angry. I was very frustrated. I didn't resign myself to having lost my precious sight, my precious vision that I acquired being 1 year old with effort and knowing it's possible to have good vision, so to get it back. So coming back home, well, I tore the prescription for lenses and I threw it to the trash. And back home, I called all my friends out of anger and frustration and told them the story. And I was in the middle of processing with my friends when one said, well, why don't you go visit my doctor? He's not an ophthalmologist and I don't promise he'll find the solution. But what I do promise is that he will listen to you, he will examine you, and he will try to understand the cause. I was, okay, I buy. So I went to this second doctor and he listened very carefully. He was very kind, took the time and verified a number of things. And after some time, he said, lady, you have sinusitis. So I had inflammation in the sinuses up and here. And so because the sinuses were inflamed, I'm going to show you an example. If this was my eye, yeah. So he explained to me, because of the sinusitis, okay, so the sinuses are causing tension and they're deforming the eye. They're making the eye longer and weird. And so that's causing an error of refraction. And I was like, okay, that makes sense. I understand now why 2 days ago I saw perfect, but today I see blurry. And so I asked, what's the solution then? And well, for the sinusitis, it was taking antibiotics for 7 days. So I did. And by the end of the week, I was back to once more to perfect vision. And well, I was so happy to get back to my identity of someone who sees perfectly clear. And I remember having thought, if I had listened to the first person, being in panic, afraid, and in a hurry to go back to my normal sight, and I had worn glasses immediately, maybe I would have spent the rest of my life wearing glasses because the eyes adapt to the glasses. And I also remember having thought at the time, how many people may be out there that, for some reason, they had some tension of any kind in their eyes or around, and they went in panic to a doctor and they gave them glasses, and now they're wearing them for the rest of their life without need. Okay, so, but I went on with my life, doing what I was doing, studying what I was studying, and not caring much about that. But I had a second experience of being able to go back to my normal natural vision without needing glasses and without needing operation. So the first, it was with exercises, relaxation, working at the physical level. And this time it was working at a chemical level, in this case with antibiotics, but there's other things that you can do at a chemical or nutritional level. Anyway, life goes on, and 10 years later, fast forward, I was already a professor at the university in France, and I was invited as a researcher guest at a Spanish university in Barcelona, and I was reviewing articles for scientific journals, so I had to read many of them. I had printed them in small print so I could go faster. And I noticed that I couldn't see them very clearly anymore. So I had to put them far away. And I was like 30 something. So it was weird to have to do that so young. And when I went in the subway in Barcelona, I couldn't see the names of the stations either. So I was like, third time that I have a problem with my vision, with my eyesight. But now I know it's possible to improve it and to heal it because I've done it twice. And at that time, I was already interested in the body-mind connection and how you can consider symptoms as messengers of your own consciousness, telling you there's something you have to look at and release in your life or your emotions or the way you see the world or you see yourself. And once you do that, the symptom has delivered the message and can go away. So I thought, okay, let's go see an ophthalmologist to have my vision, my eyesight measured for a third time, and then have a name for the diagnosis so I can go and do the inner work to release whatever tension is there and to see clear again, because I know it's possible. And so I went this third time to see a lady, and she told me that I had presbyopia, which felt like aging 20 years at once because I was only 34 or something like that. And well, most people start getting presbyopia after 40 or 50. So I was like, wow, okay. And then she said I had astigmatism again. So I went home with no intention whatsoever to buy any glasses, but to look at my books on relationships between symptoms and stress in your consciousness, etc. So I had a look at what was the inner cause, the emotional tension I had to release. And I told myself, okay, I give myself 2 months to release this, to handle this. If after 2 months I still see blurry, I'll go get glasses. But if I manage well, then it's done. And it worked. I took these 2 months. I had to take some courageous decisions and shift around things in my life because, well, astigmatism was telling me I had betrayed my own values and was following a path that was not mine. So I had to look at what I was doing to myself in that and whose project or dream I was following, not following my own, and do some, things thinking about my family and my father and my grandfather and some of that kind of work. And also the presbyopia was telling me that I was finding life boring, that I saw the present and the future more boring and less interesting as the past. And I was 34. I mean, at any age, the present should be or could be or exciting and interesting, and the future as well. And the idea is to make the present and the future, the rest of your life, the best of your life. So it sounded like a too soon death sentence I had imposed myself. Like, how come being at the peak of my career, being in an international scientific journal, recognized at the university, I had had 2 prizes for my PhD dissertation, and being at the peak of the success at the university, my soul is telling me, your life is boring. You don't like this life. You are betraying yourself. This is not what you want to do. So I had to consider, I had to have a very authentic and true and deep conversation with myself, and ask myself, well, if this is not your dream, and actually it was my father's, my grandfather's, but it was not mine, so what do you want to do with your life? And then go for it. So I had to recognize that my passion is around holistic healing and therapy and psychotherapy and coaching and personal development and helping myself and other people grow and develop. And I had to rearrange my whole life and my career path and my work. And I moved cities. I had to do lots of courageous choices so that I could go back to clarity in my own life. And this was the time I understood that you can also work at the emotional level with your eyesight, but that your outer eyesight, your outer vision is connected to your inner vision, who you think you are, and how you see the world and how you position yourself in the world. And when you are in clarity and congruency and alignment with who you are, then this, this clarity that you have inside shows again outside. Okay, so this was the third time I did this for myself. And after this third time, I thought, okay, I have found physical, chemical, nutritional, and emotional levels that I can work on myself to improve my vision. Maybe there's more. Maybe there's other levels that are possible. And I have found others that it's possible to improve your vision working at the mental level, because the main organ of your vision, of your eyesight, are not your eyes, it's your brain. 80% of vision happens in the brain, not in the eyes. The eyes capture light impulses, but then the interpretation, optimization, etc., happens in the brain. For instance, images are on the retina. Okay, I'm going to show you one of my toys. I showed you one already. So how does the process of seeing work? Well, this is an example of an eye, and you can play with it. It has little parts inside. So light bounces on objects, and how the light bounces on objects, some of those bouncing light rays go to this transparent part of the eye, that's the cornea. So, okay, every time, I'm going to open to show you. The cornea is a natural lens, but it's a fixed lens. It doesn't change shapes, or not much. So it has like 40 diopters. And when the light reaches this lens, every time the light changes media, there's some change of angle. There's refraction. So it goes through the cornea. And then we have the iris and the pupil. This is a sphincter. This has muscles around, and it becomes small or big. When there's more light, it becomes small, like the diaphragm in a camera to take pictures or record. And when there's little light, it becomes wider. Well, you've seen them all, because we all have beautiful eyes because of the iris, and the pupil is the black thing inside. And then behind we have the crystalline, which is another natural lens, but this one is flexible, the crystalline. And the crystalline has also muscles around, the ciliary muscles. And when they contract, the crystalline can bulge, and then it becomes like a lens. And when the ciliary muscles relax, then the crystalline becomes flat, and then we don't have the magnifying lens effect anymore, and we can see and focus far objects. Yeah, so this is a focusing mechanism that's very important. And behind this one, there's another one, but this is the one that mainstream ophthalmology considers. Yeah, and behind we have the vitreous humor, which is like a jelly that's transparent. So the light also goes through this, and this jelly is what nourishes the retina. So all of this is made of nervous tissue, photosensitive cells that are part of the nervous system. They cover the retina, and there's a spot here, a little spot here, the fovea, where there's the most abundant amount of cones, which are the most sensitive, photosensitive cells. And so it's with the center of our gaze that we see the clearest. You see, if I put this aligned, this would be what's exactly in front of your pupil. See the little yellow spot? Okay, so that's where you see best. And that's one of the reasons why when there's more light, you see better, or you see best, because then it's the fovea that's most stimulated. And all these photosensitive sensors, they are, so there's other cells that make them connect, and they gather in the nervous, in the optic nerve, and the optic nerve goes and connects with 85% of your brain. So the way you see the world has more to do with your beliefs and how you feel and what you've learned and your memory and your imagination than with what's happened with your eye, because it's 85% of your brain that's connected to your eye. And what I was saying is that the eye works a little bit like a projector and a projector and a screen. When you project something on a screen, the projector makes the projection reverse. Yeah, objects that are outside, they're projected on the retina reverse. And why do we see things upright? Because we have other senses like touch. So we can know touching things that actually the little vertical thing is down because I can touch it. So the brain makes things look as they are because we can triangulate with other senses. And there's lots of other operations in your brain so that you can see what you see. The brain makes Photoshop with what you perceive, like the brain removes excess of non-understandable light that it considers noise. Yeah, so it removes lots of light that your eye actually captures, but that your brain doesn't understand if your brain doesn't have a model to understand the shape it is seeing. So we have learned to see things. We have a whole archives of memories, of images, of beliefs, of rules. And there are rules of shape. There's 13 rules of shape that allow us to perceive according to those rules. So you can also learn to see more and more by enriching the mental models you have about the world and what is possible to be seen. And there's practices that you can have that make you more sensitive to different shades of light, and they open you to other doors of perception of reality. For example, so we can work then at the emotional, at the mental level. We can work at the energetic level as well to improve vision, because as I said, the eye needs light to see. The more light there is, the better you see. But there's different qualities of light. And depending on the light that you offer to your eyes, you're going to see better or worse. And the best light for the eye is sunlight. It has all the spectrums of light that the eye needs to be healthy and see. And in particular, red light of the sunset and the red light of the dawn is the best light to stimulate and nourish and protect and train your retina to see better and better. But when you go in the realms of light and energy, we can do exercises, as I said, where you can train your brain to be more sensitive to different shades of light. And you can learn or remember, for example, how to see auras. And when you start doing that, it gives you much more information about reality. Lots of people say, if I don't see it, I don't believe it. But we know that there's lots of things that we do not see that happen. For example, telephone waves or Wi-Fi waves or radio waves or television waves. They are there. We can see the effects because we can see each other on the screen or listen to ourselves or to others when we speak on the phone, yet we don't see those waves. There's lots of wavelengths that are not considered normal to see, but that you can train yourself to see them. And when you see them, that's what in many traditions it's called the aura. And the auras are not just a woo-woo spiritual thing. They have also been researched scientifically. In Russia, mostly, there's procedures to photograph the auras and the kind of spectrum that you can also learn to see more and more with your own eyes, with photographic procedures since the 1920s with the Kirlian couple, but also in contemporary research, there's in the University of St. Petersburg, there's a colleague that is doing research also on auras and balance and health. And you can also train yourself to see the auras better. But anyway, I want to teach you something more simple about how you can improve your eyesight, your vision, besides speaking about these more unusual aspects. Because I probably you would like to know what you can do to take care of your eyes and how to improve your vision. And I would like to give you a few tips so that you can do that. But before I go to those tips, when you explore, when you pay attention to the process of your eyesight and your vision, you realize that you can use your eyes and your vision, the quality of your vision, also as a GPS for yourself in life. What do I mean? I mean that there's places that you will notice that you see more clear when you are there, and places when you are there you see less clear. Or there's activities when you do them you see more clear, and activities when you do them you see less clear. Or people, when you are with them you see more clear, and other people, when you are with those other people you see worse. Or thoughts, when you have those thoughts you see brighter colors, more light, more sharp. And other thoughts, when you have those you see gray, or you see red, or you don't see contrast. Emotions, when you have those emotions, the light, the world is more shiny and beautiful and white and colorful. And other emotions, when you have those, you see gray, and you see worse. And it's important to pay attention to those things, to track those things and bookmark them, because all of that is giving you information about who you are and what you have come here to do, and what's your vision for your life. And the idea is to nourish yourself by being in the places, doing the activities with the people where you see clear, and nourishing the emotions and the thoughts that make you see clear. And when you do that, your eyes become your guides, become your gurus, become your GPS in life. And then you can understand also in more detail, in a more subtle way, this connection between inner and outer vision. So it's amazing and fantastic and impressive to explore all the dimensions of eyesight and vision, inner and outer vision. It's also important to work with the balance between your eyes. Okay, the two I'm showing here are different, but when you stimulate both of your eyes and you make sure that you see as well with one as with the other, and you coordinate the use of them, well, the first effect is that you can see the world in 3 dimensions when both of your eyes are working well and balanced. But also balancing both of your eyes, it balances both of your brain hemispheres, and that makes you more intelligent. It makes that your left and your right hemisphere, they are both equally active and more coordinated through the corpus callosum. So you know that you have one hemisphere that has more rational, analytic, cause-effect, before, now, after kind of thinking, and the other hemisphere that has more of synchronicity, intuition, imagination, causality, kind of thinking. And both of those are different kinds of intelligence, and they're both useful in life. And the idea is not to throw away half your intelligence to just rely on the other one, or walk with one leg and not with the other one, or see with one eye and not with the other one, or hear with one ear but not with the other, or use one hand and not the other. The idea is that you have all of these resources and you can maximize and optimize for the use and the stimulation and the combination of all of those forms of intelligence. And then you have a more balanced view also of life. And when you stimulate both of your eyes and you make them work more coordinated, both of your hemispheres are more stimulated and more coordinated as well. Both of your sides of your body do that as well. So you have a better posture, a better balance, and also your personality polarities also balance, like the male, female, yin yang way of being, they tend to be more and more balanced. So these are different levels with which you can improve your vision. You can also work with habits, because looking poorly, using your eyes in a poor way, takes as much time as looking properly and keeping good care of your eyes and improving your vision automatically day by day, doing things like blinking more often or looking at the far more often. There's simple things that are incorporated in the use of your eyes that can improve your vision. So we have talked quickly about several levels. You can improve your vision at the physical level with relaxation and exercises for the eyes. You can improve your vision at the chemical, nutritional level, learning how to eat better, to see better, and to detox, to see better. You can work at the emotional level, releasing the emotional strain and tension that's keeping you from seeing clearly. You can work at the mental level by training your brain to see more and more clearly. You can work with light and energy to accelerate the process of seeing better. You can work at the subtle level, opening more to different dimensions of what your perception can allow you with your vision, and opening more and more the doors of perception, and seeing how there's a dance between reality and you, showing you clarity for you in your life. You can work with the balance between your right and left eye, and you can work with your habits. And when you do all of this, according to my experience, that's when you have the best chances to improve your vision naturally, without lenses, without surgery, and to have a wonderful vision for life. And now that I have explained this, I want to show you another of my friends, to show you a little bit more on how you can improve your vision. I'm going to show you two techniques, a technique of relaxation for the eyes, and I'm going to explain, you will test it another time, the instant focus technique. That one is amazing because in a very few short minutes, you can improve so much how sharp you can see and how you can read small print, and you can verify it. If you have a document with different sizes of letters, you can have a look and you will notice how you see better and better. So I was saying before that there's a second mechanism for focusing in the eyes. Yeah, when I showed you this model, I mentioned the crystallines. Yeah, this is a natural lens, and I said there's muscles around that allow it to either be flat and then you can focus far, or to bulge up, and then you have a magnifying glass effect and you can focus near. Yeah, and what happens with problems that most people have, like being short sighted or far sighted? Well, what happens, that's what ophthalmology, general ophthalmology says, is that when you have, so let's say if we compare the eye to a projector and the screen, and as I said, this crystalline, this one, would be the little wheel that you use on the projector so that the image appears more clear on the screen. Yeah, if you have had a projector in your hands, you know there's a little wheel, and when you move it around, then you can focus better on the screen. But what happens if the screen is too far of the projector or too near? Well, when the eye is too long or when the eye is too short, the projection of the image cannot happen in the retina. It cannot happen in the screen. And this is the reason why when we have eyes that are too long or too flat and things are falling apart around me, well, then we wear glasses, because there's another lens in front of our eye that has a corrective effect. And then the refraction, the focusing, happens on the retina, on the screen, and then the brain can interpret it. But there was a doctor in the 1920s, Dr. Bates, an ophthalmologist, an American ophthalmologist, discovered that there was another mechanism of focusing in the eye. Yeah? How did he discover that? Well, first he was a regular ophthalmologist, and one of the things he did was surgery for cataracts. Yeah, surgery for cataract is something that us humans know how to do since the 12th century, and Jewish and Arab doctors, even before the Renaissance, were able to perform this kind of operations. And what's a cataract operation? When you have the crystalline that for different reasons becomes opaque, and the light cannot go through, then they remove the crystalline And then you have an eye that is still transparent with all these transparent parts. So the light can go through and they can reach the retina, but it doesn't have anymore the little wheel to make the projection on the retina. And so people after surgery for cataracts, usually they need reading glasses or other glasses, yeah, so that they can focus near, because they don't have those mechanisms anymore with this one. But what this ophthalmologist, Dr. Bates, discovered was that people to whom he had retired the crystalline, and nowadays they put another fixed artificial lens, but at the time they didn't even do that, they could, some of them, not all, but some of them could nevertheless focus near and far. They could do both of those. And he was like, but I removed the crystalline. They shouldn't be able to do that. But they are able to do it. But they don't have the lens. They don't have the little wheel to the projector to make the image clear. So there must be another mechanism. What could it be? And so he looked at anatomy books. He looked at the anatomy of, well, we could look at the anatomy of books, of eyes. He was doing surgery, so anyway, he could see the eyes. And if you see the whole eye, you notice here, there's something here and something here and here, and also here. All these are insertion of muscles. The eye is surrounded by different groups of muscles. Yeah, if I show you this other dude here, you can see that there's the straight muscles here. Yeah, there's 4 of them. And there's the oblique muscles. I'm going to show you in another way with like to represent it. The oblique muscles are a pair of muscles that surrounds the eye. And the straight muscles, there's 4 of them, and they hold the eye in the socket. Yeah, and there are these around. Yeah, and ophthalmology up to then thought that these muscles serve to orient our gaze depending on what we want to look at, what we want to see. And what Bates thought was, what if these muscles that are 40 times stronger than necessary just to move the eye around like this, to look at things, what if they had a secondary function? What if these muscles had the ability to change the shape of the eye? That is, yeah, if the obliques are tense, the eyes become longer. And if the straight muscles, let me see, if the straight muscles are tense, then the eye becomes more flat. What if this play of the muscles, and we can train muscles, we've been training muscles to learn how to do many things, to play the guitar, to play, to ride a bicycle, to walk, to do many things. What if we could train the muscles consciously, intentionally, so that we can learn how to focus even without a crystalline or with a crystalline, so that we can focus also with these muscles? And if we compare this to the projector that we were saying, the functioning or the mechanism of these muscles is the equivalent to when you actually put the projector closer or further away to the screen. You can also improve the focusing of whatever presentation you are wanting to project on the screen. When you move the projector closer or further away, that improves or worsens the focusing. And then you can fine tune with a little wheel for the little small effect. So actually the work of the straight and the oblique muscles, has a stronger, rough, but stronger effect on focusing than the crystalline, than the little crystalline around here does. The crystalline also works, of course. But when you learn that there's this mechanism with the muscles around the eye that allow focusing, well, then we have another set of solutions to improve our vision, our eyesight. First, if this is a myopic eye, what could be causing the nearsightedness, the myopia? The oblique muscles being too tense. That's the hypothesis that Dr. Bates used. So when the oblique muscles are too straight, you have a too long myopic eye. What would be the solution then? Relax these muscles, and then the eye gets back to its normal shape. And when you have hypermetropia, so another kind of farsightedness, it's because the straight muscles are too tense, so they make the eye permanently too flat. So the focusing cannot happen well. Yeah, so what's the solution for hypermetropia? Yeah, that kind of farsightedness. Relaxing these muscles. And then what's the problem behind presbyopia? Well, behind presbyopia, there's another set of muscles that are too tense. The muscles around the crystalline, the ciliary muscles. You can also relax and train those. So there's a lot of relaxation and exercises for the eyes that you can do so that you can train your muscles so that you can focus better. And you can train different sets of muscles. You can train the ciliary muscles, you can train the straight muscles, and you can train the oblique muscles, and you can do all of that. You can also train the iris and the pupil to work with light, and that improves your focusing, that improves your vision. But you know what? More important than the exercises is the relaxation. I'm going to show you why. Let's do a little exercise here. I'm going to ask you to tense yourself as much as you can. Let's do it right now. Tense, 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 tense. And when you're tense, try to move. It's impossible to move when there's tension. You cannot move when there's tension. So in order to move these muscles and train them around, first, what you need to do is relax the muscles. Relax the muscles, in this case, the muscles in the eye. So the first thing that you need to do if you want to improve your vision, your eyesight, without glasses or surgery, is to learn how to relax your eyes. And you need to know that your eyes are the first part of your body that becomes tense when there's emotional strain or stress of whatever kind. And it's the last part of your body that relaxes. And the eyes are connected to all the other muscle chains through the fascias, the connective tissue. So if there's tension elsewhere, there's probably tension in your eyes. So you have to relax your whole body, but also specifically your eyes so that you can start seeing better. And you may ask me, but why do the eyes never rest, and why are they the first to become tense? Well, because we react to the world, first of all, with our most important sense of connection with the world. 60% of the people are mostly visual, and 80% to 90% of the relevant information in the world is visual. So that's the first organ to which we react to the world. And if you see any horror film, people, when they're afraid, they have very fixed gaze and with lots of tension. And also when we sleep at night, there's this REM phase of dreaming where the eyes are moving. So the eyes are rarely at rest. So I'm going to teach you one very quick technique that you can apply in a few minutes. Even if you try it, if you experience it for 1 minute or 2, it makes a difference. Ideally, the best would be to practice it 5 to 10 minutes, and especially to do it just before going to bed to sleep. And then the hours that you sleep will be also very good for your eyes. They will rest while you sleep. So if you want to improve your vision while you sleep, your eyesight, it's good to do this technique right before going to sleep. And it's a very simple technique. It's called palming, and Dr. William Bates invented it. So it's good to relax your eyes, your hands, I mean, and make spoon-like shapes with them, and cross your fingers like this or like this, like 90 degrees. And you're going to put your fingers on the third eye, in the forehead, and you're going to use the palms to put them around the eyes themselves. Yeah. There's different reasons for that. First, it's comfort, but also you have energy centers in your hands. So when you put them in front of your eyes, that also helps energetically. So there's heat, there's darkness, and there's energy that's going to relax and nourish and stimulate your eyes and make your vision better. So you do this. And if you are in front of a table like me, you can put the shoulders on the table, and then it's more comfortable. Because if you keep them like this, there will be tension in your muscles in your arm, and they will go to your eyes. Also, if your hands are tense or tight, so that's why you relax. And then you make these spoon-like shapes, and you put your elbows on the table, and you make like a little flat space so that you can put your face, and you make sure that your eyes are closed and there's no light going through. And you can imagine black ink that's going in front of your lids. The more you imagine the black, the better you will see with your open eyes.
And very important to allow yourself to breathe, because if you take this position like this, no relaxation possible for your brain or your eyes if you cannot breathe. Yeah. So you do like this and you can stay for a minute or two, or you can keep listening like this if you want. But I would especially invite you to practice this before going to bed. When you go to bed, you can put your elbows, you can sit on the bed and you can put your elbows. I'm going to show you. I have my bed here. You can put your knees, your elbows on your knees. Let me see if I can show you. So you sit like this. Whoops. You sit like this. You can unbutton your pants so that there's no tension in your belly. And you put your elbows on the knees. You make the relaxed hands. You make a spoon. And you put your face like this and make sure that you're breathing. And now you have a deeper kind of breath because it comes from your belly, and it's a fetus-like posture. And it's your arms and your legs that are taking the weight from the head. So all your back can relax. It's a much more relaxing position. And do you know this statue in Paris by this great sculptor called Rodin, the thinker? So it's kind of the thinker, but doing palming. And when you do this posture, it's the best optimized, relaxing form of palming there is. So I invite you to test that one. And the other exercise, the other technique that I want to show you, well, you can do it if you can go outside to the sun, wherever you are, yeah, because it requires natural sunlight. This instant focus technique is also called sunning or sunbathing. And what you have to do is that you close your eyes, you look to the sun with your eyes closed, yeah, and you're going to move your head so the rays of the sun are stimulating your retina and relaxing the muscles of the eyes, yeah. And I'm going to show you another variant that's kind of psychedelic. It's very nice and very easy. It's to create an inner kaleidoscope and to see lots of different colors and shapes with your eyes closed. So you look at the sun with your eyes closed and you're moving your head, and then you put your fingers like this and you move them in different ways. And when you do this, no drugs required, but you're going to see a kaleidoscope of colors and shapes in your closed lids. This only works with the sun, and the stronger the sun, the more kaleidoscopic the images that you will see. If you try it at home with artificial light, you're just going to see different shades of gray. But outside with the real sunshine, it's going to be wonderful, amazing, colorful shapes and psychedelic changes. And that proves another thing, that is, the sun is always the most powerful source of light, much brighter than any artificial light we have at home. And if we have the impression that there's light at home, it's because our pupil has the ability to open and let more light in. But we are always going to see much better with the natural sunlight than with any artificial light. So being outdoors and and sunbathing and being in the sun is very good for your vision as well. Anyway, I think there's like 4, 5, 6 minutes left. I told Robert I had about an hour, and I don't know what you do in this kind of things. I will have to leave at the top of the hour because I teach another class. But if there's the possibility for some questions by you, Robert, or comments, or I can give you maybe my email or contact information. I had, let me see. I think I have a URL that I could share with you. And if you, oh, okay, the page is not turned. So I probably have to work something with my system, something for it to work. But you could probably go to this URL, and if I manage to sort it out quickly, you can have a free book with several
tips that you can do to keep your eyes in good shape naturally and improve your vision. And in any case, make sure that your eyesight is not getting worse. So I'm putting it on the chat, Robert, but probably I will have to plug something so it really works. And I'm leaving you also my website. It's in Spanish because I usually teach this in Spanish. I teach it at the university in France as well, in French. But online I teach it in Spanish so far, in English probably in a few months, but it's still working on it. And I'm going to leave you my email. Yeah, Robert, nice to see you back.
I know that was such an amazing talk. Thank you so much for all the information that you shared. I loved how you linked it up as a mental model of how to, think more clear, not only see more clearly, but think more clearly, not just by exercising your eyes, but like reducing stress and incorporating both sides of the brain, both hemispheres of the brain. It's just brilliant. I really love how you put that together.
Wonderful. I'm very happy to have fit the topic of the day, and I'm glad that you liked it, that you were interested. So yeah, if people are interested to know more about this, you probably the best is to contact me through this email. You can visit my webpage.
I'm going to read it. So it's volver a ver claro.
Yeah, it means to see clear again in Spanish, yeah, probably not too long there will be an English version. I've been recording videos for that this past week, but for the moment this is what I have. So you can contact me there, and yeah, we'll do our best to give you more information.
Fantastic. And you got a great ebook for people.
Yes, I think the URL I found here, I'm not sure it's working, but send me an email and we'll work something out, and we'll send you the ebook with advice to take care of your eyes in a natural way, so that you can see better and better instead of worse and worse with time going by. Yeah, it's possible to see better and better. It's not genetically conditioned that after 40 you should see worse and worse, or that you should develop cataracts and glaucoma and macular degeneration and other things. If you know how to take care of your eyes properly, you can have very good sight and vision for life.
Sight and vision for life.
Yes,
I love
yes.
it. And we want to be visionaries, don't we? Burning Man's about being a visionary. It's about seeing the future before anybody else, and then bringing that future to life.
So your eyes is a wonderful way to do that. And if you learn to also open up these other dimensions that I mentioned, they're good for your eyesight, and they're good for your inner and outer vision. Thank you, Robert. It was extremely exciting to do this talk. I think it's only the third time I find myself talking about this in English. So thank you very much for having this opportunity today, and all the best with everything else you're doing at Camp Mystic in Burning Man Virtual.
Thank you so much. I hope you come and check out the virtual camp and look at some of the amazing art that our friend Eben has put together. It's really beautiful. It's one of my favorite things to do with my eyes, is to look at the
art. Amazing art.
Look at art like
oh,
this.
It's amazing. It's beautiful. Yeah, very inspiring. Yeah.
And so if you want to check that out, that's you can go to infiniteplaya.com or Mystic Live, Mystic Verse Live.
Okay.
Infinite Playa. And then you can play around in the virtual Mystic Verse.
Wonderful. Did you write it? Okay, in the chat. So I will have a look. Definitely, I will check it out. Thank you so much, and keep having fun.
Thank you for this wonderful talk. I know it was really great.
Thank you, and see you soon. Talk to you soon. Keep enjoying. I see there's someone else, so I suppose there's something else happening. And all of you keep having fun and developing your mental models and being more and more visionaries and being the best version of yourselves.
Thank you so much. I know. Happy burn.
Bye. Bye.
So that was just fabulous. So now that you got your eyesight handled, now that you're seeing clearly and thinking clearly, we are going to go to accelerated learning. We have an amazing treat here today. We have Jim Kwik, who's one of the world's renowned accelerated learners. He's just fabulous, and it's an honor to have him here to speak to us. Jim is also a burner, and so he's got experience with the transformational experience of Burning Man, and we're just really excited and privileged to have him here to share his knowledge and wisdom on accelerated learning with us. And so he's just getting he's just come on now, getting him set up. Fabulous. Oh, there he is. He's got the burner glasses. Hey,
yeah.
Hey Jim, how are you?
Good. I'm good. And my friend, how's everyone doing?
Doing really well. All right, let me check our technology here. Okay, we are recording. Let's check the streaming. We are streaming in all of the universes of the Burning Man multiverse. And then let me spotlight you. Okay, great. I think that's all my tech stuff. Perfect. Okay, so Jim Kwik is a renowned brain coach who can help you unleash your mental superpowers to supercharge your memory, focus, speed. He is the host of the top educational podcast, Kwik Brain, and author of the recent New York Times best-selling book, Limitless. Upgrade your brain, learn anything faster, and unlock your exceptional life. Jim is a world-renowned accelerated learning expert, and we're so excited to have you here, Jim.
It's good to be here, Doc. Thanks for everyone who's joining us for this brain power upgrade. And let's jump right into it. It's really an honor and a privilege to be with you in this experience, in this multiverse, or this mystic verse, if you will, in this virtual playa. And my last burn was in 2017, and this is quite an experience, right? It's in the theme of infinite realities and infinite alternate selves. It's wonderful to be here in this virtual reality. So what I'm going to do in this session is share with you practical, proven ways in the theme of accelerated learning and mental models to be able to be at your best cognitive self. And I'm really excited about sharing some of this research, and it's out of a book that I came out with this time is so interesting nowadays, this year, called Limitless. And it's all about, not about being perfect, but Limitless is about really advancing and progressing beyond what you currently believe is possible. And for me, that's really what this is all about. And so I'm going to jump right into this. I encourage you to take some notes, and let's do this. So let's talk about this experience that we're having together in this multiverse, or in this mystic verse, right? We're talking about limitless realities. We're talking about limitless alternative selves, if you will. And I believe the limitless resource that we have on planet Earth is the human mind, the human spirit. There's no limit to your creativity. There is no limit to human imagination. There is no limit to our ability to solve problems. There's no limit to our ability to create. There's no limit to our ability to come together. And I think that's exactly what we're demonstrating right now. So in the themes of radical contribution and radical collaboration and radical compassion, self-expression, evolution, and inclusion, I'm going to share with you how to be able to upgrade, the limitless resource we have, which is human potential, so that you could go out there and be amazing on your quest. I think we're all on this adventure to be able to realize, reveal, express our fullest being, our fullest potential. And so I'm going to share with you here, and then we'll go into Q&A and get really micro. I'm going to share with you a macro model that I call the Limitless model, which is a framework for not only accelerated learning, be able to focus, be able to read faster, be able to improve your memory, learn new skills, but also it's a framework for unlocking human potential. And after that, I'll go into Q&A, and then we can answer questions specific towards you. If you want to be able to read faster, you want to be able to learn languages, you want to learn a new skill, you want to be able to remember people's names, all of that we will do. And that's the promise of this session. And I want you to feel like this session alone made such a difference in your life that it put you on a different track or a trajectory. And now we live in interesting times. One of the questions I get, since my book is called Limitless, is how do you become limitless in a limited world? How do you become limitless in a limited world? And the metaphor that I use here about transformation is this symbol of a butterfly, right? A butterfly is a profound symbol for transformation. And right now we might be feeling we're going through a transformation. You might be feeling that you're a caterpillar in a cocoon, and you might even be feeling like you're in a cocoon, right? You're physically distancing yourself. You might be alone with your thoughts or your fears, your doubts. You might be feeling alone. And part of the angst comes from clinging to in a world that was, rather than progressing, rather than continuing and surrendering to the cycle. And so it's interesting because, using the metaphor of a butterfly, it's when the caterpillar feels like it's the end of the world that it becomes that butterfly. Now, in my book, Limitless, I have a quote from a French philosopher. And the French philosopher, he says, life is the C between B and D. Life is C between B and D. And you might be thinking I'm speaking in tongues. You might be thinking I'm speaking in code. B stands for birth. D stands for what? Stands for death. And C, life, stands for choice. I believe difficult times can define us. Difficult times can diminish us, or these difficult times can actually develop us. We ultimately decide with the choices that we make, and your choices to be able to show up even right now, the way that you show up, that you play full out. And so let's talk about 6 choices that you can make right now to be able to level up your learning and level up your life. What are 6 ways? Because while the beauty is in the butterfly, the growth happens in the cocoon. Can we agree on that? While the beauty is in the butterfly, the growth happens in the cocoon. And when you're in different environments, and even the environment of just think about, for those of you who've been to Burning Man, before or many times. Think about when you're on the playa, you're in Black Rock City, and the elements are there. It's not ever about resources, right? We know it's about this internal resourcefulness. So how can we take the principles of Burning Man, radical inclusion, gifting, decommodification, self-reliance, self-expression, communal effort? I can actually teach you how to memorize these. Civil responsibility, leaving no trace, right? Participation, immediacy, which is, for me, it's like the core of Burning Man, right? This quality of bringing us into this direct and almost instant involvement with somebody or something, with ourself, these positive messages of closeness, or we decrease the psychological and mental and emotional distance between us. I believe even if people are physically distancing themselves, what's dangerous is if we mentally distance ourselves, or if we emotionally distance ourselves. So what can we be doing? All right, 6 choices, going back to life is the C between B and D. B is birth, D is death, C is choice. 6 choices we can be making. And you'll see that all 6 of them live, in abundance in the playa. So the first, and in no specific order, I tend to alliterate everything. I use acronyms a lot to make them very memorable for you. So whether you're taking notes, you probably can remember them anyway. The first C is clarity. Clarity. I believe that clarity gives you massive amounts of strength, massive amounts of power, right? Personal power, meaning when you're on the playa, or you're in this multiverse, or you're sitting at home and you're physically distancing yourself, that's a wonderful time for self-reflection. Self-reflection, meaning that, and I'm going to give you a number of questions you could ask yourself. I believe questions open up new possibilities. If we want to talk about becoming limitless, it's about limitless possibilities, right? One of the questions you could ask to get clarity on your life, sometimes we're going a million miles an hour, right? And I know people are watching this from all over the world, live and also recorded. Sometimes when you're going so fast, we don't check in with ourselves and saying, is this really important to me? Like, am I really, I have my to-do list, but what's my to-be list today? What's on my to-be list? Am I going in the right direction? Because sometimes you're just used to doing something in the matrix over and over again, right? Or you're living in this default world, or you go back to the default world and you just go back to your old scripts. So check in with yourself. And one of the power questions I ask myself is, what's most important to me in life? You know, what's most important to me in my being? What's most important to me in this moment? What's most important to me in my career? What's most important in my relationships? What's the most important to me in my impact, right? So that's a clarifying question that kind of sensitizes you to what you value most. I always tell people the most important thing is to keep the most important things the most important things. I'll say that again. The most important thing is to keep the most important things the most important things. All right. So first, get clarity on the most important things. What's most important to you in this? Right? You're for you particularly, not for somebody else. For me, it's love, it's growth, it's contribution, it's a sense of adventure. But what's it for you? And then secondly, I would say the second question to ask after you know what's important to you, as you're self-reflecting or you're meditating or you're journaling, right? Or you're taking you're taking a walk. Second question is, are my actions aligned with my values? Are my actions aligned with my values? Are my actions aligned with those things that I hold dear? You know, I believe that if people complain, they feel burnt out, they feel tired, it's not because you're doing too much all the time. Some people say that they're burnt out or they're tired because they're doing too much. Often it's not because you're doing too much. Often you feel burnt out because you're doing too little of the things that make you come alive. You're doing too little of the things that give you energy, that make you come on fire, right? And we're talking about burning and fire. I mean, we get this life here, right? We get this one life. Why aren't we running towards our dreams like we're on fire, right? With that sense of urgency and that level of immediacy. So the first thing is clarity. What's most important to you? Second choice you can make while you are going through this experience of Burning Man, or you're going through your learning or going through your life, is care, right? We know that self-love and self-care is not selfish. Self-care and self-love is not selfish. And here's the thing, not just your physical hygiene, but also your mental hygiene. How are you taking care of yourself? And we could talk about that a little bit in the Q&A. For me, I like to engage the elements. You know, even where I live, I like to have, earth, I like to have air, I like to have water, I like to have fire, and I have these rituals to bring more of that into my life. And that's a big part of me coming alive. But remember this, especially in the times that we're going through, you have permission to rest. You are not responsible for fixing everything that is broken. You do not have to try and make everyone happy. Remember to take time for you, take time to replenish. And so I would say first thing is clarity, second thing is care. And then the third C is contribution. So we're talking about life is a C between B and D. B is birth, D is death, C is choice, right? So you have choices in your clarity, choices in your care, and it's everything from, we can talk about in the Q&A, eating the best brain foods, prioritizing your sleep, which doesn't happen a lot at Burning Man. In my experience, managing your stress, right? Being around your positive peers, all help you to be able to have care, and also self-care and self-love, right? Falling in love with that person in the mirror that has been through so much, but is still standing. Third C, after clarity and care, is contribution. And we know that this is a big part of the ethos of Burning Man, contribution. Because here's the thing, chronic stress actually shrinks our brain. Chronic fear actually suppresses our immune system. There's a whole area of science called psychoneuroimmunology that chronic fear will actually make you more susceptible to colds, to flus, to viruses, and all of that. And what's the antidote for fear? In my experience, it is contribution, right? When we're talking about the 10 principles of Burning Man, and especially what we're focused on in the multiverse and the mystic verse, radical contribution, radical collaboration, radical compassion, radical self-expression, radical evolution, right? Radical inclusion. A lot of that comes through contribution. So here's the question. Like for me, for example, when I put out our book Limitless, I know many of you have read this because I sent this, invited you to join us for this session. We donated 100% of the proceeds to charity, to women's Alzheimer's research, to equality. We donated it also to education, right? Even today, we donated to build enough, to build a full school for children in need, girls and boys who have no access to education. It'll fund the school, it'll fund clean water, it'll fund healthcare. And so how can you contribute in a unique way? So contribution, because I believe the formula is you learn, so you then earn, but then you return. Learn, earn, and then you return. And so the magic question is, you have clarifying questions like, you know, what's most important to me in life? Are my actions aligned with those values? You have contribution questions. Here's one. How can I invest some of my time, my talent, or my treasure to make a difference? How can I invest some of my time, my talent, or my treasure to make a difference? It can be making food for frontline workers. It could be checking in on a neighbor that might be feeling a little bit alone, but how can you uniquely contribute? Because your uniqueness is your story, right? That is your superpower. So that's the third C, clarity, care, contribution. I would also say the fourth one is creativity. And I don't even have, this is the most creative of the world out there. I believe the future belongs to the creators. And in a world where a lot of jobs are going to machines, they're going to automation, they're going to artificial intelligence. What's not going to be outsourced are things that are truly limitless. And the sky's not the limit. Our minds are the limit, right? There's no limit to your imagination. There's no limit to your creativity. There's no limit to our ability to come together. There's no limit to our ability to solve problems. So creativity. Did you know it was during the Great Plague that Shakespeare created some of his masterpieces like Macbeth, Antony and Cleopatra? It was during when they shut down London at the university there that Isaac Newton went home and he was sitting underneath a tree and an apple fell on his head and he created the theories of gravity, created the theories of motion, right? And I'm not saying we have to create at that level, but why not, right? And so what have you always wanted to create? What music have you always wanted to write? What stories are in your soul that you want to put onto paper? How can you create? Or what businesses or enterprises do you want to create? So that's the 4C, creativity. And you're in a perfect environment being here in the virtual playa, in this multiverse, in this mystic verse, to be able to be creative. And then finally, I'll give you 2 more C's. The 5th C is capability. Capability, meaning that what have you always wanted to learn, right? You have your to-do list, and we talked about having a to-be list, but what's on your to-learn list? What have you always want to learn? And it's amazing because we have unfettered access to everything right now, right? And YouTubes and podcasts. You want to learn salsa, you want to learn Spanish, you want to learn speed reading. We have podcasts and we have YouTube videos on how to be able to do that. And so what's on your to learn list? Because I believe we're all here talking about contribution and also creativity and capabilities. We're here to be able to be grow givers. Grow givers is a term I coined about 20 plus years ago, basically saying that, you know, when we feel most fulfilled is usually when we're growing, right? It's not like a go-getter. A go-getter is just getting, right? Or you're just giving, because then you become a martyr, but you grow so you have more to give, right? You grow so you have more to give, and everything in nature grows. And everything, or it dies, everything nature gives, right, back into the systems, or it's eliminated. So be a grow giver. That goes back to your capabilities. What have you always wanted to learn? And I believe if there's one skill to double down on, it's your ability to learn, your ability to learn how to learn. If there was a genie who could grant you, let's get really creative. Let's do a thought experiment. If there's a genie who could grant you any one wish, but only one wish, what would you wish for? Infinite wishes, right? Limitless wishes. But if I was your learning genie and I could help you master any one subject or any one skill, what would the equivalent be of asking for limitless wishes? It would be learning how to learn. Because what can you apply that to? If you can learn how to learn how to focus, learn how to study, learn how to read faster, learn how to remember things, learn how to be a creative thinker or divergent thinker, be able to solve problems. What could you apply that to? Everything. Money, Mandarin, music, martial arts, everything in your life gets easier because we're sharpening that saw, right? If you have a lot of wood to cut, you have a dull blade, you don't want to spend time stressing and struggling. You want to sharpen it and then cut through it like it's butter, right? So that's working smart. So that's capabilities. And then finally, the 6C I would share with you, after clarity, after care, after contribution, after creativity, capabilities, the sixth one is community, right? And that's this. And your community has a huge effect on your brain fitness, your brain health. If we're talking about mental models and upgrading our mental abilities, who we spend time with is who we become. And the reason why, from a neurological standpoint, is because you have these things called mirror neurons. And your mirror neurons in your nervous system are always imitating what's around you. So what happens is you tend to adopt and adapt to your environment. You start using language as the people you spend time with. You start to develop the same habits. So it's not just your neurological networks, it's your social networks. And so community now more than ever is so very important. And we all need people like this, like the people that's in this camp, right? People to encourage you, to challenge you, to cheerlead for you, to be able to educate you. And if you haven't found that person yet, my suggestion is be that person for someone else. Especially be that person for who? Be that person for you. All right, so it starts with community for yourself and then community with others, right? In multiple intelligence theory, they call it interpersonal intelligence, self to others, and then intrapersonal intelligence, self to self. And so that is the sixth one, which is community. All right. So now those are your 6 C's for while you're cocooning or while you're going through this experience at Burning Man, you adopt all of those because it's built into the culture. Now, what I'm going to share with you right now is I'd love for you to grab a piece of paper and I want to share with you the limitless model. The limitless model. And it's a framework. This is all about mental models and getting smarter and learning faster. This is for when people see me on stages, they'll often see me do these demonstrations, right? And I've actually done this talk at Burning Man where I do, I'll memorize 100 people's names, or an audience will give me 100 words or 100 numbers, and I'll memorize them forwards and backwards. And I always tell people, I don't do this to impress you. I do this to express to you what's truly possible, because the truth is you could do it too. You just were not taught. If anything, you were taught a lie. And in the book, I talk about a lie being a limited idea entertained. We have to get out of the matrix here, right? This is all about, let me get this out here. This is all about transcending, right? Ending the trance, transcend, ending the trance, ending this mass hypnosis that we are limited, that we are not smart enough or we are not good enough. This mass hypnosis that's propagated through the media, through marketing, that you are broken, that you need to be fixed. The reason why I know this is possible is because I grew up with some pretty severe learning challenges. When I was 5 years old, I was in kindergarten class. I took a very bad fall, rushed to the hospital. I had this traumatic brain injury where it really showed up because my parents said I was not the same after that. Before I was very curious, very playful, very energized. I became very shut down. My superpower growing up was becoming invisible, was really shrinking because I had these learning difficulties that came from this accident. I had very poor focus. I had a horrible memory. Teachers would repeat themselves over and over and over again. I would pretend to understand, but I didn't really understand. And I remember it took me an extra 3 years just to learn how to read. I remember when at 9 years old, another incident where I was being teased, bullied in class because I wasn't keeping up and slowing the class down. A teacher came to my defense, but all I remember her saying was, "That's the boy with the broken brain. That's the boy with the broken brain." And that label became my limitation, right? It put me in that box. And I don't know if you could relate to this, but your inner talk, your identity, that this idea that your perception of yourself, every single time I did badly on a test, which was very often, every time I wasn't picked for sports, which was like all the time, I would always say, oh, because I have the broken brain. That was me. So my superpower became shrinking. And again, and I talk about superpowers because I learned how to read by reading comic books late at night. When my parents thought I was sleeping, I'd be underneath the covers reading this comic book with my flashlight, and something about the hero's journey, right? How many of you are fans of Joseph Campbell's work? Or, something about, for me, a superhero went in and they represented hope and they represented real help. Somebody who's discovered, but not only discovered their superpowers, they developed them. But just having a superpower, does that make you a superhero? No, you have to use it for what? For contribution, right? So you're doing this radical contribution, and you want to be able to impact and be able to influence and be able to inspire others. And so for me, I've always had that goal, but I struggled all through school. And it wasn't until I was about 18 years old where I uncovered, this new research that allowed me to upgrade my brain, learn anything faster, but really unlock the life I was I wanted to be able to live. All right. So let's go into this framework. I want you to draw, and then we'll answer questions. I want you to draw 3 intersecting circles. So we'll do it like this. I want you to hydrate. 3 intersecting circles. So it looks something like this. They call it a Venn diagram, for those of you familiar with it, Venn diagram. And this is the mental model. I call it the limitless model to learning anything faster and unlocking your exceptional life, doing the impossible. And this applies to an individual. This applies to a family. This applies to a community, a nation, a world. Okay. I want you to think about one area of your life where you feel held back. Limitless is not about being perfect. Limitless is about progressing and advancing beyond what you believe is possible. Again, as an individual or as a planet, all right? I want you to think about one area where you feel like there's not this advancement in your own life, all right? Where you're not progressing, where you feel like you're in a box. Now think about this box. This box is 3-dimensional, right? A cube is 3-dimensional by definition. And the 3 forces that keep you in that box, maybe it could be in a relationship. Maybe it could be in your career. Maybe it could be in your level of impact. Maybe it could be in your income, whatever it is, your creativity, in your reading speed, in your intelligence, right? You feel like you're in a box and you're not making progress. The 3 forces that keep you in that box, here's the good news, are the same 3 forces that will liberate you out of the box. And they're represented by these 3 circles, all right? I'm gonna give you 3 M's. 3 M's for becoming limitless. Now the last M, the bottom circle there, are the methods. And I'm happy to go through that in the Q&A. Many of you listen to my podcast, which are podcasts, by the way, just search my name on your podcast app. All podcasts are free, right? Mine, no advertising, no sponsorships, right? We want to democratize. We want to open source this information because I realized early on that school teaches you what to learn. They teach you what to study. They teach you what to focus on. They teach you what to remember. They teach you what to read. They teach you what to think, but they don't teach you how to do those things. Where are the classes on how to learn, how to study, how to focus, concentrate, how to be creative, how to solve problems, right? How to read faster, how to be able to remember things. I always thought it should have been the 4th R in school. They teach you 3 R's, reading, writing, arithmetic. Spelling obviously is not one of them, but what about remembering? What about retention? What about recall? Right? Socrates said, learning is remembering. And so this book, when I first wrote it, was all about methods. And it's important to have methods for building a business, methods for being a great parent, methods for being healthy, right? Everybody has different methods, a specific diet, a specific exercise routine, a specific way of investing. For me, I have very specific methods for reading faster with better comprehension. I have very specific methods for remembering people's names or learning a language, right? So you need the methods. But when I was going to turn in this book and email it to my publisher, I asked myself this question. I said, will 100% of the people who read this book get the results they're hoping for? And my honest answer was no. And I just got goosebumps because I call them truth bumps, because so many people know what to do, but they're not doing the things that they know because common sense is not common practice. Do you know you should be doing something, but you're not doing it? You know, like a habit or a routine, or you know you should meditate, or you should maybe move or exercise, or you should do something, right? But common sense is not always common practice because you need 2 circles before that, 2 other M's. I'm going to give them to you really quickly and then jump into the micro questions. Number 1, the first circle is your mindset. A mindset. Now I'm defining your mindset as a set of assumptions and attitudes about something. Your attitudes, assumptions about what's possible. Your attitudes, assumptions about what you believe you're capable of. Now those are 2 different things. You could believe it's possible for somebody, but you might not believe you're capable of it, right? Or your mindset is what you believe you deserve. Write this down. I am a thermostat, not a thermometer. I am a thermostat, not a thermometer. What does thermometer do? Thermometer just reacts to the environment, right? Whatever, it reacts to the weather, reacts to the economy, reacts to politics, reacts to how people treat them. And every so often we step into that, we react, right? But who has agency in reality in terms of what things mean, how things, the behaviors you take, about what you're going to focus on? You do, right? Because you're a thermostat. A thermostat doesn't react to the environment, does it? What does it do? It gauges the environment intelligently, but it sets a temperature, and then what happens to the environment? It reacts to it. And so what is the temperature you're setting, that vision, that dream, right? Those goals that you have inside your mind, inside your heart, that you take the invisible and make it visible, right? So going back to your mindset, what's possible, what you believe is possible, what you believe you're capable of, what you believe you deserve. And in order to do that, you have to, what I call, unlimit. I create a process called unlimiting, which is the active removal of limits. Sometimes it's not about doing more. Sometimes it's about doing less of the things that get in the way. And so that's one of the things that I realized, that it's not what's on your to-do list as much as it is what's on your not to-do list. What are your non-negotiables, the things you just won't do? But going back to your mindset, I created I talk about these lies, right? These limited ideas that you're entertaining. Because I could give you a method on how to remember names, but if your mindset is, oh, I'm not smart enough. Your mindset is, oh, I have a horrible memory. I'm just too old, or whatever it is, you're still going to be stuck in that box, right? So you have to unlimit that. The second M, so the first M is mindset. The last M are the methods. The second M for anything, not just learning anything faster, but for advancing and progressing in any area of your life, you can have the mindset about how you deserve this relationship, or you deserve this wealth, or you deserve this health, or you deserve this reading speed, or whatever, right? And you can have the methods, but you need the second M too. The second M is your motivation. And when I say the word motivation, I'm the first to agree, it's like a loaded word. Some people think motivation is getting real pumped up, and then they're all hyped up, and then all of a sudden the next day, nothing happens, right? Because you have this, you're like, oh, I'm gonna change this and change this, New Year's resolutions or new goals. It's a new month. I'm gonna tackle on all these new things, and nothing happens the next day. Motivation. Here's the formula for sustained motivation. Now, by the way, how many of you have seen the movie Limitless, or the television show Limitless? The movie with Bradley Cooper, Robert De Niro. He goes from like 0 to hero by taking this pill, right? All of a sudden he takes this pill, he can learn languages, he has this eidetic memory, he's able to focus, concentrate, he gets physically fit, and he's a surge of motivation. But what happens 24 hours later? It just disappears, right? It just disappears in the ether. You don't want that. The goal, here's the goal. Sustainable motivation. Now, what's the proof someone's motivated? It's not what you say. It's not even how you feel. It's whether you consistently what? Act, right? You only know if your friends are motivated if they're doing those things, right? I read somewhere recently that integrity is measured by the distance between your lips and your life. Integrity is measured by the distance between your lips and your life, right? So a lot of people might want these things, but they are just these expressed interests. We're not really committing, because this key to sustained motivation is this. Here's the magic formula. Ready? The limitless formula for sustained motivation, for consistently acting and doing the things you need to do. P times E times S3. P times E times S3. Now, what does this mean? Here we go. Let's do this thought experiment, and I'm going to ask to answer questions. Thought experiment. We're going to build the ultimate motivated human being. All right, let's say it's to exercise, something just like we're all in different, industries and everything else like that. Let's say it's just to move. When your body moves, your brain grooves. When you move, you create brain-derived neurotropic factors, BDNF, which is like fertilizer for neuroplasticity, for creating new connections between your neurons, right? Now, if you're not exercising each day, here's what's missing: P, E, or S3. What's P? P stands for purpose. And now, what is purpose? I'm not talking about your life purpose, although I write a lot about that in my book, Limitless, and in our podcast. I'm talking about having a reason. Write this down. Reasons reap rewards. Reasons reap results, right? By having a reason, I'm going to mention a number of books because many people know for 4 years I read a book a day. We teach our speed readers to read one book a week, 52 books a year. My goal with Limitless is to make the most read book. Maybe it's not the most bought book, but it's definitely one of the most read, finished books, completed books, because I want you to read. I want you to learn how to read better. Most people don't read because they're not good at it, because maybe most people don't learn as much because it's difficult, right? It's boring, it's tedious. And so how can you get better at it? With competence comes confidence. In psychology, they call it the competence-confidence loop. The more competent you get at something, the more confident you are, which means you're going to practice it more. And then the more competent you'll be, and the more confident just gets more and more, right? But going back to learning and reading, purpose for me is a feeling. So the book I would recommend is a book like Start With Why by our friend Simon Sinek. Start with why. I believe there's a success formula, 3 H's: head, heart, hands. 3 H's: head, heart, hands. So you could have visualize in your head, what you want your art to be. You could visualize in your head this installation, this book, this business, but if you're not acting with your hands, or you visualize the relationship, you can visualize, your body, you're not acting with your hands, check in with the second H, which is your heart, right? What does the heart symbolize? Emotions, feelings. Because here's the thing, we are not logical, we are biological. You think about all the dopamine, the oxytocin, the serotonin, all these endorphins. We are like this feeling chemical soup. And so feel it. The purpose is a feeling. What are the rewards you'll get from following through? And the discomfort could also be very motivating. Who's counting on you? Who's depending on you to be able to show up today? Who are you going to disappoint? What if you don't follow through? What if I was to say 5 years are going to go by and nothing changes? How would that make you feel, right? So feel the purpose. Now, if somebody just has big enough purpose, will they always follow through? Will they always exercise? Will they always read each day? Will they always meditate? Will they always sing? Whatever they need to consistently do? The answer is no, because they can be missing the E. P times E times S3. The E stands for what? Energy. Because somebody could have the purpose of, let's say, exercising each day, but let's say they haven't slept in 3 nights. And this pretty much describes my Playa experience. You haven't slept in 3 nights, you're not going to be very motivated to follow through, even if you have big enough purpose, because you're going to lack energy. So that's why I talk about 10 keys for mental vitality to get rid of brain fatigue, right? The best brain diet, how to optimize your sleep, how to reduce stress, which consumes a lot of energy, right? All the different things, supplements that you could take to increase your energy levels, right? You could say that, okay, I want to be motivated to read every single day. I heard, Jim say leaders are readers. And how do you do it? But let's say you ate a big processed meal and you ate all this junk food, which I actually think there's no such thing as junk food. There's junk and there's food, but maybe you ate a big processed meal and you're in a food coma, right? And you're not motivated to read that day, right? By the way, to get through 1 book a week, the average reader, I'm not even talking about a speed reader, the average book has 64,000 words. The average person reads 200 words per minute. Divide the numbers together. That means it takes 320 minutes to read 1 book. Wow, isn't that amazing? And the reason why I talk about reading so much is that somebody has decades of experience, right? And they put it into a book, any book. And you could sit down and read that book in a few days. You could download decades into days. That's such a huge advantage to be able to get the world's wisdom from a book, right? And you could if you're doing 52 books a year, you get a PhD and a master's in any subject by doing so. Leaders are readers. By the way, 320 minutes to get through 1 book. How do you do it in a week? Divided by 7 days in a week. That means 45 minutes a day. 45 minutes a day will get you through 1 book a week. Now, if you triple your reading speed, like you follow directions in our podcast and our program, whatever, you learn how to read faster, you can do it in 15 minutes, right? 15 minutes a day to be able to read that. But if you're not doing it, maybe you lack the energy. Finally, the S3, P stands for purpose, E stands for energy. Is there a time when this person won't follow through and be motivated? My answer is yes. And you might be missing S3. S3, small, simple steps. A lot of people do not advance. They lack motivation because this thing they're thinking about is too big. I want to marry my soulmate, live happily ever after. Way too big. I want to start the next, big business, or I want to get 1 million followers, or I want to have this perfect physique, whatever it is. Too big. Small, simple steps. So maybe it's not working out every day. That's too big. Maybe it's small, simple step, putting on your running shoes. Maybe it's not reading 45 minutes a day. Maybe it's just picking up the book and opening it, right? Or reading one line. That's a small, simple step. How do you find your small, simple step? S3, simple question. Questions are the answer. Ask yourself this question. What is the tiniest action I could take right now that will give me progress towards this goal? What is the tiniest action I could take right now that will give me progress towards this goal? So tiny, I can't even fail at it, right? So small, simple steps. So what's the formula? P times E times S3 for limitless motivation. P, feel the purpose, both pain and the discomfort of not following through. The E, optimize your energy, because you don't have energy, you create energy. Right? You don't have focus, you do focus. You don't have creativity, you do creativity. Those are all the methods. And finally, if you're still stalled, stuck in that box, check your steps, break it down, because inch by inch, it's a cinch, yard by yard, it's too hard. Inch by inch, it's a cinch, yard by yard, it's too hard. Now, as I wrap up this model, in a few minutes, I'm going to go into Q&A, and we can go into the methods. The last M are your methods. So you have mindset, you have motivation, and you have the methods: mindset, motivation, and methods. Now, by the way, you see the overlap? I give you 3 M's. I'm going to give you 3 I's. 3 I's. So where mindset and motivation cross over, you have inspiration. And there are great books on mindset. Great book I would recommend by Dr. Carol Dweck called Mindset. There are great books on motivation. Motivation Manifesto by Brendan Burchard. There are great motivational speakers, mindset experts. Where they cross over, you have inspiration. And you have inspirational speakers, inspirational stories, inspirational movies. And what does an inspirational movie do for you? It changes what's possible in your mind and gives you some energy, right? Some motivation, right? Mindset and motivation. But you're inspired, but you lack the what? The methods. You don't know what to do, the instructions. Where mindset crosses over with methods, you have the second I, which is ideation. Mindset is, I believe it's possible. I believe I'm capable of it. Methods, I know how to invest. I know how to start that business. I know how to read 3 times faster. I know how to remember names. But it stays an idea, ideation, because you lack the what? The motivation. And finally, the third I, where motivation crosses over with methods, you have the third I, which is the third I. You have integration. You have implementation. Implementation. You're motivated, you have purpose, you have energy, you know the methods of how to do these things, but you could still be stuck in that box because of your limitations in your mindset of what you believe is possible, what you believe you deserve, what you believe you are capable of. Now, here's the model. The fourth I I'll give you right now. The fourth I is this one. The fourth I, okay. It's not, okay. The fourth I, I'm going to give you this right in the middle, which is integration. Integration. I was going to show you on a share screen, but here, and then I'm going to do questions. So integration is this. Right in the middle, you see the limitless state where all 3 M's or all 3 I's come together. That's integration. Integration, like integer or integral, it means you're whole, like a whole number. And it's just who you are. That's the integrated state. That's a limitless state. Now, this becomes a mental model or a framework. Think about it like a lens for you to look at your learning or look at your life and say, oh, that's why I'm stuck in that box. Because you could say, is it my mindset? Do I not believe it's possible? Do I not believe I'm capable of it? Do I not believe I deserve it? Because that'll keep you stuck. Or is it my motivation? Do I not feel purpose? Am I just too tired and not have enough energy? So how can I optimize that? Or how do I break it down into small, simple steps? Or am I just using old methods for entrepreneurship, old methods for health, or old methods of dieting, or old methods of dating, or old methods of commerce, or old methods of, and then, by the way, this could be an individual, or old methods of reading, right? Or old methods of studying or focusing. This could be an individual, but you could also apply this towards your friends, your teammates. You can also apply this towards society, right? If you look at society through this lens, you know, and let's say you want to create social equality, right? And there's a mindset that keeps people locked. What they believe is possible, what they believe people deserve, what they believe is fair. There's a motivation. Some people, in order for them to act, they need to feel purpose, right? Or they need to have energy, and energy could come in the form of physical energy. It could also come in the form of resources, right? Like capital or connections, right? Or maybe some people they're almost on the brink of being motivated, but they don't have small, simple steps of what to do, right? Or they're using old methods. It's an archaic way of education or an archaic way of politics. It's an archaic way of commerce or economics, right? So the idea here is this: this is the biggest challenge I see in people and what they're doing right now. Do not downgrade your vision and your dreams individually or collectively as a camp to meet this current situation. Do not downgrade your dreams to meet this current situation. Instead, upgrade your mindset, your motivation, and the methods to be able to live those dreams, to be able to realize your destiny, if you will. So my friends, that is the Limitless model for accelerated learning. You can just use this as a framework or a mental model to see where you feel stuck, where you're not advancing and progressing into the areas you feel possible. And we have a little time to do some rapid Q&A on anything that you want to go deeper in.
Fabulous. Jim, that was just amazing. I couldn't write notes fast enough to get all that down. I'm looking forward to watching the recording. There's just so much there. I wanted to ask you, what has been your most transformative experience at Burning Man? Burning Man's kind of like drinking through a fire hose, right? There's 30,000 cool workshops happening every hour, and there's a million cool people there, and there's all these great experiences. What's been your most transformative experience at Burning Man?
It's funny because I don't subscribe to FOMO. I know a lot of people, when they're on the playa, they like want to do all of these different things, right? And they want to visit all of their friends. For me, it's always been the reminder of synchronicity and serendipity. I always feel like the playa has always been my teacher, much like when I take ice baths, and many of you know Wim Hof, that cold could be your teacher also as well. But being out in that environment, I found that I've attracted the answers that I've wanted, that I didn't maybe even know was in my mind. But if you're open to it, you get to see more of it. I believe coming from a beginner's mind, even if this is your first time or it's your 17th time, be able to have an open mind and open heart. It's kind of cheesy, but it's true that your mind, like your spirit, is like a parachute. It only works when it's opened. And so for me, it's a reminder of the serendipity, the synchronicities. I call them hypersynchronicities that occur, when you're there, and being open to those things, and having this Zen beginner's mind is so important. Not having this attachment. It's a reminder of surrender, especially surrendering to the environment, the heat or the sand or the wind, or if something doesn't work out in your favor, maybe it really is in your favor. And then you look back knowing that you're glad it didn't work out the way you thought it would, and something better was there. So the openness and the surrendering is a big lesson for me.
Yeah, the hyper serendipity or the playa magic it's really palatable there. It's really tremendous. Can you? I'd love to hear what was one of those serendipitous moments where you wanted to do something and something better happened, or you lost something and someone gives it to you at random, or whatever that playa magic was for you.
I remember going out. It was late. It was early in the evening, just like about 1 a.m. And I was looking for this one very specific person that we're supposed to meet up and have that agenda to be able to meet up. And I would go to camp, and I would just miss this person. And then just riding my bike out there, I came across the person I was meant to meet. And it was a very, very special moment. It was a very special meaning for me, and it created this whole ripple effect. And but I had to be open to it, because this is when I finally surrendered that allowed space for that magic to happen. And that's a big part of what we're talking about here, is that when we're here, when we're talking about radical contribution, or we're talking about collaboration, and realizing all these amazing things, is the ultimate adventure that we're on together is to create this life, right? And talk about burning again, like you are your greatest project that you will ever get to work on. So be open and take the time and make the time to create magic.
Fabulous. David had a question. What are the key mindset blocks, and how do you change them? How do you make an actual change in habit or direction? And how do you speak to the inner self about belief and reason in a strong language?
Okay, so let's unpack that. It's good to see you, David, here on video. What are the key mindset blocks and how do you change them? I'll give you a few of these lies. These are 7 lies to learning and to your life that keeps us stuck. For me, I believe they're all BS. And when I say BS, I mean belief systems. It's not true that you're not smart enough or that you're not good enough. One of the common lies out there is that intelligence is fixed. And if you believe that lie, then what's the point in doing anything after that? Right? If you think you take an IQ test and what you take when you're 7 is the same as when you're 17 and same as you're 77, then adopting this growth mindset makes a difference. Another lie that I believe people buy into in mass is genius is born. People are just born a great athlete. They're just born a great musician. They're just born a financial genius. They're born being great at relationships. And that, I believe that's a lie. I believe genius leaves clues. And that genius is not born, genius is actually built. I'll give you a reading. I don't do these live readings very, very often. Hold on one second so I can grab a new copy of this book. So here's the thing, here's an idea. And now one of the ways we change things is through the stories that we tell ourselves. And so here I help dissolve lies, and part of the lies here are what we believe is possible, and working through these limiting ideas that we entertain. When I say, and we can talk about this in the Q&A also, how to read this or any other book. So we'll go through this. But as I'm going through looking for this reading, how do you speak to your inner self about these beliefs? Your brain is like a supercomputer, and your self-talk is the program it will run. So if you tell yourself you're not good at remembering names, you will not remember the name of the next person you meet because you program your supercomputer not to. Your mind is always eavesdropping on your self-talk. And the reason I'm so passionate about this is we've learned more about the human brain more in the past 10 years than the previous 1,000 years combined. And what we found is we're grossly underestimating our own capabilities. And here's an example of that. So a mindset block could be like, oh, that's just reserved for a certain people, right? Or they're just born with that. And here's a story to the contrary, that genius is not necessarily born, that it's actually built. This is interesting. I haven't done it for live reading in quite a while. This is what I wanted to do because COVID, it canceled my book tour and 30 different events that I was speaking at, including South by Southwest by and all these different places. All right. A king was watching a great magician perform his act. The crowd was enthralled, and so was the king. At the end, the audience roared with approval. The king said, "What a gift this man has, a God-given talent." But a wise counselor said to the king, "My lord, genius is born. No, genius is built, not born. This magician's skill is the result of discipline and practice. These talents have been learned and honed over time with determination and discipline." The king was troubled by this message. The counselor's challenge had spoiled his pleasure in the magician's arts. "Limited and spiteful man, how dare you criticize a true genius? As I said, you either have it or you don't, and you most certainly don't." The king turned to his bodyguard and said, "Throw this man into the deepest dungeon." And he added, for the counselor's benefit, "So you won't be lonely, you could have 2 of your kind to keep you company. You shall have 2 piglets as cellmates." From the very first day of his imprisonment, the wise counselor practiced running up the steps of his cell to the prison door, carrying in each hand a piglet. As the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, the piglets steadily grew into sturdy boars. And with every day of practice, the wise counselor increased his power and strength. One day, the king remembered the wise counselor and was curious to see how imprisonment had humbled him. He had the wise counselor summoned. When the prisoner appeared, he was a man of powerful physique, carrying a boar on each arm. The king exclaimed, "What a gift this man has, a God-given talent." The wise counselor replied, "My lord, genius is built, not born. My skill is the result of discipline and practice. These talents have been learned and honed over time with determination and discipline." So I would just remind you, David, and everybody else who's joining us, that when we talk about mindset, the reason we talk about mindset first is these mindset blocks, these lies, limited ideas entertained, they get in our way because our mind is always eavesdropping on our self-talk. One of the ways of changing that, First, self-awareness goes a long way. My buddy Wyatt, oh my goodness, it's been like 10 years. Here's what happens. If your mindset is this, for this amount of time, then if you say things like, I don't have a great memory, just add a little. So first, be self-aware. Self-awareness is a superpower. Second, when you're auditing your self-talk, realize that language has meaning on the human nervous system. When you say, I don't have a great memory, you could add a word like yet, and it opens up a possibility. Something like just this morning, somebody's like, oh, I gotta pick up my kids. I gotta exercise. I gotta whatever. What if you change the word got to get, right? I get to pick up my kids. I get to work out today. I get to do these things. Change your language, you can change your life, especially when it comes to your self-talk, because your mind is always eavesdropping on your self-talk. As I said, your brain is like this supercomputer, and your self-talk is a program it will run. So if you tell yourself, I'm not good at remembering names, you won't remember the name of the next person you meet, because you program your supercomputer not to.
Jim, can I get a book of quotes from Jim Kwik? Turn got into get. Self-awareness is a superpower. Like, I've been trying to scribble these down, and it's just amazing. Like, seriously, can we get some like a book of pithy quotes?
Yeah. a lot of quick ideas ideas here. And these are ideas that have been around for ages, as we talked about.
I love how you've crafted them in great language. It's terrific. Since it's Burning Man, I wanted to ask you, what's your opinion on psychedelics and the use of psychedelics for problem solving, creativity, and or enjoying Mozart?
And enjoying Mozart. Wow, this is because this topic usually comes up a lot on our podcast, also while I'm on stage. I'm not an expert, even though some people would see that brain and they look at it after watching us on the video, it looks like a mushroom. I believe to each its own. The research has been pretty powerful that's out there. People could, I'm sure some of your experts could talk about this when it comes to trauma in the brain, to be able to rewire our nervous system so it could be more open. I think people have to remember I opened with a conversation that life is the C between B and D. B is birth, D is death, C is choice. I think people need to make intelligent choices for themselves, tap into their own wisdom. I have known on my Instagram to have these kind of wild experiences, like whether it's skydiving or swimming with the sharks or living in the Amazon rainforest for weeks at a time, coming across the indigenous tribe, being their very first Western contact. I believe that whether it's meditation or the works that we do in these other areas, you could use tools. And a tool could be a headband that helps you to meditate better. The tool could be a substance to be able to give you a reference experience, to be able to experience something to help facilitate that. And I also do believe in the human mind that we could replicate and even enhance and do things with our own agency. And I know that is artfully vague. So we'll leave it at that, though.
Now, where should someone start? So there's so much in accelerated learning, speed reading, memory. Someone could say, well, I want to build a memory palace, or I want to memorize a deck of cards and create a memory palace of a deck of cards, or I want to maximize my reading speed, or I want to learn languages first. There's so much to learn, and it can be very, very overwhelming, even for someone who tries to take it in slowly. Where would you say is the cornerstone, the foundation to start? Is it reading speed? Is it removing the blocks from the brain so you believe that you can learn more? Where would someone start if they're just getting into this for maximum development?
Yeah, so for me, when I introduced the limitless model, it was mindset, motivation, and methods. You could go to the methods and you could still be stuck in that box. And if you want to be able to liberate yourself out of that box, people can learn the methods for speed reading, learning languages, remembering names, but their mindset is, I'm not smart enough, I'm too old, I have a horrible memory. That becomes self-fulfilling, still keep you in that box, right? Or if you don't address the second M, which is motivation, you could have the mindset that anything is possible, that you deserve it, that you're capable of it, and have the new methodologies for entrepreneurship or investing or health or any other area, relationship, speed reading, anything. But if you lack the motivation, purpose, energy, right, the habits and the flow, you're not going to get there. For me, if we're going to go into methods, I always like reading, because I think leaders are readers. Reading is to your mind what exercises your body. If someone like Wyatt or somebody else has decades of experience, they put into a book, and you can sit down and read that book in a few days. You download decades in the days, which can change your mindset and your level of motivation. but going to what we're talking about, I would start somewhere, start anywhere. You know, your brain, let's use the metaphor. It's not, obviously, it's not perfect like any metaphors. If this is the hardware, the software are the processes for reading faster, learning languages, to be able to focus, concentrate, and so on. That you don't have these things are things that you do. But going into the hardware, simple things you can do, small, simple steps, right? Inch by inch, it's a cinch, yard by yard, too hard. Good brain diet, optimizing your sleep, right? Being around positive peer group, taking supplementation, managing your stress, continuous learning, scheduling your learning every single day, protecting, wear a helmet when you're out on the playa so you don't fall and have I've had 3 traumatic brain injuries, taking care of this hardware also as well, reducing negative self-talk. So I would say the answer for me is individual. For anybody else, I would say whatever you're going to do something, right? Because there's something called the Zeigarnik effect. The Zeigarnik effect, I'll end with this. It was a psychologist who was in Europe and noticed that the waitstaff would remember everyone's order until they were delivered. Her last name was Zeigarnik, right? And it's also a memory principle, meaning that the brain doesn't like open loops. That if you ever binge watch something and kept on going to the next, Hollywood is incredibly aware of the Zeigarnik effect. They keep these open loops to make you tune in. And so the idea here is, if you start somewhere, one of the ways of overcoming procrastination, if you start somewhere or anywhere, start small, then you're more likely to follow through. And so I would say whatever you feel called to do, what you don't want to do is do nothing. Because so imagine this, that 5 years goes by and nothing happens, no growth happens. How would that make you feel? And so my biggest suggestion would be knowledge. Another lie, going back to David's question, another mindset block is knowledge is power. It's total BS. They're total belief systems. Knowledge is potential power at best. It only becomes power when you use it. All the experiences you have in your life, even right now, going through Burning Man, all the books, all the podcasts, all the coaching programs, none of it works unless you work. And we have to work it ourselves. So start somewhere, start anywhere. Applied knowledge becomes power.
So just get started. Thank you so much. The last time I heard the Zeigarnik effect was with Wyatt. Wyatt shared that in his accelerated learning program with Evan. Jim, before you sign off, I wanted to share, you showed Venn diagram. I wanted to show you this great Venn diagram of Burning Man. So we got naked old people, almost unlivable environment, unrestricted drug use, and then the intersection of all of these is Burning Man.
And in the area of gifting, because we know gifting is a big part of this. And you mentioned that if people, just the podcast, it's free. There's no advertising. There's no sponsors or anything else. If you just search my name, and I would encourage people just to continue. If anything I said resonated with you, you go to quickbrain.com and you get 3 bonus gifts, and literally on how to remember names, how to read faster, and do these things. And they're my gift to everyone in the community. And just make sure you spell it right, KWIK. Or
quickbrain.com for the freaks. Thank you so much, Jim. This was fabulous. I can't wait to listen to this again and take even more detailed notes. This was just wonderful. Thank you so much. We got Wyatt coming up next, and then later in the week we got Paul Stamets too. He's going to be talking about using mushrooms to optimize the brain. So he'll be a fun talk as well. And I hope to see you in the virtual dust in one of the different universes, Jim.
Certainly will. Take care, everybody. Talk soon, Wyatt.
Thank you so much. So that was memory learning expert Jim Kwik giving us a phenomenal talk. Boy, he talks fast. And next we have Dr. Wyatt Woodsmall, who is a master trainer, the original master trainer of neurolinguistic programming. I first met Wyatt about 5 years ago at an Eben Pagan conference. Eben Pagan is the one who commissioned this beautiful art behind me, and has really been a great model of accelerated learning. And Wyatt is his mentor. And Wyatt is committed to really bringing knowledge and wisdom to the universe. He says, he quotes Bateson as saying, wisdom comes from multiple perspectives, and Wyatt wants to give us not only his perspective but the ability to find other perspectives to really increase our own wisdom, have empathy and compassion with others, and solve the world's problems, and do it in a fun and exciting way. Wyatt, we are so grateful to have you here. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here.
Well, thank you.
All right,
if we can't be at Burning Man, then this is a great alternative.
So I think we're recording and we are streaming. We're broadcasting into four or five different universes, and everything looks good. So take it away, Wyatt.
Okay, great. Well, today we want to talk about learning. And you had a great opportunity with talking in the previous session with Jim Quick, who's written a fabulous new book and is a good background. And you've heard the words learning, you've heard about accelerated learning. So what exactly is that all about? And what is learning anyway? So I have a different understanding of learning than probably the one you're most familiar with. And my understanding of learning comes out of cybernetics. And cybernetics is the science of control mechanisms in individuals and machines. So the basis of it is what we call feedback. Now, you've heard the phrase, can I give you some feedback, or do you want feedback? But what exactly is feedback, and where does feedback come from? Well, the term comes out of cybernetics, and it has to do then with the technical definition is that it's a method of controlling a system. So that's the first thing. By reinserting into it the results of its past performance. So we want to control a system. The way we do that is by reinserting into it the results of its past performance. So feedback, we do something, we see what the results are, and then we change how we're operating. Now, if the results are merely used as numerical data for the criticism of the system and its regulation, we have the simple feedback of the control engineers. And you've got feedback devices all through your house. You've probably got one right now that's controlling the temperature where you are. And you sit it at a certain temperature. And if it goes, since you're cooling this time of year, depending on what hemisphere you're in, then if it goes below a certain point, the air conditioner kicks on. And when it reaches a certain point, the air conditioner kicks off. So continually then, it's monitoring what's going on and changing based on the feedback of what's happening. Now, an interesting thing happened, that the cyberneticians came up with all of this powerful technology for understanding and controlling machines. And then somebody reflected on it and thought, wait a minute, that doesn't just apply to machines. It sounds like it applies to human beings. So when the information which proceeds backwards from the performance is able to change the general methods and patterns of performance, we have a process called learning. Learning. So learning equals behavioral change. Learning equals behavioral change. We do something, we scan our environment to see what the results are. And based on the results, then we change what we're doing. That's called learning. That's called growth. So that's what I mean by learning. When I'm talking about learning, that's what I'm going to be talking about. So it's not simply getting information. Learning is paying attention to what you're doing, paying attention to the results, and then modifying. Now, once we understand this, then the second corollary to that becomes critically important. And that's that we need to know what our outcome is. One of the sciences I deal with is neuro-linguistic programming. And so in NLP, and we're going to do a talk on it on Thursday, that is based on 4 principles. 1, know your outcome. 2, have enough sensory acuity to see whether you're achieving your outcome. 3, vary your behavior until you get the response you want. And 4, take action now. So it starts with knowing your outcome, knowing your outcome. Now, Gregory Bateson, who was one of the precursors of cybernetics, talked about what he called logical levels of learning. Logical levels of learning. So there's not just one level that learning occurs, but learning occurs at different levels. And it's important to understand this because what we're looking for is learning at higher levels rather than lower levels. So the lowest level of learning, which Gregory Bateson called zero level, in order to reflect how important he thought it was, is rote learning. And this is simply stimulus response, the most basic kind of all. Stimulus response, rote learning, memorizing and being able to regurgitate facts that you've memorized. So Gregory Bateson calls that zero level, because all it is then is simply telling whether it's good or bad. It's basically subjective. Now then, learning level 1, according to Bateson, is applied learning. How do you put it to use? So a lot of the learning that we're going to have, and particularly learning in the business world, learning in coaching, learning in anything, that learning needs to be applied. And we can apply learning in different ways, and we apply it in order to be able to do things. So to put it to use. So once again, a simple knowledge, unless it's used, then is of limited value. So knowledge, learning needs to be applied. We need to be able to do something with it. And of course, all technical instruction is about what you can do with theory and with knowledge. So that's learning level 1, which is applied learning. So it's the question becomes, what can we do with it? What can we do with it? Where can we use it? Where will we use it? What context is it valuable in? And where will we not use it? And then most important of all, where else could we use it? The ability to contextualize and generalize is going to be a critical component in our ability to utilize learning for the maximum benefit. The second level was the third level, but the first level was zero, remember? But the third level then, which he calls learning level 2, in order to confuse things, is learning how to learn. Learning how to learn. It's about detecting patterns. It's about modeling. It's about changing the system itself. So one of the most important things you can learn is how to learn. And we'll come back to this again in a little while. And what's happened is the world has changed. In my parents' and my grandparents' generation, you probably trained for a job and you spent your entire career usually in that job, unless something unforeseen happens and you were forced to change. In today's world, the evidence is you may need to change careers 3 or 4 times in your career. So learning's not simply something that happens once when you're a child, and once you've learned, it's all over and done with. Learning is a life-going activity. And as adults, we have to learn and relearn. So childhood learning is what's called pedagogy. Adult learning is andragogy. And so it's important to understand then that since we're going to have to continue to learn for our entire life, the most important thing we can learn is how to learn. And this is not taught in most schools. I don't have a high opinion of the educational system. I refer to it as the diseducational system. But in the diseducational system, they largely are zero level learning. They want you to memorize stuff and regurgitate it on paper. And they don't bother to teach you how to learn. And if they do teach you how to learn, then they may say it's cheating. So it's an insane world we live in. So learning how to learn, critically important. Learning level 2. This is the minimum that we need to get to. And if we learn how to learn, then we'll continue to learn for our entire life, and we'll be able to continue to grow, evolve, and develop the skills we need in order to be successful. There's a great line in Frank Herbert's science fiction movie Dune, which is going to be coming out, another version of it this December. And he's talking about the hero of it, Paul Atreides, and he's saying that people were amazed by how quickly he learned. And what the reason was he was able to learn so quickly is because the first thing he had learned was how to learn, and that he could learn. So once we learn how to learn, then we can apply that to learn any content that we're put in front of us. Okay, does it end there? No. So Bateson said there's another level, which is the third level, which then is learning how to learn how to learn, an epistemology that can feed back on itself, cybernetic epistemology. So this is getting pretty abstract. We're learning how to learn how to learn. Once we do that, then you can put you down anywhere in the universe and you'll succeed. Because not only have you learned how to learn, but you've learned how to learn under all circumstances, in all contexts, in all places. That's what the goal of education should be. I do a NLP training and a trainer's training to teach people to train it. And one of our goals is to try to help people reach learning level 3. Now it's a radically altered state, and you're at the edge of, we take people to the edge of their comfort zone and then push them over. And once they're there, then they reorganize their ability to learn to a new level, and then are able to learn how to learn how to learn. In order to do that, then, whenever I do a training, then usually at the end of any kind of training, you'll have exercises. And usually in exercises, people will ask questions like, how did it go? Which is 0 level, or what happened, which at best is level 1. And I only ask one question ever in my trainings. And that question is, what have you learned? Actually, that's not right. I ask 2 questions. But the first one I ask is, what have you learned? Because I want to focus on what the learning is. And if people tell me I learned that, the minute I hear that word that, I know that content is following it. And I know that that's not what I mean by learning. That's 0 level. That's information. That's rote. So what I want to hear is, okay, I learned that. This is what I'm doing. This is what the results are, and that I don't want those results, and I'm going to change. Or I do want those results, and I'm going to do more of this. So learning level, learn 3, learning how to learn how to learn. So once I've asked, what have you learned, for a number of times, then I'll add the next question. Okay, what have you learned about how you're learning? What have you learned about how you're learning? So it's important in thinking about learning that we realize that there are levels of learning. And the important thing is not 0 level, which Bateson accurately characterized of 0 value, but it's about moving to higher levels. It's about applying the learning. It's about learning how to learn. And most important of all, it's about learning how to learn how to learn. Okay, then. Now then, the next thing, let's talk about what I call the hierarchy of information. So we live in a world of data. Data is increasing at an exponential rate. And in this increase in data, the more bigger hard drives we get, then the more data we can store, the more data we can retrieve. So Google, the site, becomes the major way then of if we want something, we go there and we ask, and it stores all data and then retrieves the data and gives it to us. So we're drowning in data. It's increasing at an exponential rate. Now that's the bad news. The good news is 99.99% of the data is totally and absolutely worthless. It's totally meaningless to us. Only a small percentage, less than 0.001% of the data is important to us. And it's important to us because it informs us about a question we have or about our outcomes. So, in order to inform us about our outcomes, we need to know what our outcomes are. We need to know what our outcomes are. Only then can we change data into information. Now, information is news of difference. So, according to Bateson. So, we need to be very clear what our outcomes are so that we can sort through the plethora of data that surrounds us in order to find that small amount of the data that informs us about our outcome. And that's called information. So now then, information, when it's organized, becomes knowledge. Organized information is knowledge. And as a trainer, it's your job to organize the information you're presenting that answers and informs people about questions and outcomes they have in order to turn it into knowledge. So good teaching involves then knowledge transfer. But in order to transfer the knowledge, or in order for it to be knowledge, first it's got to be informative. It's got to answer questions we have. It's got to be relevant to our outcome. And it's got to be then synthesized, put together, organized in a presentable way. In other words, chunked, sequenced, and prioritized. Okay, it doesn't end there. This is the big step. The big step is knowledge plus being or experience equals understanding. Understanding is what's important, not knowledge. You can just parrot knowledge, but unless you know how to use the knowledge, unless you know when, where, how, under what circumstances, and where else you can use it, then it's just knowledge. What we want is understanding. In order to get understanding, we need experience. We need to use the knowledge in different contexts, under different circumstances, so that we can develop and turn the knowledge into understanding. So understanding, that's what's important. That's where it's at. It's not about just being able to regurgitate. It's not about learning that. It's about learning how, and it's about experience. It's about experience. Okay. Now then, it doesn't end there. It doesn't end there. So, understanding plus further experiences or being of a diverse kind over time becomes wisdom. So wisdom is the top of the pyramid. Wisdom is what we want. But in wisdom, then, we've got to take the knowledge. First, we've got to understand it. Then we've got to understand it in different contexts, under different circumstances. And when we're able to do that, then we develop wisdom. Bateson said, wisdom comes from multiple perspectives. Wisdom comes from multiple perspectives. So we need to be able to look at things in different ways from different perspectives. When we can do that, then we've developed wisdom. So the goal of learning and the goal of education should be to develop wisdom. The goal of learning and the goal of education should be to develop learning. My wife, Marilyn, and I, and unfortunately she passed on a couple months ago. We'd lived together for 43 years. And we were pursued a rather strange occupation. We were what we call modelers, which is figuring out how people that are really good at what they do it, and designing ways to transfer those skills to other people. So we had the opportunity to work with amazing people, from Olympic athletes, gold medal winners, to a salesman who sold $500 million of product over 5 years, to a gentleman who was perhaps one of the most amazing people I've ever met, who was able to teach people to speak a language proficiently in 5 days. When I first heard that, I said, that's impossible. Nobody could do that. When I met this gentleman, I found out not only was it possible, but many other things were possible that I thought were impossible. His name was Michel Thomas, and my wife and I wrote a book on our working with him called The Future of Learning, the Michel Thomas Method. And that in that then, that we set out to discover, how was Michel able to do what he did? How was he able to teach people to speak a language proficiently in 5 days, when most people can't even speak their own languages after a lifetime of speaking it? So he was able to do some amazing things. And so in writing that book, one of the things we did is we continued our study of learning. And in that study, what we did is we discovered a book, which was interesting, written by the American Academy of Sciences. And they did a 20-year study on learning in the classroom. And they came up with 4 recommendations. So their first recommendation was, you need to understand the critical importance of pre-existing knowledge, so that people don't show up as a blank slate. People show up already knowing things, and that having ideas, and that what they know then is maybe right, it may be wrong. And if you don't correct the mistakes, people will go through their entire life with the wrong beliefs, the wrong understanding. So it's important then to have a method in which you're then able to surface what people's beliefs, what their understandings are, so you can find out which ones are misunderstanding, and you can correct those misunderstandings, which means you need dialogue, you need interaction between the teacher and the student. The second recommendation of the American Academy of Sciences had to do with teaching for understanding. To teach is to explain. As we've said, understanding is knowledge plus experience. which means it's not enough just to tell people. You need to let them do it, practice it, get feedback, and get experience in how to use it. So that so often, most of the time, unfortunately, in the diseducational system, it's all about then simply rote learning, memorizing and being able to regurgitate on paper. Zero level learning. That's not learning. So the American Academy of Sciences quickly picked that up and they said, teach for understanding, not for memorizing. Michel used to pound his fist on the table, say, what you memorize, you forget. What you understand, you'll remember for a lifetime. So it's not about memorizing, it's about understanding. Michel was able to teach people to speak a language proficiently in 5 days, and it was not by memorizing. In fact, he would tell people, don't try to memorize anything. Don't try to memorize anything. Simply give them an experience and they would understand it. At the end of the first day, he'd say, don't think about this tonight. Just go home, relax, enjoy yourself. And when you come back tomorrow, I don't expect you'll remember anything. And we'll start from there. And much to everybody's amazement, when they came back the next day, it wasn't that they didn't remember anything, but virtually they remembered everything. That was the magic to Michel's method and Michel's teaching. Okay, then. So the first two principles, critical importance of pre-existing knowledge. Second is teach for understanding. Principle number 3, metacognition, learning how to learn. So as we've already said, the most important thing you can learn is how to learn. The American Academy of Sciences said the most important thing you can learn in a classroom is how to learn. And nowhere in a classroom do they teach you how to learn. Do they even talk about how to learn? They're so busy cramming content down people's throats and having them regurgitate it that there's no time spent teaching people how to learn. This is tragic. That should be the goal of the system, not memorizing content you're going to forget, but learning how to learn so you can have a lifetime ability to take in new information and to translate it into knowledge, and then to translate that into understanding and translate that into wisdom. There's a lot of knowledge out there, but there's not a lot of wisdom. And what we need is wisdom. And in order to get that, then, the most important thing we can learn is how to learn. In Michel's teaching, his whole method was about how to learn a language. And he would guide people basically through that process. And the whole thing was about how to learn, because you could spend your lifetime then learning. But if you didn't know how to learn, you could be like most language courses, where you can spend several years in a university taking a course in the language and still not be able to speak it or communicate into it, read it fluently or write it. And because all you did was try to memorize the language, which is a daunting experience, as opposed to being taught how to learn, how to go about learning it. Once you knew how to learn it, then you could spend the rest of your lifetime learning it. Michel would say, my job is to teach you how to walk. And once you learn how to walk, you can learn how to run. And how fast you run is up to you. So then the learning how to learn, medication, the most important thing, according to the American Academy of Sciences. Okay, and then the fourth thing is what's called the transfer problem. How do you get learning out of the classroom into the world where people can actually use it? How do you get it out of the classroom into the world where people can actually use it? That's the transfer problem. And so that transfer has to start in the classroom, has to start by people beginning already to consider where they could use it, what they could do with it, how they can change their life as a result of it, how their life is going to be different in the future. So that needs to be a part then of the learning process. Now, the amazing thing is the American Academy of Sciences had these 4 suggestions, and they said that these were based on what they found remarkable teachers that were out there doing these things already in the classroom. And this is what every teacher should be doing. And what was amazing is Michel was doing all 4 of these things. He didn't know about them. He discovered them on his own when he set out to answer a very important question. And so Michel, well, we won't go into his history now, but he was an amazing human being who fought in World War II and was a Polish Jew that escaped Poland, and when the Nazis came to power, went to Austria and then into France, and then escaped, joined the resistance and the French resistance to fight against the Nazis. When the Allies invaded Italy, then the French resistance met up with the Allies, and the American intelligence realized what a incredible person this guy was, and he was immediately recruited into military intelligence and spent the rest of the war doing amazing things. When the war was over, or actually, let's back up a second. One of the things he did when he was younger then, he was in France, and he was taking a course at the Sorbonne, and his professor said, nobody knows anything about the learning process of the human mind. Nobody knows anything about the learning process of the human mind. And Michel thought, that's horrible. That's something that's the most important thing of all to know. So that's what he set out to know about. So when he came to the United States after the war, he settled in California, and he asked himself, well, what am I going to do? And he remembered what that professor had said. And he remembered that the one thing he wanted to understand was how human beings learn. And he thought, what would be the best way to find this out? And he thought it would be to teach. And then he thought, well, what could he teach that would teach him the maximum amount about human beings and how they learn? And what came to his mind was, well, what's the most foreign thing you can learn? And he heard it was a foreign language. A foreign language. So he started off then teaching foreign languages. And he knew and spoke about 5 or 6 of them fluently. And so he started off to teach Americans how to learn a foreign language. And he started off taking 6 months to do this. Then over time, he reduced it to 3 months. Then over time, he reduced it to 6 weeks. And after 20 years, he managed to get it down to 5 days. And for the next 20 years, he perfected his method of how to learn a foreign language in 5 days. Now, the accelerated learning people say that they, as opposed for you learning a language and taking several years, they can teach you in 3 to 6 months. Well, if they think accelerate is 3 to 6 months, then 5 days that Michel did wouldn't be anywhere on the continuum for that. That would be real accelerated learning. So that the key then to accelerated learning is to learn how to learn, to teach for understanding. And so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you. I can share my knowledge and experience with you, And as a trainer, I can design experiences in order to, and exercises for you to gain experience, to assimilate the knowledge, the mental models that I give you. And that's what good training is about. And so I could go on and on. If you're interested in the educational process, then I've got a TED Talk on the current diseducational system, which you may want to check out. Also, for other stuff on learning, then you may want to go to my YouTube channel. And Michelle's book, which my wife and I wrote with him on the future of learning. Once again, Michelle was an amazing person. Here's a picture of him when he received his, he was receiving his Bronze Star after the war. And my wife, who was there the day it was presented to him by the Vice President Dole at that time. So in any case, so you've got a lifetime ahead of you. And how you use that lifetime and how you learn is going to depend on where you go in this world and how successful you are. And the first thing you got to do is learn how to learn. And hopefully, now that you understand then some more about what learning is and about where you can go with it, then it's going to be up to you now then to become a learning machine, a learning junkie, and to gain all the wisdom that you can, because we live in a complex world, and wisdom is, there's never been a time where real wisdom was more necessary and more required than in the world we live in today. Okay, so I've gone on for about 40 minutes, so I was told to allow about 20 minutes here for questions. So this is your opportunity if you have questions you want to ask. And
Wyatt, that was just terrific. I wanted to make sure that I got your YouTube station. Do I find that just by searching Wyatt Woodsmall, then your YouTube station will pop up?
Yeah.
Okay, great. I'm going to check that out. Wyatt, I loved what you said, that getting to level 3, or excuse me, getting to level 2, whichever, I got confused with levels, whatever is learning how to learn.
Yes.
That you can then drop them anywhere and you'll be successful. It's like if you teach someone how to start fire and hunt and get clean water and build shelter, you can drop them anywhere and they'll be able to live on planet Earth. Like, and so this sounds like the super skill. The one thing we need is to be able to learn how to learn. Is that right?
Absolutely. So, I mean, it's the old thing. You give them a fish, you feed them for a day, you teach them to fish, you feed them for a lifetime. And so then when you teach them how to teach other people to do things, then that's even more powerful. So once again, it's about how you can take the learning and how you can distill it through the culture. It's interesting. I do a lot of work out in the Arab world and have spent over 3 years training in Muslim countries. And they had a saying that I wasn't familiar with, but became familiar with, because when I teach in Muslim countries, then the men I teach are going to go off and teach men, and the women I teach are going to go off and teach women. And they have a saying that you train a man, you train a man. You train a woman, you train a culture.
Wow.
They take and pass it on then to their kids, to their friends, and it becomes integrated and part of the culture. So in any case, okay, other questions here?
So Wyatt, how do we get to that level of learning? How do we learn how to learn? Is there a 3-step, 5-step, 10-step process that we can practice to get to that level of fluency in learning?
Okay, it's not a simple procedure. So if it was, then everybody would be at that level. So first, then we have to realize we can learn. We need to understand what learning is. And second, then, once we learn something, then it's not enough to learn it. We need to master it. So we need to ask the great question, so what? So what? So what difference does it make in the way I live my life, and the way I do my job, the way I operate in the world? In other words, we've got to move to learning level 1, which is how to apply it. So we've got to start applying what we learn, applying what we learn. And as we apply what we learn, then we need to observe 2 things. 1, what happens, what results we're getting. And then we need to observe how we're learning, And do we have to observe somebody else doing it? Do we have to do it ourselves? Do we learn from authority? Do we figure things out on our own? How do we learn? And then as we continue then to learn new things, and not just learn the new thing, but focus at the same time on how we're learning it. And it would be helpful if you had a teacher then who could emphasize, or a trainer that could emphasize this for you, that could help you realize how you're learning by, 1, asking you, what have you learned? So you realize you learned something. And if you said, I learned that, by asking how in the future will your behavior be different, and continually emphasizing what have you learned and how will your behavior be different. And as you then build up cases of learning and see how your behavior changes, then you start reflecting on how you're learning, and you start learning how you learn. And then that's the opening pathway. And then you keep doing that, and you do it under more circumstances. And so first you need to sit out, try to learn new things, And as you learn new things, then it will give you more opportunities to learn. And the more opportunities you have to learn, then the more opportunities you have to learn how you learn. So that's some of the pathway then. There's no simple formula. Once again, it's not just about information. I can't just give you information about how to do that. It's like people frequently come to me and they say, well, how do I read a book? And I go, well, wait a minute. So you really don't read a book. What you do is you study a book. And what you're going to get out of it is based on what questions you bring to it. So obviously some of our reading is purely for pleasure because we enjoy it. That's why we read fiction. And great fiction then allows us to vicariously experience situations that we may not otherwise be able to experience. And so but in learning then, reading then, we need to be very clear what our outcome is, what we want to know. So we search the book for answers to those questions we have. So we're going through the book and we're continually looking for anything then that informs us about the questions we have. And then we're in our own mind organizing that material so we have a knowledge base from which we can operate out of on any given subject. And then we apply that in the world. We get more and more experience. We get more and more understanding, and the process continues. So that's how you go about it. Start now, keep at it. Persistence.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was muted. Wyatt, I have another question here. So if you were just graduating from college now, entering this very uncertain environment, and let's say you just went traditional education, you didn't understand about the mind prison, about learning how to learn, and let's say you're just graduating right now, what would you do right now to prepare yourself for the future?
Okay, that's an excellent question, and it's not an easy question to answer. So, what would you do now to prepare yourself for the future? So, first, you got to be clear about what your outcome is. What is the future you want? So, do you just take what's out there? Do you just go do what the first opportunity is? Or do you have a clear plan for how you want to go through life? So, there are the floaters, and there are those that have an outcome and are focused on that outcome. So, if you didn't learn how to learn in school, you're going to have to learn how to learn on your own. If you didn't learn what you need to succeed, then you're welcome to the real world. Because what happens is the job of the diseducational system should be to prepare people for a job in the real world, should be to prepare people for a career in the real world. And what happens and what businesses continually complain is people come out of school and they've got to reteach them and retrain them in order to do a job. So why did they bother to go to school in the first place if once they get out of school and they get a job, then they start learning and have to learn what they need to succeed at that job because they weren't taught that in school. So if you come out of a school, then the odds are that what you're going to need in order to succeed in life, you're going to have to learn on the job, OJT as they say, and on the job training. And it's going to be up to you, and your ability to learn then is going to determine how well you're going to learn on the job training and where you're going to go. So if you're coming out of school today, we live in an uncertain world. We're not certain what's happening, and there's a lot of turmoil. And where there's turmoil, there's opportunity. Where there's turmoil, there's opportunity. And so what you need to do is come up with a clear outcome of what you want to do. You need to realize that you don't have, at this point, the knowledge and experience that's going to allow you to succeed at that. So the goal is to go out and get it. The job is to go out and get it, and to continue then to study, to get a job, to practice, to get better, to reflect on what you're doing, which is learning how to learn, and then applying that, increasing your level of wisdom. And if you can do that, then you'll be successful. And if you're focused on wisdom, then probably you'll get the material things over time. But if you're focused on material things, you may never get the wisdom. So wisdom is what's important. Okay, so that's what I would do if I graduated today. My condolences and my congratulations to those that are in that situation. And now it's up to you to make your pathway in the world, which is up to everyone to do so.
Fantastic. So we got another really easy, straightforward question for you here. Imagine that you just had a child and that you were going to, train their brain for the future. What would you do as a parent to prepare them for the future, starting early on?
Okay, that's an excellent question, and I'm really happy somebody asked it. So first, I'll tell you what you don't want to do. So you don't want to tell the child that you're stupid. You don't want to tell the child, don't bother me, don't ask dumb questions. So what happens is, and Michelle used to get really upset about this, is that a child is born with an innate curiosity. A child is born with an innate curiosity. They want to know things. They want to discover the world. They ask questions. And then they ask their questions to parents or adults, and the parents go, don't ask stupid questions. Don't bother me with these things. So what happens is children are smart. They very quickly learn two things. One, they learn that questions disturb adults. and that adults don't want to answer their questions. And second, they learn that what they think is important, adults don't think is important. So if you've got a child today, then what's most important of all is to develop a love for learning and keep that love alive in the child. Don't kill it. We put kids today, we kidnap them at the age of 6 years old. We confine them to the mind prison where they're told to sit still and shut up, which is called torture. And they ask questions and we tell them, don't ask stupid questions, or that's not on the curriculum. You'll have to wait 2 years later and then we'll answer that question. But this is the question you should be asking now. So we basically destroy this inborn desire to learn, this curiosity that every child starts with. So you want to do everything you can to preserve that curiosity, keep it alive. It's what's called child-centered teaching, parent-centered teaching. And it is a very time-consuming, but it's basically then work with your child, encourage them to ask questions, take time to answer the questions they ask, tell them that what they want to know is important, teach them access to ways to find the answers beyond yourself. We live in a world today where with Google and with computers, we have access to information we've never had access before in our life. We can answer questions and get answers to questions that we couldn't have never gotten before. So it's an incredible opportunity. So as a parent, keep the curiosity alive in your children. Emphasize learning. Answer their questions. Tell them that what they're interested in is important and help them expand their interest and keep them learning. And you'll develop a lifetime love for learning. Unfortunately, though, for many people, this is destroyed. It's destroyed by parents. And if it hasn't been destroyed by parents, by the time they get to the first grade, then it's quickly going to be destroyed at that point when they're told to sit still, shut up, don't ask questions, and that this is what's important and this is what you're supposed to learn. And you learn it by being able to repeat back and regurgitate. You don't need to understand it. You just need to be like a parrot to be able to repeat it back. So in any case, you're getting me into one of my areas of that obviously I'm pretty passionate about. So in my TED Talk, I go into this in more detail and also what some of the opportunities out there are. So one is Michelle's method, and second is the opportunities to learn how to read and using other methods than the ones that you're probably going to get in school. So anyway, okay, we're about out of time here.
Wyatt, I got one more question for you. It's not super simple, but you might be able to simplify it. So imagine if you were president and or the head of the Department of Education, what would you do at this time for our country and for our planet? What changes would you make?
Okay, that's an excellent question. So first is that this whole system now, particularly once you get out of grade school, where you go to high school and you've got 50-minute periods and you got like 6 of them in a day and you run from one to the other. It takes a while in learning something to get into it. And then once you get into it, then you're disrupted by the current system. So the first thing you need to do is you need to get rid of this 60-minute periods, and you need to then teach a subject for a couple of months and then go on to another subject so that you can go to it in depth rather than simply trying to learn a lot of things in 50 minutes and rush on to the next and never really get into anything in detail. So we need to change that pattern. Second is we need to teach children how to learn. So we need teachers and an educational system that is not focused on rote memorization and standardized tests, but is focused on learning how to learn. And we need to take the results of the study that was done during the previous administrations, where they had the study of what the best methods were for learning and for developing self-esteem and developing knowledge. And the study came up with one method that was superior to all other methods, and that was never basically installed in. So the government spent millions in research discovering the answer, and they didn't like the answer. The teachers didn't like the answer, and the diseducational system then didn't use the answer, and so then continued on with the methods that are ineffective that are still being used. So that so anyway, that's the topic of another discussion. Listen to my talk on, then my TED talk on the diseducational system at TEDx Sin City. And that will then further elaborate on that and what the Department of Education, it needs to do a lot. It needs to do a lot. It needs to try to change. And the greatest enemy of education is the teachers' colleges and the teachers' unions. And that's the major part of the problem. And so the first is you may need to homeschool. Michelle homeschooled his kids. He refused to consign them to the mind prison. And so he homeschooled them himself. So it may be that ultimately that's what you're going to have to do. So, and the diseducational system, as long as the teachers' colleges and the teachers' unions are running education in this country, we're going to have the same mess. It's going to be a continuation of what we have now. And that's only going to change when the teachers' unions then are focused on education as opposed to focused on where they currently are. So anyway, that's what needs to happen. And it's even worse because where it's worst is in the underprivileged and in the Black Hispanic communities, where the school systems in the inner city are a joke. And as a result, then people don't come out of them prepared to function in the world and earn jobs in the world. And that drastically needs to be changed. So in any case, so that's the answer to that.
So why you just solve the problems for our nation's education system, for young parents and for recent graduates and for anyone who has a future in the world where learning will be helpful. Pretty good for 60 minutes, Wyatt. That's not too shabby.
Okay, great. Well, okay then. So you've got a lot more exciting programs here today. So, and I'll be doing another one Thursday on NLP, Neuro-Linguistic Programming. So I'll see you there, or I'll see you somewhere.
Wyatt, thank you so much for coming on our learning day in Chicago 5 years ago. That opened my mind to accelerated learning and learn on that in my mind of thinking in that way. It really made such a tremendous difference. Thank you for doing those programs with Eben, and thank you for sharing so much wisdom with us here and with the world over your career. It's really rippling out in the universe and in the multiverse in many different ways. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so next up, we have Morgan McDermott. Morgan McDermott is one of the smartest people I know. I had the privilege of meeting him a couple months ago, and we went out to lunch, and I was like, damn, this guy's smart. So Morgan's talk is how to predict the future with mental models. So Morgan is an applied machine learning engineer and entrepreneur who has been working with artificial intelligence for the past 9 years to help nonprofits and to build businesses. Currently CTO of Future Loop, which is co-founded by Peter Diamandis and Eben Pagan. Morgan's moonshot is to uplift the mindsets of 1 billion people. So your goal for one of the goals for your life is to affect a billion people. Pretty sweet, Morgan. That sounds awesome. So delighted to have you here.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Robert. You have some amazing speakers lined up. So cool to see Wyatt hopping on. I'll have to make sure to catch his Thursday segment on the other NLP. I'm doing natural language processing, but neuro-linguistic programming, epic stuff. So super excited to catch that. Some of these other speakers.
Fabulous.
Yeah.
Let me just check the technology, make sure we're good. I'm going to spotlight your video. We are recording. Let me check the streaming. We are streaming in the multiverses on Facebook and on YouTube, and the recording is going, and your mic sounds awesome. Fantastic. Morgan, take it away.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks for having me. This is exciting stuff. So my goal today is to share a basic toolkit of mental models that you can use to help you predict the future. And these are the mental models that have helped me the most in being able to take advantage of emerging exponential trends as they occur. So I'm going to keep this really, really practical and applied. And let's see if we can share this window. Okay. Awesome. So the core idea here is, how do you use some of these basic mental models that you may have learned about today in order to predict what's going to happen in the future? The first mental model that I'll bring up is one that Peter Diamandis' most recent book, The Future is Faster Than You Think, focuses on. And it's the idea of convergence. And so the core visual representation of convergence is what I'm wearing on my shirt here. This is a hole-on. And the idea behind a hole-on is just two things that together are greater than the sum of their parts. So for example, your liver and your heart inside of your body are much more useful and create a much different whole than if they were outside of your body, say on the street somewhere. In that case, you would have a degradation of the super system as well as these individual subsystems. So a practical example of this is basically what happened with deep learning. So you may have heard about deep learning and this sort of explosion of AI. What most people don't know is what kind of facilitated that. Where did this come from? Why do we suddenly have artificial intelligence and neural networks capable of generating human-like speech, of recognizing, classifying images so accurately, of being able to function as useful voice assistants instead of like Clippy from Microsoft Word? What happened there? Well, the hardware that was being created for video games by NVIDIA, these video cards, essentially, they were really, really good at matrix multiplication. And so as soon as AI researchers realized that a lot of the underlying calculations that they were using in, say, a back propagation algorithm to train a neural network could be run on these GPUs much faster than CPUs, we ended up with kind of a double exponential progress with AI. And the reason why I say this is because essentially AI algorithms were already progressing at roughly an exponential rate since the end of the last AI winter in terms of efficiency, what they could do with 1 unit of computational power. We've had Moore's law, which states that the density of transistors on a chip will double roughly every 18 months. So you can think of that as things get kind of twice as fast every year and a half-ish. But what happened with GPUs is they're able to scale up in size every year much more rapidly, because all we're interested in is doing more things in parallel. We don't have to focus on getting a higher clock speed on the CPU. It doesn't matter if the GPU is running at 2 gigahertz, 3 gigahertz, 4 gigahertz. Doesn't matter. If you just have more cores performing these matrix operations, you can just get more computation overall per second. And because of this parallelism, this property, what happened was all this tech that was built for video games suddenly could be applied to artificial intelligence. So something we were creating as a species to essentially create virtual realities for ourselves ended up enabling the production of AI that has actually exceeded human performance in several different domains. So today is a fun day for a few reasons. NVIDIA just announced their 30 series GPUs. And these are, I would say, the first GPUs that are showcasing what can happen when you apply artificial intelligence and deep learning sort of in the inverted direction. What you're seeing here on the left is a rendered scene from a video game, rendered at a 4K resolution, like 4,000 pixels across. And you'll see that there's some blurring because there's all these optimizations going on for a machine to be able to render an image of this resolution. What you're seeing on the right is NVIDIA's technology called DLSS, generating the same image. Now, this is an amazing technology. Basically, they render an image at something like 1,000 pixels across. And then in real time, they plug that into a neural network that's on the video card in order to produce a 4K image. So this suddenly unlocks real-time rendering of imagery that you a few years ago would have only been able to see in a theater after months of computational time at, say, Pixar. And so I'll play a snippet of the video here. This is being rendered in real time on a home computer. Let's see here. We can get a shot with some motion. Real time home computer looks absolutely real. And this is just the beginning. This graph is roughly GPU performance over time. We're not seeing any slowdown in the progress here. So just in terms of throwing more computation at it, we're going to enable entire new classes of applications. So whenever I see something like this, I'm like, great, okay, there's this breakthrough. How do I put this to use with what I'm doing? How do I create more value in the world based on this knowledge? So with the principle of convergence, if you see something that emerges, you can think about how to combine that with something that maybe you're an expert in. So what would happen if you took deep learning super sampling, the ability to take something that's small, low res, grainy, and make it look absolutely lifelike and real in real time? What could that do for your industry? Well, let's say you're a musician. Imagine if you could be performing live music with recording on your cell phone, and have that instantly mastered into a high quality recording that you could stream across the internet. Or what if you could have a neural net that literally fixes any improper notes that you're playing? If you're a graphic designer, imagine if you could plug your design into a neural network where out the other side would come a better version of what you just designed. We're rapidly entering the creativerse, and this is not something that's far out in the future. This is something that's happening right now, and something where if you're interested in this, you can actually begin experimenting with this today. Okay, so that's the first mental model, convergence. When you see something happening in the world, you can dissect it into what caused this. In the case of deep learning, it was AI plus video game hardware. Then when you see that, you can, in a holonic fashion, combine that with something that you're an expert in, something that you're interested in, to revolutionize an interest, an industry, to unlock a ton of new possibilities. And this is something that we as humans are really good at. And it's a very simple way to apply all these breakthroughs that you're going to be seeing in the next few years. The second model that I'd like to go over is exponential thinking. And Peter, co-founder in our company, talks about this a lot. But the basic idea is humans think linearly. They think if you had 2 yesterday and 4 today, you'll have 6 tomorrow. When if reality is exponential, like the case with the number of transistors on a chip with Moore's law, you're going to see 2 yesterday, 4 today, and 8 tomorrow, and 16 the day after that, and 32 the day after that, 64 and 128, and so on and so on. And most people know about Moore's law, that sort of the power of a computer chip doubles every 18 months roughly, but it applies in almost every area of computation. Here we have Nielsen's law of internet bandwidth showing that roughly we are increasing at, I'm going to do the math live here, but I guess it's 3 orders of magnitude. Basically, you can see the log linear scale here, and we're increasing at an exponential rate, much like you might see with computation. I'll make a note to myself to actually pre-calculate the doubling rate there. So how can you use this? Well, some of you may have seen the release of GPT-3, which is OpenAI's latest language model. And what a language model is it's a machine learning model trained to predict the next token in a sequence. So if I say the meaning of Burning Man is, and you fill in the next word, you're effectively running a language model in your head. Well, GPT-3 is very, very good at this. And the reason why it's so good is because it has 175 billion parameters, which are kind of like synapses in your brain. And various people are playing with this. This is a tool called Philosopher AI that's accessible. You can go on, you can Google it and access it. But when I plugged in, what is the meaning of Burning Man? Here's what it came up with. And this is something that's only been possible starting this year to get this level of quality of text generation through a language model. The meaning of Burning Man is that it has no meaning. The purpose of it is to have no purpose, to live for the sake of living, and not be bound by any specific form or goal. If you ever watched the series Firefly, then you'd understand why I say this. So in short, it's an experiment, a test to see what people do when they have no goals and nothing holding them back. Do they become hedonistic? Do they decide that life is pointless unless you live for a cause greater than yourself? The Burning Man Festival is a great way to find out. And it's a great tool for studying humans, I might add. This is written by a machine. This was written by a machine about 45 minutes ago for this presentation. This kind of performance is available now, but it wasn't even remotely possible a year ago. So what changed? Well, based on my calculations here, I projected out into the future based on the rate of change, because what enabled this was simply increasing the number of parameters. GPT-2 here, released February 2019, could not do this nearly as well. You would have been able to tell that a machine was writing what you were reading, and it wouldn't have been as compelling. It wouldn't have brought up, a reference to the Firefly series, so appropriate, or ended with a chilling reference to being potentially self-aware. And the reason why that happened is because we went from 1.5 billion parameters to 175 billion. So I plotted out. GPT-2 is created by OpenAI, February 2019. August 2019, NVIDIA released their Megatron model, which had 8.3 billion parameters. January 2020, Microsoft released Turing NLG, 17 billion parameters. July 2020, right? OpenAI released again GPT-3 with 175 billion parameters. Same exact neural net architecture as GPT-2, just bigger, a lot bigger. So I projected this out, and because the connections, the parameters in a neural net are similar, an artificial neural net, are similar to the biological synapses that we have in our brains, I wanted to know, when will one of these models have roughly the same number of parameters as we have synapses in our brain? So I fit an exponential curve, and it fit the progress very well, the 1.5 to 8.3 to 17 to 175 billion trend that we've been seeing. And sometime between July and December 2023, we will have, according to this model, a machine learning language model with roughly the same number of parameters as a human has synapses in their brain, roughly 100 billion. What does this mean? Well, when we went from 1.5 billion parameters of GPT-2 to 175 billion with GPT-3, we went from having to train a machine learning model on a specific data set to say something like, okay, here is an article. Could you please summarize it? Here are 10,000 examples. With GPT-3, you can give it one example. You can literally say, here is an example of what I want you to do. Please do this. And much like a human, it's able to infer the parameters of the task. The only thing that changed, again, was the number of parameters. So what will the same architecture be able to do if it has 100 trillion parameters? We're going to find out. Then, if you continue to project out, because we're not just going to stop increasing the size of these models as soon as it has human level performance, by July 2024, we will have a model that has 13 times the number of parameters as a human has synapses. This is the point where I stop projecting out, because this is a point where it's potentially plausible that we could literally have a singularity type event, where a singularity defined by Ray Kurzweil and Peter Diamandis is the point at which you can no longer predict the future because it's simply changing too fast. And the most likely way to get into a state like that is to create a self-improving artificial intelligence. So the exponential model, in short, is very useful for predicting what's going to happen in the future, because progress does not happen in a straight line. It tends to follow these exponential paths of development. And this is why we are going from not having AI that could generate any meaningful text to suddenly having an AI that seems borderline sentient when you converse with it. And I highly doubt that it is in any meaningful definition of sentience actually sentient, but once we get up to say 100 trillion parameters, we'll have to see. Awesome. So next mental model I would love to go over is spectral thinking. So it's very easy for humans to try and create binary classifications when they look at something. People ask, oh, is augmented reality overlays on reality as it already exists? Windows kind of started playing with the mixed reality idea of being able to interact with surfaces as displays. But ultimately, for a while, people were caught up in these two camps, and it's still true. The reality is, the most likely outcome is something like XR, where XR simply means like virtual reality, augmented reality, any kind of altered reality that you can create with technology should be classified as one type of technology, because VR devices have pass-through. You can see the environment around you, which is essentially basically like augmented reality. Augmented reality devices in success have the ability to occlude your vision and sort of put you totally into, say, a video game, a movie, something like this. And so one very useful tool when thinking about the future is to not try and pick between various technologies that exist, since they probably exist for a reason, but to view them on a spectrum. Basically, in this case, virtual reality, full immersion, versus augmented reality is living in reality as it exists with very small changes. You know, Google Maps showing you an arrow, go left, go right on your Google glasses, or hopefully a much better device. And reality is going to be somewhere in between, where perhaps you can live in a seamless blend of the reality that exists around you and a fully immersive virtual environment. Every surface could exist with its geometry intact around you, same shape, so you don't bump into anything, but can be converted into a fairy palace or a goblin den or whatever you'd like. So when thinking about the future, very useful to think spectrally as opposed to utilizing a more binary classification. Next mental model is Pareto's principle, a very simple one. So Pareto's principle states that 20% of the inputs to a system produce 80% of the results in many cases, 80% of the outputs. So as an example of this, maybe you have pea plants, which is sort of how this was discovered, but maybe you have pea plants. 20% of the pea plants in your garden might produce 80% of the peas. And so that's something useful if you're thinking about it, because then you can go and you can cross-pollinate those plants and then have a much higher performing collection of pea plants. Well, the same thing plays out when we're trying to predict things about the future. Ready Player One and a variety of sci-fi anthologies going back to Snow Crash have alluded to this idea of cyberscapes and metaverses. So we've, as humans, kind of collectively decided this is something we want. But the first real fully instantiated metaverse that we got was in Fortnite, when 20 million people took part in a Travis Scott live concert. And they were participating in this metaverse on their phones. This wasn't a virtual reality device. This wasn't some fancy AR headset. They hopped in on whatever was available. And the reason why this is the case, and you'll see this repeated across multiple different technologies, is 20% of the progress gets you 80% of the benefit. To everyone involved, this felt like a true metaverse. There were 20 million other people online, each capable of fully customizing their pseudonymous character, engaging with a bigger than life, literally, Travis Scott performing music in an engaging way. They were teleported to another place, even though the technology was fundamentally no different than the video game tech we've been playing with for 10 or 15 years. So Pareto's principle plays out with technological development, in no small part due to what I call BNSS, which is biological neural supersampling. So if you remember what I was talking about earlier with deep learning supersampling, where NVIDIA's new graphics cards can take a low-res image and turn it high-res in real time so that you can get lifelike rendering from a standard video card. Well, our brains have been doing this for millions of years. They can take the image on a phone and make it encompass all of our perception. So this allows us to Pareto many technologies. You can look at a tweet from someone and see a small icon of their face, and you know who that person is, and you can imagine them reading the actual tweet. You're performing a very complex simulation inside of your own head. And so whenever you consider what's going to happen in the future, you can think of it in terms of this biological neural supersampling, in terms of what is the minimum viable version of the technology that would get us to where we want to go, that a human could infer the difference between. Books are fantastic examples of this, fiction. You can read Harry Potter, and the reading of the book Harry Potter can be more entertaining for some of us than watching the movies, because we're running the simulation in our heads. And so in a sense, books were the Pareto of rich media, and we can see the same thing coming. And what's going to be unlocked is going to be unthinkable, but we can begin to predict it by using some of these tools. And this comes back to one of Eben Pagan's favorite models that I find quite useful. It's not universally accepted among neuroscientists, but it's a very useful model. And the idea is that you essentially have three brains. You have a lizard brain. Wrapped around that, you have a mammalian brain, and you kind of have this human layer. Evolutionarily, it kind of worked like this. Functionally, there are some drastic differences between the actual neurophysiology and what this model states. But it's super useful to divide the world into three levels. The causal level, one thing causes another thing. The mammalian level, emotions, relationships, connection. And then the human level, being able to speak linguistically, having abstract thought and symbolic reasoning. And so the reason why we find 20 million people found the idea of watching a Travis Scott concert on their phones live with 20 million other people interesting is largely because of the mammalian brain. It wasn't a technological breakthrough, really. Something we probably could have achieved 15 years ago. But it was a breakthrough at the mammalian level. It was the first concert with 20 million people watching it, capable of seeing one another for the first time. This wasn't just a stream that was being broadcast. Fully interactive inside of a navigable landscape. So when we think about how the future is going to unfold, it's very useful to consider these, non-logical, non-abstract parts of ourselves. Another great example here is how porn has always been at the forefront of technological development. I think Pornhub was one of the first websites to have WebVR enabled. This is just always the case because we have these very strong and very valuable drives inside of us as humans that we're using the human brain kind of as a puppet to satisfy and to achieve. And so one common pitfall with predicting the future is to ignore the primal and mammalian levels, which are ultimately driving where we want things to go. Who cares that we can turn a 1,000 pixel wide image into a 4,000 pixel wide image? But if this means suddenly that you can design for yourself in real time your own universe and invite other people into it, and you can engage with them in whatever type of world you want, much like the Burning Man metaverse you may be watching this from right now, that has real meaning. And that's not something that has meaning because we have abstractly reasoned that it had meaning. Well, for a lot of us at least. And then the last mental model that I would like to go over here is exploitation versus exploration. And this is a model that comes straight from my machine learning background, called the multi-arm bandit problem, where basically the idea is you walk into a casino and you know that there are good slot machines and bad slot machines, basically. Some slot machines are pretty likely to produce, to give you like a jackpot hit when you pull the lever, and some of them are very unlikely to. So the idea is, when you go in, you probably want to explore a bit. You want to find at least one machine that starts giving you some good results. But what if there were a better machine? You don't want to just keep sitting there pulling. But if you have a limited amount of money to spend on these slot machines, you have to determine how to optimally exploit the good machines you've already found while looking for other machines that might be good, and doing so in an intelligent way. And this is very useful when we think about how to incorporate future technologies into whatever we're doing. If you're a musician thinking about how to incorporate AI into what you're doing, if you're an artist trying to figure out how to incorporate AI or to create a robotic sculpture, where should your attention be when it comes to exploring all these plethora of new technologies that are coming online? And I can tell you this from training many machine learning models and from personally trying to incorporate future tech in everything I'm doing, is that a different kind of 80-20 rule is super useful. I'm going to add this to my slide here. If you spend 80% of your time exploiting what already works, say you're a musician, spend 80% of your time continuing to practice music, while reserving 1/5 of your time to go out and explore, start playing with AI music synthesis if it interests you, whatever it is. But deviating too much from this balance can cause you to either get stuck in what you're doing and be left behind as the future happens, or to fail to master a domain sufficiently to be able to put to use, using all these new technologies, your unique talents and gifts. And so hopefully in this presentation, you've gotten at least a few hints at what's coming and some ideas about how you can begin to predict the future. So I am open to any questions the audience might have. Or if Robert's not here, I can just show you some more of the NVIDIA keynote, because this thing was amazing.
No, I'm here. I just had to put my hat on to get decent.
Perfect. Yes, you look most decent now.
Thank you. And so Morgan, I love your incorporation of mental models and technology and the future and what to look forward to. What do you think is the number one skill for people to learn moving forward? I mean, if I were asked you 6 months ago, I bet that would have changed, right? So 6 months ago, it would have been, maybe it would have been marketing, maybe it would have been how to think about marketing technology. With the coronavirus, and now everyone's at home. I mean, now Burning Man is virtual, and there's multiverses of Burning Man. Where do you think people should be focusing their learning, their skill acquisition and applying mental models to their future based upon how things have shifted in the last 5 months?
Yeah, so I'd break that down a little bit. As I've learned from my great friend and mentor, Eben, it's hard to find a skill that's more useful than learning how to learn. As much as these individual technologies are insanely valuable, as you get technologies, new, completely novel technologies being released at a faster and faster rate, the most important thing is for you to be able to pick up those skills as quickly as possible and to build your base of knowledge as it currently stands in a general way. So this is the difference between, like, say, programming, computer science, understanding the high level principles. If you're a musician, instead of focusing perhaps on being the most technically competent acoustical musician, if you focus on the value that you're giving other people and the emotional connection, that's something you're going to be able to parlay through any technology. So to go back to the Tri-Brain brain here, you want to make sure that you're distributing your skill sets across all 3 levels here. You want to be physically competent and causally competent, understand how things fit together in the world, be healthy. You know, at the mammalian level, know how to connect with people and know how people work, know the psychology of relationships and the psychology of connection, understand within yourself the emotions and the emotional landscape as best you can. And then the sort of technological progress exists mostly in this neocortical layer. And what I would say is look for connected principles and then start learning them and use that as practice for future learning. So I'd say learning in all 3 of these domains is the most valuable skill. It may not be a future technology, but it is something that will be applicable to all future technologies, because ultimately technological progress is driven by humans, and we make what we like.
So really balance our learning and our mastery so that we're physically healthy, we're emotionally healthy, have good relationships, and then we're able to learn more and to operate on higher levels when we're balanced in all 3 of those areas.
Most definitely. Yeah. And then, you know, there are areas where you could focus that'll have outsized rewards. Like, for example, artificial intelligence is a great place to gain a base level of familiarity. Get an 80-20, understand what machine learning is, understand what artificial intelligence is. You can start watching 2-minute papers, which is one of my favorite YouTube channels. This guy is an AI researcher who talks about the latest developments and puts it all in the context of compelling, moving pictures that anyone can understand. Start learning about AI in particular, because AI is going to have more of an influence on any other technology than other technologies are going to have on it. It's more important than robotics. It's more important than breakthroughs in genetics. It's more important than nanotech, because AI is going to be what we use to craft the future of all of those.
Now we have Ben Goertzel on last night, and those of you who don't know, Ben Goertzel is one of the world's leading experts in AI. Really cool guy too. Just really casual and brilliant. And, you know, I asked him, what should we be doing to prepare for like the singularity? And he's like, not much, man. Like once machines are smarter than us, they'll kind of do their own thing. I was like, well, should we get healthy? Should we prepare our bodies so that or should we like keep our brain super healthy so that we can take our brain and like transport it into like a cyborg or something? And he's like, it'd be a good idea to stay alive for the singularity. That's a heads up play, but he's like, we don't know what's going to happen because the pace of technology is going to be so fast, which we don't know, right? I mean, like they might be able to take a cell of me and then like clone me into my current age with my current memories, and I could just inhabit that body with like no wear and tear. I don't know, right? And so what do you think we should do? Like, first of all, when do you think the singularity is going to come? And then what do you, if that's 5, 10, 15 years away, probably close to like 15 to 30, right? What should we be doing to prepare for that?
Yeah. So one aspect of the singularity that I think people overlook is that the world can change to a point where it's unrecognizable long before you have a true singularity, long before you have like a self-improving artificial intelligence. For instance, based on my projections here, in July of 2024, when we have a neural net that has 13 times the number of parameters as we have synapses in our brain, none of us here can predict what that will be capable of. We can make some guesses, but it can probably do some very human-like stuff, and it can probably do certain things way better than humans can. So we're going to see a lot of change leading up to the singularity. As far as ensuring our biological imperative, that we're going to be alive, that we can take care of the people we love in the event that everything is changing around us at a rate that we couldn't keep up with, this is where I think that Elon's approach is very valid. Having a brain-computer interface, especially one that connects you to your sort of AI counterpart in the cloud, is a fantastic way to be able to take advantage of these exponential trends rather than being consumed by them, to be able to sort of elevate your consciousness and expand it out and explore what all of this is, explore what consciousness means. Then there's this completely valid possibility that, you know, we truly are just the players of our current selves, and like everything around us is essentially a glorified version of GTA 4 or something. And in that case, it doesn't matter if there's a singularity, because ultimately we exist outside the simulation. We're just playing what's happening inside. And so the most valuable thing we could do would be to cultivate our own consciousness, to try and be able to turn on the metaphorical Kinect sensor on top of the metaphorical Xbox so that we can look back out at our true selves and discover the real observer.
So prepare for the singularity by increasing our own consciousness.
Yeah, enlightenment is a great way to have no self, no problem.
That is radical thinking. So yesterday we had a visionary fashion expert on. She said, you want to consume less. She's like, so the fashion industry is all about consuming more. She's about consuming less. Go to Goodwill, find a cool jean jacket, put a patch on it. Now you're a rock star. I was like, damn, that is visionary thinking for someone in the fashion industry. And you're in the tech industry and you're talking about enlightenment as like, listen, if you're afraid of the future, just become more conscious, and then whatever happens, you're really pretty solid. That is visionary thinking. That's fabulous.
It's the metaphoric step backwards in Zen teachings. We're always stepping forward, but what happens if you take one step backwards?
Do you have any other book recommendations or resources that you'd like to share that'd be really helpful to people, either in mental models that you've shared, accelerated learning, or consciousness? I wasn't expecting this to go towards consciousness, but anything in that, any resources you'd like to recommend?
Yeah, most definitely. So I have 3. I'll start with something that you can access for free that I made and that I love, and that's FutureLoop. If you go to futureloop.com, you can sign up for free. You'll get a daily update on converging exponential breakthroughs, and you'll get access to our web platform where you can look up things like I have clothing pulled up here, and you just type clothing into the search bar and you just see the future of clothing. So this is a totally free tool available to you. And the other 2 recommendations I'd have, I'd be remiss if I didn't nepotistically endorse, because they're just amazing books. The book by Peter Diamandis, one of the co-founders of FutureLoop, The Future is Faster Than You Think. Incredible book. And Opportunity.
I got that one.
Okay, so you got that one. Do you have Evan's Opportunity on hand?
I have the original version that's going to be a collector's edition with all the typos and misspellings.
Oh, that's epic. That's epic.
The very first one released.
Okay. And then Opportunity. I mean, these 2 books will help prepare you for navigating an uncertain and rapidly changing future.
I like how you identify the nepotism. It'd be good if the Trump administration understood what that word meant. It's like, listen, when you assign your family members to positions of importance without qualification, that's not power. That's not democracy. That's nepotism. That's, you're Pharaoh, and you hand it over to your son. Like, that's without due course. There was something else. With future of clothing. I remember in 2000, there was, this was 20 years ago, that there was a technology, you would have been a podcaster, but like a radio interview person who'd interviewed a bunch of technology experts. He said, in the future, our clothing is going to be smart. He said, it's going to have chips in it that are going to read our heart rate. And so when you have a heart attack, that the EMS is going to be there before you have a heart attack, because they'll be able to tell like 10, 20 minutes in advance. They'll be waiting for you to have a heart attack, like right there. And so you can be really relaxed about it. It'll monitor your food. And then they talked about, having sensors in our toilet that monitor our excrement, make sure that we're eating properly, or they'd find cancer cells in there. Say, hey, in 10 years, you might develop this type of cancer. Yes. You might want to get that checked out in 5 years, right? So you mentioned clothing. When do you think the smart clothing is going to happen? When do we? Because heart disease is still such a big deal. When do you think that's going to come online? When we got the smart watches right now. When's that going to be in our clothing?
So the core issue here is not the technology. What's the saying? The future is here. It's just not evenly distributed. The problem is economic incentives. If your whole business model for clothing is that you want people to buy it and then throw it away after 6 months, you don't want to embed a bunch of electronics in there. It's going to be really, really expensive to do that. So what I see happening is wearables fulfilling the promise of what we used to think of as the future of clothing, because it's independent from your clothes. So the current clothing economic model can, keep trundling towards its own demise at its own rate, while companies like Apple and Google and startups can create tech that we can wear that'll let us know how our bodies are doing. And then you can get fully integrated solutions. One of the most interesting promises of Neuralink is, you have a sensor in your head that's reading your blood pressure every second. It could, in the future, be capable of optically analyzing your blood and looking for contaminants. You could basically have a tricorder inside of the most delicate and important part of your body. So brain-computer interfaces could totally be part of this. But until then, I see wearables as the path forward. I personally am bullish on, because I would love it to happen. Basically, full body suits that control our temperature, have built-in chromatophores like squid that can change appearance, and protect our frail Homo sapien bodies from the wilds. And I see that happening, but it's a little bit ways out, mostly because of economic reasons. You got to transform an entire industry.
So a suit kind of like this, but it can change like color.
Change color, control your temperature, protect you from twigs, gunshots, stabbings. Good. Cover your face, prevent biological hazards.
Fascinating. Have you been into any of the multiverses yet, or the universes of Burning Man?
I am excited to dive in now that they're live today. I'm going to go on right after this to check it out, because super excited.
On Infinite Fly, you can design your own avatar, and you can change the sex or the gender. You can change the face. You change facial hair, body, and you change the clothes. And so like you can go in there and you can change your clothes every day in the Infinite Fly, which I thought was like a great detail that they added. So when do you think the singularity is going to happen? When do you think are going to be like, so I've been hearing about this for maybe 15 years, maybe 10, and I've noticed differences in my phone, but other than that, I'm still like, man, I can't believe this thing doesn't work. And like, I get frustrated that there are very simple things that I thought would be well beyond what technology is capable of now that still don't work. And this just the change to their everyday life, I think, have been real slow, even though the technology I've seen or seen envisioned is really high. When do you think the singularity is likely to happen? Like, what's a good window there? And when do you think the next change is that we might see? Is the next change in AI in problem solving that we might have on our computer? Is it in wearables? Like, where do you think the next change is? And I know I'm asking you questions that are like billion-dollar questions that like industries are banking on, but I'd love your insight on this.
Yeah, so I mean, the real question is sort of when will the singularity happen, and what does the path to that point look like? Since what happens after that is anyone's guess / part of the biggest game that anyone could be playing right now in terms of navigating world power. So what we're going to see in the coming few years is a massive change in any technology that has been or can be digitized because of AI. So you're talking about accounting work, legal work, any sort of knowledge work. We're talking about a massive degree of automation. I mean, this text generated by GPT-3 is hilarious, but imagine if this was being used to automate, blog posts. Suddenly writers might not have to exist with a slightly more advanced version of this. Well, what we can be guaranteed, by this is by the end of the year, an exponential fit on the current parameter growth has a model that's 5 times more powerful by the end of this year. So when we're thinking about what's going to change first, I think knowledge work is going to change first, because there's no barrier to changing those industries. We're talking about changing bits, not atoms. As soon as you start talking about changing atoms, things get more complicated. There's supply lines to consider, but that's going to be rapidly enhanced by the distribution of like nanoscale 3D printing. When we get there, then suddenly the reality around us can change as rapidly as bits can change right now. And so as an intermediate step, what we're going to see is VR changing everything. Because when you can just, be in your pajamas in the corner of your room and never even buy furniture for your apartment, but live in absolute luxury and with a brain-computer interface, perhaps even feel everything that you're experiencing around you, the incentive to change atoms, which is really hard, goes away, and suddenly we'll just be playing with bits. So those are some major changes we're going to see, is the digitization of more and more and more things, including all the things that we thought were basically would only ever live in the real world, like food, the digitization of like food experiences via brain-computer interfaces. That's all coming. Brain-computer interfaces that can do that are probably at least 10 years out. But
so replacing physical with bits. So
Yep.
Have you seen the YouTube video, Do the Evolution? I think it might be by Pearl Jam. It's an amazing video. I'll email it to you.
Awesome.
But it shows the evolution. There's one part where you got this man, he's this big fat white guy, and he's hooked up on his couch. He's got like it looks like Matrix stuff coming into his head. And then you see him, he's in this like virtual reality video where he's basically, it looks like he's potentially abusing like a young girl, and he's like getting off on like this is his virtual reality that he's like plugged into. I'm like, man, that doesn't look like a good future. But the idea of plugging us into an experience where I can feel good physically, emotionally, mentally, I can be stimulated mentally, I can have the experience of enjoying really good food, which I'm really fascinated by that. I can see beautiful things like this year we have the Camp Mystic Art, which, part of it's behind me. We got that in the Mystic Theater. People are going to be enjoying the art virtually. That to me is really exciting. And that really, you said the future's here, but it's not evenly distributed. That really speaks to that, in that if you can, purchase this piece of equipment or rent it or whatever it is, then you don't need a fancy house, and you don't need really expensive food, and you don't need all this stuff. You can kind of live it's kind of like living in the Matrix, but almost by choice, right? So if you live in the inner city, you can look at beautiful art and like beautiful parks on your couch, and you can eat, the Matrix gruel, but you can have the experience of eating filet mignon. That sounds like a really wonderful thing for a lot of humans, and could potentially like bring about more peace in the world, rather than people struggling with their limited physical restraints that aren't always pleasant for a lot of people.
Yeah, both the drivers of addiction as well as the mechanisms by which you can remedy addiction can both be fully controlled digitally, which means that we can start influencing those directly. So instead of suffering every day you wake up, you get to wake up, put on a headset and go do whatever you want. If you want to live like a billionaire for a day, if you want to go live the life of a Buddhist monk for a day, you can go do that. That's going to reduce the initial suffering that drives people to escape in general. And then basically, if you get addicted to some particular type of thing, especially with brain-computer interface, you're going to be able to remedy the neurochemical imbalances that could lead to that. And most importantly, these consciousness technologies are going to become more accessible. Imagine when you can have the perfect teaching from an AI Buddhist monk who's downloaded much of their knowledge into a pseudo version of themselves. And maybe it's an 80-20. It's probably not going to have the same level of insight, but maybe there's something there that was actually transferred. Maybe that could help everyone. Suddenly could scale up that one monk to 1 billion monks using something like GPT-3. So I definitely see a future with reduced suffering. And there's going to be questions that start arising around what is humanity and what is our purpose? And if I'm interfacing with synthetic versions of people that I've constructed inside of my own virtual reality, who I enjoy interacting with more than real people, is that as meaningful as interacting with real people? We're going to be able to come back to the most important question, which is, what are we really? And who are we really? And we're going to be driven there by abundance instead of being driven there out of scarcity.
And what reality are we creating for ourselves, right? If I create my own reality, like am I like a God king in my reality, and everyone's just like a yes man? So I heard that Mike Tyson, when he was at the peak of his game, he would pay. It was either 1 or 3 people to walk behind him all the time, saying, "You're the man, Mike. You're the man, Mike." So like, and you could see this when he's walking into the to fight, and like, or is around a television, but there's this guy just behind him, like, "You're the man, Mike. You're the man, Mike." And like, it's like, it's kind of positive self-talk, which is powerful, but not if you're making these mistakes. It'd be nice to be like, "Yo, dude, that wasn't cool what you said to that person," And so we create that as our new reality, where everyone's just like, "Oh yeah, dude, you're killing it today," and you're not. That's reality.
I foresee a resurgence in stoicism. Seneca, even though he was a Roman senator, had all the niceties of life, and honestly may have lived a better life than even the most wealthy now, because of the quality of everything that existed, the pace of life. It was a cool time to be super rich and in power. He would take one day a month where he would live in this like shack that he bought and sleep on the floor and dine on these like poor quality dishes, which I'm sure was quite a sacrifice for him. But this kind of act of desensitization to luxury is something that we're definitely going to be playing with in the future, due to the amount of overstimulation we're going to have, the ability to create whatever we want. We're quickly going to see through the hollowness of baser pleasures, for better and for worse. It'll drive more extreme loops of addictive behavior too, I'm sure.
That's fascinating. You mentioned that bits are going to replace things. Interesting. Knowledge work is going to be replaced faster than manual labor, which is the opposite of what I thought. I thought, we're going to have the robot from the Jetsons who's going to be cleaning my stuff.
Yeah.
And self-driving cars, like delivery drivers are going to be gone either from drones or drones plus AI, or I don't know. When do you foresee like something as like self-driving cars and personal delivery people? Like there's been a surge in them, which is fascinating, but that's got to go down, right? When do you think that big shift is going to happen of the physical world, of these physical labor positions, especially around driving and delivery and transportation? When do you think those are going to be automated with either AI or some new technology?
Basically limited only by regulation. At this point, you have self-driving cars under many circumstances are far safer than humans, but as long as self-driving cars can crash, we're going to not want to hand over the reins, even though they might be safer than a human driver on average. So a lot of it comes down to regulation, human bias, and the friction in the world. But that said, there always comes a point where things are just so efficient, so cheap, that they become ubiquitous. And so if we look at the cost drivers, Elon's talking about, full self-driving costing $10K on upcoming Tesla models. When we get to the point where essentially, it would be feasible for you to get an automated Uber ride for 50 cents or a human-driven Uber ride for $15, that's going to be the point, probably a 10x differential, where we'll finally say, okay, it's totally fine for us to go in this direction, unless we get some regulatory magic working. But it basically just comes down to money. That's what I've seen change industries previously.
Fantastic. Is there anything else you'd like to share, Morgan? This has just been terrific. You shared your link for
check out futureloop.com. Check out futureloop.com, sign up, totally free. I think you'll love it if you're watching this now. Peter's book, Future is Faster Than You Think, is a great intro to this kind of thinking. And Eben's book, Opportunity, will help you on your quest towards self-actualization.
Fabulous. Morgan, thanks so much. It's been so great talking with you and seeing you. And I look forward to playing with you in the virtual dust in one of the universes.
For sure. Looking forward to it. Thanks, Robert.
Thanks so much. Bye-bye. All right, so stay tuned. We have Ali Katz coming up, who's going to be talking about the future of economic sovereignty and how to think like an entrepreneur. So stay tuned. She'll be here in just a moment. You are experiencing a virtual Burning Man with a virtual Camp Mystic, coming to you live in the Mystic Verse, Infinite Playa, the Dustyverse. Also broadcast through Zoom and YouTube. And I'm sure some aliens are checking us out right now because we got some cool stuff going on. Thank you so much for choosing to spend your time and part of your burn with us. We are excited to have you here and honored to have you here. Today is all about thinking, learning, and mental models. And we have an exciting treat for you. We have Allie Katz, who just came on. And Allie is one of the smartest people I've ever met, man, woman, Homo sapien. She's extremely sharp. And we're going to dig in and find out how she thinks and how she solves problems and then how we can apply that to our own lives. She had made a very smart decision of going to law school and choosing to leave the law profession, which is probably the best thing she could have done for her happiness. My father's a lawyer and one of my best friends is a lawyer. And so I think that was a very smart choice on her part to leave that profession. And she brings her analytical thinking as well as for the last, I would say, and Allie, you can chime in here. I'd say for the last 10 years, probably to the last 8, you've really been working on the emotional side of yourself. You've been working on your personal development side. That's about, the human touch and putting down less of the analytical lawyer stuff, but still keeping that, but developing the other aspects of yourself to become a more fully developed person. And so I'm really excited to hear more about that.
Well, I definitely didn't leave the law. I'm changing the law, Robert. Thanks in part to what I learned at Burning Man and at Camp Mystic.
That's right. Oh yeah, and so Allie is one of the speakers that we have who's actually a member of Camp Mystic. We're so excited to have you here. So just a little bit of an introduction. Allie is she went to law school at Columbia and graduated top of her class.
No, Robert, Georgetown.
Georgetown. Aren't those are both in DC, right? Oh, Columbia's in New York. She went to some smart school. So she went to Georgetown, graduated top of her class, and then she went to work with Charlie Munger's law firm. If you don't know, Charlie Munger is Warren Buffett's business partner. He's huge on mental models. I think he's one of the smartest human beings on the planet who's been given a microphone and allowed to express himself. And she decided she wanted a different life than just being a lawyer. And so she changed the way that she did law, made it a little bit more human, more personal, more personable, added some incense to the waiting room. And then she's been teaching other lawyers how to do that. So she's been changing the law practice to make it more of a human profession. And she's also had her hands in some other things as well. She has a couple different companies that she works in. And what we're going to do here today is really going to kind of uncover how she thinks and what she thinks and in her decision-making process, then how we can use these mental models in our own lives to think like an entrepreneur and to think like a high-level problem solver. So Allie, welcome. It's great to have you.
Thank you, Robert. It's so good to be here. And yeah, I when I first went to Burning Man, I had the dream of bringing Burning Man home. Little did I realize that this is how it would have to be. And we would actually have to do Burning Man at home. So here we are.
It's amazing. And then if God is like a being, one being, not just everywhere, somewhere God's patting himself, herself on the back, like, dude, I totally nailed it this year. Multiverse Burning Man. And it is a multiverse of Burning Man, like just like big pat on the back, totally crushed it. And last year Burning Man I think it was transformation was the theme. And the burn night was on the new moon. Like, what's the likelihood of that? Like, it was just perfect. Burning Man's got some real energy magic behind it to come in all these amazing ways. So yeah, you totally brought Burning Man home this year, Allie. So you're the one to give gratitude for the fact that we all get to be at home now and get to experience Burning Man.
Right.
Our parents can experience Burning Man. Like, my parents were never going to go. They said they were never going to go. Now they can go because they can tune in on their computer. And so Allie, let's just start from really high level. What do you think, you've been very successful in your multiple different businesses and the different iterations of yourself. What do you think you can attribute to your success in the way that you think and the way that you solve problems?
Well, I would say that what I can attribute to my success is that I really have shifted my mindset from one that sees problems as stopping points to one that sees problems as the root of the solution. So I used to have the worst mindset. I mean, my mindset, as most lawyers, I would say mindsets are, it was just really negative. And I was full of competition. If I wasn't winning, it wasn't a game worth playing. And in one respect, that served me really well because I achieved a whole lot of external success, you know, from that mindset, from that place. But I would say that things really did start to change when I first went to Burning Man 2008. Brought my kids that first year, and that's when something actually really started to shift in me, because our first year of getting to Burning Man was really a huge nightmare. And I got to learn the power of surrender and what actually happens that is even better than I could have imagined when I stop reacting to the problems and I start to surrender into the problems as the source of the solution. And that started to rewire my brain and rewire my programming. And our second year at Burning Man, we actually almost didn't get there. We broke down on a Sunday in this, you know, huge RV in between, must have been in between LA and Reno, in the like one place where there was no cell service. And, you know, this was like our big family vacation. And I had probably, you know, invested $10,000 to get us all there. It was my kids and me and my ex-husband, taking the week off work, probably 10 days off work. This was like a big deal. And we had some other friends with us as well. And we're cruising along. And then all of a sudden, something happens under the hood of the RV and we just, you know, die right there on the side of the road on a Sunday. Does not look like there's any houses around. My kid's dad and I get on our bikes and we ride to the nearest farmhouse, these like super old people. And we're in our Burning Man gear, you know, and we get on our bikes, we ride to their house. We're like, please help us. Can we please make some calls? We finally get in touch with somebody who can send a tow truck, but it's hours and hours. And finally, you know, because we need a big rig tow truck for this RV, and the tow truck comes, lets me and the kids get in the cab of the tow truck, which was not supposed to be. Let our friends stay in the back, being towed in the RV. We're going on these, you know, curvy roads, and the RV's going like this behind the tow truck, and drops us off at the General Motors dealership in Reno. And I wake up first thing in the morning and I'm like, please help us. We have to get to Burning Man. It's now Monday, you know, Monday of Burning Man. And we have to get to Burning Man. This is our family vacation. I'm super stressed out. And it turns out that the part that broke needs to be shipped from literally 5 miles away. They will not let us go pick it up at the GM distribution center. They have to ship it. So like in my mind, I'm processing like, oh God, it's going to, by the time they ship it and they put it in, it's going to be Wednesday and half the week's over. And I'm like, can feel my anxiety rising and like, I want to solve this problem. And if I use my typical business skills to solve this problem and I can push through and get it done, we're getting to Burning Man. And then I remembered, you know, what Burning Man has taught me from the year before. And it taught me just like, okay, just surrender into what's happening and see what life might have for you, because life might actually have something better for you. And I remember seeing like whatever that big hotel is in Reno. And I remember looking over it and thinking, well, maybe I'm just supposed to take the kids to the pool and we're supposed to hang out there for the week and enjoy the pool. And I surrendered into that possibility and relaxed. My whole system just relaxed. Okay, life, what do you have for me? And literally in that moment, the guy comes out from inside and he says, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take the part out of one of the other semi trucks that we have here that you need, and we're going to put it in to your RV. And we're going to let you go on with that part. And then when the new part comes in, we'll put it back into the other thing. I did not have to come up with that solution. I didn't have to tell them what to do. I didn't have to beg borrow or steal. I just needed to relax and trust that maybe life had something better for me. I'm going to surrender to the moment. And there we were on our way. We got to Burning Man that year, had an incredible year. That was in fact the year that I met Eben and Annie, met them at the exact same moment actually that they met each other. So that was a big year for me. And that was my entry to Mystic, because the following year, then I got to be at Mystic. And that lesson has repeatedly served me in my business journey, because my business journey has been very unusual, to say the least. Starting as a lawyer, graduating first in my class from Georgetown, going to Charlie Munger's firm, starting my own law practice, building it to $1 million a year business, writing a best-selling book, doing a bunch of TV as a family, financial, and legal expert, and then having an ayahuasca journey and realizing, oh God, none of this success is what it's about. In fact, I'm creating all the suffering that I see around me because of this success path that I'm on, and I need to change everything about my life. And then leaving LA and moving to Boulder basically on a whim, and discovering Ali Shanti in the process, this whole other part of me that now I'm going to live publicly in the world, both as a lawyer, serving lawyers as Alexis Neely, and living as Ali Shanti, this whole other part of me, this alter ego part of me, but not hiding it, living it out in public, not just keeping it for Burning Man, but actually bringing it out into the world and letting go of everything that I had built. The brand, the ego, the success, and, many, many, many times along the way saying to myself, Alexis, or really Ali, because it was Alexis saying this to Ali, what the fuck are you doing? You are ruining your life.
Yikes.
You've built all this success and now you're going out in the world acting like a crazy person with 2 personalities and 2 brands, and you can't do this. But the other part of me that started to come through in Burning Man saying, yes, you can. You get to be all of yourself. You get to be all of yourself. And you get to confront the parts of yourself that are scared because you're afraid basically that you won't be able to make money. That was really at the root of it, at the behind all of it, is like, if I show everybody who I am, who I really am, these 2 distinct parts, the feminine and the masculine, Alexis Neely and Ali Shanti, and live all of this out in the world, that you're not going to be able to feed your family. And so I just dove right into that. I was like, all right, well, let's see if that's true.
That's such an amazing example of surrender. I can tell you from my own Burning Man experience, we got pulled over last year going to Burning Man, and the cops were just pulling everybody over who's going over early. And then they started searching our car, and they were searching for a long time. They're like, the dog triggered. I said, no, he didn't. We don't have anything. He's like, yes, he did. I'm like, no, he didn't. We're not carrying anything interesting. Like you're searching our car illegally. And they said, just wait over there. And it wasn't until all 3 of us sat down and meditated and just blessed the cops. I just said, blessings to them. I hope they're safe on their travels and that this is okay. Like it was probably literally like 2 minutes after we started that process, they said, okay, we're sorry. We're really sorry. We didn't find anything. Let's make sure you get on your way safely. It was that surrender. And like Burning Man, it kind of like requires that of us, because you go out into the desert and it's windy and it's hot and it's dry, and then it's cold and it's windy and it's dry, and it's just insane. And the idea of us bringing that I'm going to solve all the problems myself mentality just doesn't work. And Burning Man just requires that you surrender to yourself and to your community to do it. Even though radical self-reliance is one of the principles, the surrender is totally a huge part of that. I'd love to hear how you use surrender.
Just to interrupt there for a minute about how really impressive that moment was. You were in my RV, and I happened to know that there were things in that RV. So thank you for the meditation and the surrender that allowed those dogs and the police to move on.
Nothing that they could find without a warrant. We were very careful about that. We put things where they would need a physical ward to like open things up. And so,
Yeah.
and nothing smelled that I'm
No.
aware of. And dog handlers are often unscrupulous. They'll do things to trigger the dog. Like, oh, he's interested in your car. Well, yeah, there's food and, you know, clothing, and, you know, I'd be interested in the car if I were the dog. Yeah, I was like, I had to surrender. Like, listen, I just hope the art gets there. Like, I had the art in the car. I had like this painting behind me. I'm like, this has got to get there. It's not Burning Man without Gaia. Yeah, it was quite the experience. So, Ali, how do you use this? So the principle is like when there's a problem, kind of surrender to it. First, I guess in practical terms, it's like to accept it. Okay, this is a problem. Okay, let's. I don't need to force a solution. I can allow a solution to come. And I can also use problem solving techniques, but first is to accept it and then to also process the worst case scenario. Worst case scenario, I'm gonna be at a hotel with my kids at Reno for a couple of days. And that's okay. Life is not over. That might be what's needed. And I'm okay with that. And then allow the universe to kind of solve the problem for you. That's kind of the mental model, right?
Yeah, the mental model is intend, surrender, trust, and then get into action from that place. Let life from that place of surrender show you the next step. So, you know, it's not just about like, oh, whatever, I'm just gonna turn my back on it. It's definitely not, I'm gonna turn my back on it. It's not, I'm gonna run away from it. It's not, it's not about collapsing under the weight of it, right? Because it could very easily appear to be, oh, I'm just going to collapse under the weight, or I'm going to quit, I'm going to give up. None of those are what's actually true. The whole thing really starts with clear intention, and so when we start with clear intention, and we're very clear to life, to ourselves, what it is that we want, it's the place that we start. So in that case, what did I want? I wanted to have a great vacation with my kids and with my family. I wanted to have a great vacation with my kids and my family. So then, you know, I'm gonna bring that intention into my reality. Like, okay, this is really what I want. Yes, of course, I want to get to Burning Man too, but what I really want is to just have a really good time with my family. Right. And so in the business context, a lot of times that intention can get compromised where we're actually intending the wrong thing. I was reading something by a guy last night who, you know, had been on this path to build $1 billion business. He's the founder of Gumroad. And he had been on this path to build $1 billion business, and things were not going in that direction. And he, from what I could tell in reading his blog post, use this process. And it started with him getting clear that, oh, the intention is not $1 billion business. The intention is to serve the millions of creators that the business is actually designed to serve. So when I'll apply this to my business the first time around that I was scaling all of those heights of success, when my intention was to make a certain amount of money or to achieve a certain amount of fame, it was all external intention, right? And once that intention actually shifted and I realized, oh, wait, that is taking me totally off course. Every time I achieve those metrics of success from that place, I'm actually not that happy. It's not sustainably fulfilling. Now, those metrics of success might be important to achieve what is the real intention, but we've got to be really clear about the real intention. Just like my real intention wasn't really to get to Burning Man, it was to have a great time with my family. Burning Man, getting to Burning Man was potentially going to serve that and did, but really it was about having a great time with my family. So in my business context, once I started to see that the reason I kept not being happy every time I achieved the metric of success that I thought I was supposed to, like, you know, getting the 6-figure paycheck at Charlie Munger's firm didn't make me happy. Building the $1 million law practice didn't make me happy. You know, being the best-selling author didn't make me happy. It was because those were all these external metrics of success. They weren't the actual thing underlying all of that is what I really wanted. And it took me having to let it all go, let all of that go to find out, well, what is it that I really want? What is this intention that I really, truly have? And that intention that I really, truly have was to be able to be, at that time, be able to be all of myself while giving my gifts in the world, not having to hide any parts of myself because I was afraid that if I brought certain parts of myself out into the light, I wouldn't be able to make the money that I needed to support my family. So what I really wanted was to be able to be a stand for authentic expression. Now that's changed over time. Once I achieved being that stand for authentic expression, that's changed. And today the intention is I would really want to change the financial and legal services models so that the people that are helping us to make the most important decisions in our lives are doing that from a place of enough, so that we can move beyond any of these false paradigms of scarcity and conditioned programming that drive us, so many of us, into making the decisions that cause us to compromise who we are, why we're here, and what's ours to do.
That's a perfect segue. I'd love to find out how you make decisions. You run several different businesses. You're also a mother, and so you've had a lot of decisions to make.
Yeah.
And I'd love to hear your decision-making process and how that varies. Do you have and I'd love to hear about process, like step by step versus intuitive, and how you use those two things and use them differently. So how do you make decisions and solve problems?
Well, I make decisions very much intuitively, but then I create the systems and the structures to support us to reach the goals that I've set from that intuitive place, right? So, for example, about 4 years ago, it became really clear that I couldn't run 2 companies and raise my teenagers successfully. In fact, this was a time that you were in my life very, very much, Robert. You were very much in my life. This was the end of...
I was all up in your business.
You were filming me regularly. And, this was the end of 2015. And
it was all consensual filming. I just want to be clear on that.
It was consensual filming. It's true. And I was running 2 businesses and trying to raise my teenagers. And my daughter at that time had just, started high school and immediately got involved with drugs, alcohol, and sex. 9th grade, and, hanging with all the bad crowd, maybe even being the leader of the bad crowd and getting in trouble and just really going off the deep end, which was kind of to be expected given, my own high school years, and her dad's. And so, of course, it made sense.
Opposite. Weren't you super duper disciplined in school? I heard you had no fun in school.
Well, no, in high school, I was, I hung with the stoners because I felt the safest with them. But, and then college, I did do a sorority, but I was that I was able to, I majored in criminal justice. So it was me and all the football players. So I could party really hard on the weekends and then get straight A's. But then law school, that was once I got to law school, I knew, okay, now it counts. And so in law school, I, no partying, nothing, only studying, didn't make any friends, just studied all the time, so I knew what mattered when. And I think that's really important. I think that's actually an important part of my decision-making process, is that intuitively, I trust myself to know what matters when, even at the various points in my life when I felt the least internally trustworthy. So I trusted myself at this deep, deep, deep level. even when there were parts of my life where I was seeing I was actually not trustworthy at the surface because I could see the conditioning and the programming. But because I really trusted myself at this deep, deep, deep level, that my heart was good, that if I found a way to keep being led by my heart, which I didn't have any idea how to do, really, until Burning Man, honestly, that I would be able to put my mind in service to my heart and that I could trust that. But I had no idea how to do that. I spent many years fumbling around, probably looking like a fool, making very public mistakes, facing my shame, facing, you know, all of the ways that like I would look at what I was doing and be like, oh my God, what what is she doing, you know, about myself. And eventually I learned how to unite my heart and my mind. But, you know, when you were in my life, that, you know, in that very close time, and I was running two companies and trying to deal with my daughter who was, you know, getting involved in her own individuation process, I used some tools that I had created for myself to be able to see, oh, I'm not going to be able to run two companies. I'm not going to be able to successfully run two companies and raise my daughter and my son and do well with these companies. Now, life had to show me that with a few 2x4s upside the head. I don't know if you remember, but you know, this was the end of 2015 and I was in the middle of a big launch and my business partners walked out of that. This might have been right before you came into my reality.
I think I was there. This sounds very familiar.
My business partners walked out literally no notice right in the middle of the launch. And so I've got, you know, 250 people enrolled in a program that I need to deliver. And now no business team, really, a skeleton team is left to deliver it. An $86,000 program that we had enrolled somebody in that we were not going to be able to deliver on and we were going to need to refund. All of that was in one company. In my other company, I had a CEO, operating interim CEO who didn't trust me, who was a Mormon with 10 kids, kind of a misogynist, who was now installing all of his kids in my company one by one. And I'm seeing, oh God, I'm going to need to get him out of the company. And at the same time, my daughter, you know, going off the deep end. So what do I do in that moment when all of that is happening? I pray. Please show me the way. Show me the way, show me the way, show me the way. The clear guidance comes through that says, be her mother. That's your job. Be her mother.
I remember you saying those words to me that came through for you. Those stick out really clear.
And in that moment, I got clear that it wasn't just about being her mother, my daughter's mother. It was about being her mother. Like I had never actually learned how to mother the little, you know, the inner child in me really reliably. Be her mother. I don't have any idea how to do this. I don't have any idea how to be my daughter's mother. I don't even have any idea how to be my own mother. So I did this work on myself. It's called the Money Map. And this work of the Money Map was able to show me that I was not going to be able to have two companies. And that in fact, if I let go of one of the companies, that I would be able to pay back the $86,000 refund. I'd be able to deliver on the course that I was delivering. I'd be able to step into my role as CEO and get the guy out as CEO. And that I'd actually be able to step into leadership. And so I did that. That was 2016.
But can I just chime in here from an outside perspective? I remember that this shit hitting the fan, and I thought you handled it really amazingly. Like I don't remember you played it very calm. You said, "Hey, do you want to see what I found in like my daughter's room?" And like you showed me this really kick-ass bong. You're like I'm disturbed that she found this, that she has this, but this is cool, right? I'm like, yeah, it is. You're like, you want it? And like, so you were really chill about it. It was a really nice water pipe. And and you're like, I remember there's time you're concerned about whether or not she had drugs on her, and you were like going through her purse, and you were totally cool with her having condoms there, and you didn't have a discussion with her about that. You're just like, listen, she's her own person, she's being responsible, and I'm going to be cool with that. You like, I saw you from an outside perspective being really calm and being very evolved and accepting and loving of her in these different times, and not clamping down too hard, but not being uber permissive, but trying to find what you thought was the right line. Whether or not it was right or not, who's to say what is right in parenting? But you tried to hold the principles that you value in that time. And one thing that really impressed me was that you stayed super calm. And I remember when your I don't want to call her your housekeeper, but your assistant, her name is forgetting me. She was a friend of ours. She didn't get food poisoning, but she had an allergic reaction at your dinner table, and you immediately dropped into like crisis mode, as in like, okay, Caitlin, you need to calm down. Robert's going to take you to the hospital. Everything is going to be fine. And like her physiology changed, and she got in the car. It was totally fine, but she was freaking out before then. Rightfully so. She didn't understand what was happening. And you have that ability to manage crisis and really drop into like a place of calm centeredness. And like, I don't know what happens then. I'd love to hear if you do that consciously and how you do that, because that seems like a really valuable skill, especially in this time of crisis that we're facing today. Crisis mode. Okay, calm down. I'm going to get in touch with my center. I'm going to do what is best. I'm going to do what is best, and here's my process. And we're going to move from a place of centeredness and not a place from heightened emotion.
That's exactly right. So that's the surrender that we were talking about at the beginning of this call. And the sooner that you can really learn to expand your capacity, the sooner that you can see any problem that's happening as this opportunity to come into this surrender and really be able to meet the moment, not from a place of reactivity, but from a place of actually trusting life, actually trusting your own ability to respond, right? When I think about the word responsibility, that word is the ability to respond. And so as all of these things were blowing up, what I knew is that I needed to get myself into a place where I would have an ability to respond and I would not be in reactive mode. And in fact, part of what I did that year, I was going to send my daughter away to a wilderness therapy program. That was going to be the saving grace so that I could keep running my companies. And when things happened that made it so that she couldn't go, and I brought in the prayer, and the prayer said, be her mother. And so I let go of a company instead of my daughter. We actually all went together, if you remember, to Envision Festival.
Yeah, amazing.
Like, okay, we're in the midst of a crisis. My companies actually seem to need me more than ever, but I'm not going to operate from that reactive frame. What am I going to do? I'm going to take my daughter to Envision Festival. Like, if she wants to party, then I'm going to take her into a safe reality to party in, where she can see what does it look like to actually party, not from this 14-year-old, 15-year-old buying drugs at the grocery store.
Yeah, the Skittles parties. Goodness, that seems like the most dangerous thing I've ever heard in my life.
Whatever they were doing, and instead I'm going to bring her to Envision Festival. And you came with us, actually, and Michael.
And for those of you who don't know, Envision Fest is like Burning Man in the winter or in the jungle. A friend of ours, Decker, said this should be called Burning Woman because it's got the same energy as Burning Man, but it's smaller. It's in the jungle. It's lush. It's beautiful. People are dancing and making eye contact and loving each other. Beautiful workshops, beautiful music. You did a workshop there. It was really it was a really heartfelt, connected time. It's very similar to Burning Man, but not in the desert, in the jungle.
Yeah, it was so great. And that week actually changed my life. And so if I had been operating from reactivity and sent my daughter away and clamped down on the businesses and continued to operate in that reaction to life instead of surrendering, with clear goals and metrics in mind, by the way, right? So again, not collapsing, but with clear goals and metrics in mind, it's the perfect union of the masculine and feminine in action, right? So the masculine part of me was like, all right, I'm going to step back in as CEO. I'm going to deliver on this course. I'm going to make this $86,000 refund. These goals are going to happen. And I'm also going to surrender into what is life showing me. And I'm going to say yes to doing some things that might seem a little bit crazy in the midst of all this. I'm going to take my daughter to Envision Festival, and I'm going to go speak at this place in Costa Rica. And then even we ended up staying longer, and life showed me that we needed to go to the other side of Costa Rica and go to the Roots Gathering, where I actually got my name that I have now, Allie Katz. That's probably too long of a story for right now, but that name came through.
You kept a state of abundance in this time of scarcity. You had scarcity of time, scarcity of money, and just basically scarcity of resources, right? That's amazing that in this time, you're like, well, I'm going to be really abundant. I'm going to take my family and my friends to Costa Rica, and we're gonna go to Envision Fest. And then we're going to stay longer. And like that's such an amazing counterintuitive ability, right? So Thomas Jefferson says, what happens when you come to the very end of the knot, you're dangling off the cliff? Well, you tie a knot at the end and you hold on to the nub, right? And what you did was you basically had trust and surrender, and then you somehow found abundance and abundance mentality in that extreme time, and then you got what it is that you were looking for with your family and yourself, and personal transformation that time.
Yeah, it's because by that point, I had a very clear understanding of my financials. I had a very clear understanding of my financials. I would not have been able to do that if I had been managing my financials the way that I had 5 years before. 5 years before, when those things began to happen, I actually collapsed under the weight of all of it, ran away from all of it, moved to a farm, and filed bankruptcy. So now, fast forward 5 years, 4 or 5 years, and I had actually developed the financial systems that I needed to be able to show my system that it was okay, that I could do this by being able to manage my financial resources. So that's where the masculine part comes in, right? The feminine part was, let's go to Costa Rica. And the masculine part was, okay, let's, set that clear intention. Great, we're going to go to Costa Rica, but we're still going to get the CEO out. We're still going to, pay all the bills. We're still going to make the refund. We're still going to deliver on. And great, what is that going to look like? That came from mastery of my calendar and mastery of my money. Now, you might say, well, is mastery of your money because you had $1 million in the bank? No, I've never had $1 million in the bank. And I might for like 5 minutes have $1 million in the bank, like a really short period in the future. But that would only be because I already know what that $1 million is going to be allocated towards. I don't really believe in a accumulation hoarding mentality. So I will bring in $1 million when I know exactly how that million is going to be used. And in fact, that's happening right now. It's very exciting. It's stemming back to that 2016, to being on that land in Punta Mona, Robert, where we went, Roots Gathering. I am now investing in Alegria Village.
Oh, really?
Yes, I am. Yes. So I've signed the contract on a lot there in Alegria. And it's the place where I can see building my future, my future family homestead community will be there. And so now, I need to put down the rest of the money come this January. And I was just on the phone with my CFO and my COO today, and we're looking at, okay, now I'm ready to sell shares in my company to generate the money to create that. But I never would have done that before without knowing where it's going, right? So this is all part of it. It's like, get really clear, intend, and then, surrender and create what is actually needed, receive what is actually needed. And it sounds so airy-fairy, and this would always piss me off about manifestation and abundance thinking. It's like, I can't just do that where I could just flip the switch. I actually needed to create systems, right? So today, I'm able to, I was able to turn all of that around, and now my company has made the Inc. 5000 for 3 years in a row. I don't know if you know that,
Okay.
Robert. We're going to do 5 million in revenue this year.
I'm all nervous to talk to you now that you have that impressive stat. Maybe I should put on a nicer onesie here.
There's another one that might be coming. I haven't wanted to count my chickens before they hatch, but I think I'm making it on the entrepreneur list of the 100 most powerful women in the October-November edition.
Yes. That's very
I know.
cool.
It's kind of
cool. I want to catch us up to in case people are joining us in the middle to see where we are. So we talked about problem solving and mental models and how you think and go about decisions. One is transforming a problem from a stop or a stopping point into an opportunity to surrender and create. And then the example of Burning Man and getting stuck and then saying, hey, what is it I really want to create here? I want to create a great weekend with my family. And if that's lying at the hotel pool, that's going to be okay. I'm going to surrender that. And then the universe kind of solved your problem for you. And then the other thing that you've been talking about in part is the balancing of the masculine and the feminine, which these aren't super hard lines and they don't need to be taken as such, but there's kind of like the feminine dreaming, intending of envision, intention, and clarity of intention, and also the surrender to whatever wants to manifest itself, whatever universe source wants to create. And then there's the masculine, which is like the systems, the processes, and the resources, right? So you had the openness, the receptivity, the surrender to receive, what it is that you wanted to create, or what it is your family wanted, which was to be a mother, which is be her mother, right? And then, okay, great, masculine side comes in. Okay, how are we going to do this? What's the map? Show me the map, and how are we going to get there, right? Okay, here's my money, here's my calendar, and those two things go like this. And yep, we can get to that point where I found the point on the map, and then I just blazed a trail through there with these two things.
Yes.
We good so far?
So far, yes, that's a really great summary, Robert. I love it. Thank you. Yeah, I think that a lot of times we're in this either or reality, right? Where we're either like intending, surrendering, and just letting life happen to us, or we're in this masculine push, got to make it happen at all costs. But there's actually this both and, where you utilize this intend, trust, surrender, and then you line up the systems. And the systems really are, in some ways, as simple as your calendar and your financial systems. And I say, as simple as, but they are really two of the most confounding things in this 3D reality. We all have the same 24/7 on our calendar, and yet how we use them is so different. And then, money is infinite. It truly is infinite when we know how to access it and use it wisely. It's a made up idea. We have made up the idea of money completely 100%.
And so how do you use money to solve problems? So Joe Polish says, if you have enough money to solve a problem, you don't have a problem. I like to use money as leverage for my time. So I can solve a problem once by investing in something. That to me is totally worth saving for, reducing spending somewhere else for, or spending the money now. Be like, listen, this is going to save me 10 minutes a day for the next 5 years. I'm totally buying this thing, right? I'm going to invest in this thing. How do you make decisions around money and spending?
That's exactly right. It's recognizing that time, energy, and attention are non-renewable resources. Money is an infinitely renewable resource. So I'm going to spend money all day long to save time, energy, and attention. It's part of the reason, Robert, that we had our deal every single year for you to drive the RV to Burning Man. You actually like doing that. I don't like it. I don't have the time for it. I don't have the energy. I don't have the attention for it. So great. I am happy to buy the RV. I'm happy to buy, the gas. I'm happy to, make your journey there as great as it possibly can be, because that's going to save me time, energy, and attention. And so, I'm always looking at where I can make those trade-offs and use money. And now let me just say, when I say use money, I don't come from money. Every bit of money I've ever made has been my own. I put myself through college and law school. I took out grants and loans. I bootstrapped every business I've had. I've never raised any venture capital. Every single bit of everything that I have ever created has come out of my own pocket. So it's not like I've got, bags of money sitting back there that I can use. I have found it.
And I loved how you demonstrated this to your daughter. I remember when you were making this decision. I love how I have this little sneak preview in your life, like through this. I remember Kaya, your daughter, was getting her first car, and her father wanted to go about a certain way, and you said, no, here's what needs to happen. She needs to invest in her first car. This is her first major purchase. She needs to have decision-making power. She needs to invest her money. She needs to have skin in the game, because this is part of a lifelong journey of her spending her money in a responsible way. And I remember listening to that and being like, that is really smart. I did not have that. My parents were not that heads up. My parents gave me cars. All of my cars have been given to me by my family, and I really appreciate it. I love that I've had working cars. They didn't have to pay for them, but that is a different mentality of understanding money and what you're programming at that early age. I thought that was just brilliant how you did that with your daughter.
Well, thank you. My other child is about to walk up here right now. You want to come on the multiverse at Burning Man?
Sure.
Yeah.
What up?
You remember Noah?
I do remember Noah. Hey, Noah, it's Robert.
Yo,
What's up, man?
How's it going?
He's really tall.
I did the long hair. You're looking good, man. It's how we roll.
Yeah. All right. Love you, Mama.
Love you, buddy. And so, well, an interesting thing came up with my son actually around this as well. It turns out, is a blacksmither. He's into blacksmithing. And
like hammering nails and horseshoes and iron.
Like making knives and swords and various things out of iron. Yeah. And
cool.
So, we got him the setup, and he's got his anvil and he's got his hammer, and he really wants for me to buy him an $1,800 next thing. It's a grinder of some sort, I don't know, some sort of grinder. And I could tell he's like, I don't know, should we buy it? And I could tell that he's feeling guilty about it. Like he's not really sure if he should buy it. And I said to him, I'll tell you what, I can tell that this is actually something you really want, but let's wait until you make something out of what you already have for us to buy this next piece. And that will be the reward. When you have made something that you're proud of, and that thing that you've made actually needs the belt grinder, then we'll get the belt grinder. And it's very much the same way in business. We can set up reward structures for ourselves where, I'm not going to go to Burning Man if I'm not able to pay my bills. I'm only going to go to Burning Man if I've got my structures and systems set up so that I've got an income, a service, for example, a service that I can offer in the world that I can count on, that I know that if I offer this service in the world, people are going to pay me what I need to earn to pay my bills. Great. When I've got that in place, I'm going to go to Burning Man, or I'm going to reward myself with some other thing.
You just shared a really powerful model that's kind of blowing my mind right now, because I can see where I failed with this. So I've been extremely successful in my life in being really smart and really poor. I'm a hard worker. I'm really smart. I've struggled financially for the vast majority of my adulthood. It's fascinating, right? I would almost have to be purposely trying to do this at this point. It's turning around now as I'm doing my business, but I've somehow managed to do this. And as you said that, I can see where I've invested in things that theoretically were good. They were investment. Hey, I want to do this thing. This will help me get there. But I hadn't used the stuff that I already had. I hadn't used my anvil to hammer out some cool, simple knife before getting the advanced grinder where I can do a double-sided battle axe, right? Well, use what you have first before you spend more. Even if you have the money, like if you have enough, I don't need to buy the world's biggest.
Yeah.
Like that's such a powerful model to then extrapolate with investing in courses, investing your time in something. Like, how much more do you need before you can use what you have? And if you haven't used what you have, I don't know if more investing is the right thing for you to do with your money. Save that until you have earned that thing that you're investing in, by honoring your past self and honoring the universe with the resource that you currently have.
Yeah. Well, this concept of enough is a big one. It's really a big one. I think most of us are living in a distortion field of more, or not enough. And so I call that money dysmorphia. And this money dysmorphia is driving most of us in one direction or another, either the more, or the not enough. And when you can actually make your decisions from a place of enough, what happens is you always know the very next step to take, and the very next investment to make. But it has to be coming from this true reality, grounded place of, oh, what is actually enough for me? What is enough for me? Not just getting by, but actually enough. Not one where I could say I'm always in scarcity, but actually enough. And, you know, when I hear you talk about that you've always been broke, or, you know, whatever the words that you used were, my guess is that that was actually a reaction to something with your parents, some sort of a rebellion. And that if you actually, Robert, knew what is enough, and you had that number firmly in your mind, clearly in your mind, that you would hit that goal. And then you would be able to create your next level goal. And so my guess is the only reason that you haven't had enough in your own reality, because you actually always have had enough, that's the truth. The truth is your life is freaking amazing.
I agree. I mean, look at the beautiful shit that's on my wall. I mean, not shit. This amazing art that's on my wall. That's crazy cool.
Yes.
Like 100 years ago, what would you have to pay for that?
Yes.
$10,000? Like I that's on my wall in my office. Like you're right. I live a completely abundant, beautiful life, doing work that I love, surrounded by people that I love. I'm very healthy. I agree. I live a beautiful, abundant life in very many ways. Thank you for saying that.
Yeah, you do. And so the idea that you've been in some sort of financial scarcity is just it's actually a false idea. You've always had enough. You always will have enough. And what you get to do now is actually set your enough metric properly in right alignment with the truth of what you want. Right alignment with the truth of what you want. And so if you set that metric, and then you are taking the actions that are necessary to reach that metric, you will hit it every time as long as you don't give up. And then you can live in this intend, trust, surrender, receive reality, because your metric is on point. And you're going to be taking the actions that are necessary, creating the systems, creating the invitations, creating the support around you to get there. And so, you know, in that time that we were talking about, where I just, you know, went to Costa Rica with all of these things happening, and at the same time, from that place was able to build a $5 million company and able to make the Inc. 5000 list 3 years in a row. The reason that was able to happen is because I knew what I actually needed. And I wasn't afraid to go receive that from the places that most of us hide our access to resources, right? I've used enormous amounts of credit, both before my bankruptcy and after my bankruptcy. I have leveraged resources that most people are not willing to. I don't have a 401k anymore. I did, but I put that into my business because I know that that's actually my best investment. My business is what's far more likely going to support me in an empowered, sovereign way than the stock market. Even though the stock market's on a crazy run up right now, we all know it's going to crash, right? Duh, it's a bubble. Hello. Get out now before it does. Kind of, that's my seeing.
Not giving financial advice.
No, this is not financial advice. Do as you will. But look at it through the lens of this eyes wide open decision-making framework. And what can you rely on? What can you rely on? You can rely on your creativity, your community, and your resourcefulness. Those are the three investments that I think all of us should be making, is in our creativity, in our community, in our resourcefulness. That has now turned into, for me, investments in a sustainable business, investments in land projects, like I described, the one in Costa Rica. From there, then I'm starting to look at, crypto. Then I'm starting to look, beyond at, alternative investments. But you've got to, that starting place is to have absolute clarity on how can I offer a service in the world that I like to deliver, that impacts people in a positive way, that people are going to be happy to pay me for. And then what is my first level metric to reach my first level goal of success using, like you said, what I already have. And so I have no doubt, Robert, that when you set those goals, you're going to make it.
Thank you. So I love what you said, community, creativity, community resourcefulness. I'd love to hear from you either resources to build those things. Like, do you have any books that are really helpful in this, and or what are the skills of creativity? What are the skills of community? What are the skills of resourcefulness? So taking it down to a more granular level, what can we be doing on those things?
Well, it does start with knowing your own enough. It absolutely starts with knowing what is enough for you so that you're not making any of your decisions from a place of false scarcity. False scarcity injects so much into our systems, our internal systems, and then our community systems that creates a lot of division and a lot of separation. If you look at what's happening, politically right now, it's as a result of a lot of scarcity injected into the system that creates separation. So it really does begin with knowing what is enough for you. How much time, energy, attention, and money do you really need and have? And then making decisions from that place. It also then, from a community standpoint, then allows you to be coming from this place of enough. And that way, when you're engaging with other people and they can feel you coming from enough, they naturally want to be in relationship with you. And the truth is we can't create anything really meaningful in the world without others. Certainly.
Wait. Did you just say when you have enough, or when you feel like you have enough, people naturally want to create a relationship with you?
Yeah, they want to be in relationship with you. That's
amazing. That's amazing. Like, that's such a simple but powerful paradigm of when you feel like you have enough, you're radiating this energy. You're being this person who has enough and recognizes the gift they have. And people are like, hey, can I be your friend? You look like a happy, positive person. That's amazing. That's fabulous.
It's one of the, I would say, kind of one of the things that is most attractive to people is this feeling of enough. I am enough.
And most repellent is like the not enough, right? The clinging. Often we talk about clingy people in relationships. It's like when the person is clinging, they don't have enough, right? And they're trying to get your love, your attention, whatever. They're clinging on because they don't feel like enough on their own, right? And then the person who's like, no, I don't need you. I like you. I enjoy spending time with you, but I don't need you. That's the person who's attracted. Like, oh, he's so independent. I just want to be around him, right? This is fascinating. So Ali, we just have a few minutes left. I'd love to wrap up with a summary. Can you give us kind of the high level summary on your decision making? We talked about surrender and balance of masculine and feminine, and investing in creativity, community, resourcefulness. Anything you'd like to say to kind of tie this all together for people to take this and use this out in the world in their decision making?
Yes, make all of your decisions from a place of clear knowing what actually is enough for you when it comes to time, energy, attention, and money. Recognize that time, energy, and attention are non-renewable resources. Money is infinitely renewable when you know how to access it and use it wisely. So if you are using your time, energy, and attention wisely, and you're stressing out about money, you actually don't need to keep stressing out about money. Set a clear goal with your money, set a clear goal with your time, energy, and attention, and you're going to get there. You're going to get there when you keep aligning your resources, team resources, we call them, time, energy, attention, and money. You keep aligning your time, energy, attention, and money towards that goal. And if that goal is based in enough so that you can share with the people around you from this place of enough so that they have enough too, you're going to be able to live in community. You're going to be able to collaborate with other people. You're going to be able to achieve big things in the world to the extent that you want to. You can choose to live a very simple life. You can choose to do big things in the world. It'll be your choice. And you'll be coming from this place of recognizing that you are a creator. You're a creator of the economy. You don't have to worry about the economy out there. You get to create your own economy right here.
Oh, that's so beautiful. Ali, what you just said was just pure brilliant. I don't know if you channeled that or if you'd had that waiting the whole time. I'm gonna have that transcribed. That That was just brilliant. And you get the thumb up from Dr. Z, and he's a smart physicist. So we got confirmation from the masculine structures as well as the intuitive world. Ali, thank you so much. This was so fun. I'm honored that you asked me to do this with you. Thank you for sharing your brilliance, your decision making, your thought processes. And I feel like we got something here that's just going to be really valuable to everyone in their future decision making process.
Thanks, Robert.
Beautiful to see you. I hope to see you inside the Mystic Verse or the Infinite Ply or the Dusty Verse or one of the many Burning Man universes. I'll look at the art and then you can come by and be like, okay, yeah, that is nice. I'm gonna go do something else. That's usually our shtick.
That's usually how it goes.
Yeah. So
Thanks,
we'll
Dr. Love.
we'll do that in virtual reality. It's great to see you, Ali. Love you. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye for now.
Bye-bye. Wow, that was just tremendous. So to summarize Ali's talk, problems are not stopping points. Problems are an opportunity for surrender. And in the surrender, you can find the answer. Make your decisions from a place of clarity. Oftentimes, we try to make decisions from a place of fear and urgency and emotional distress. And those often don't lead to good results. We want to make our decisions from a place of trust, surrender, clarity, and abundance. And then from there, that's kind of like the feminine, intuitive, receiving, surrender side. And then the more masculine structure side is the processes, systems, and resources needed to achieve those goals, those outcomes. So we kind of close our eyes and surrender and get the intuitive hit on where we want to go on the map. And then we take our resources and we blaze a trail to get to that place on the map. And then what Ali's working on in her life is future-proofing herself by investing in her creativity, her community, and her resourcefulness. Then when you have this experience of enough, when you feel like you truly have enough, that is when you're magnetic. That is when you are magnetic to your community. And that is a great place to create community from, is a place of being enough and then sharing that abundance with your community. Fabulous. So we have a tremendous speaker next. He is known as Dr. Z. I have trouble pronouncing his name. His name is Croatian. He is a university professor. Before I do his intro, I'd love to check his mic, but he's going to be talking about the hero's journey of physics, which is a new way of looking at physics that's just mind blowing. It is just terrific. So stay tuned for that. So Dr. Z, let's take a moment here and get your equipment in check. How are you? Thank you so much for coming and being part of this.
Oh, thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate your invitation, Robert.
Great. Your sound sounds a little muffled. Can you bring a microphone closer to your mouth?
We can totally change the microphones. This would be great.
That's good. We need to turn that down maybe 20% as far as volume.
Okay.
Depending on how loudly you're going to speak. I kind of yell into the microphone because I'm easily excited.
Okay, so what I can just
actually that sounds good.
A bit farther out. Yeah, just like that. Yeah.
Okay, great. So that sounds good. Would you so how's your day been so far?
Well, it was a little bit busy with classes that finished just a little bit ago, and I'm looking forward to this online presentation. This is where, in classes I only get to share so much of this, but now I can share the full kind of swing of spirituality and physics and life coaching. And I apologize for looking a little bit back and forth because I have two screens, so I can do this before I start.
Okay. No problem at all. Do you have another light? Your position looks great. Your camera looks great. Do you have another light? Because there's a light behind you. I'd love to have a direct light on your face if you have something like that in your office. If not, no problem.
Okay, we can take care of that.
Okay. I don't know if turning it off is going to make it better or worse. I'm not sure.
Hold on just one second.
Yeah, that's better. That's good. Hey, Farouk is here. What's up,
Any
Farouk?
better?
Yes.
Hi, Farouk. So good to see you, man.
Yeah, and can you move the microphone a little bit further away from your mouth?
Sure. Yeah, I'm still fixing the light.
Okay, no problem. And please, and thank you for your patience. The last speaker, I was interviewing her, so I didn't have a chance to do a mic check with Dr. Z off camera. Ordinarily, we tried to do this before he came on. It's entirely my responsibility that didn't happen. So don't take it out on him. Any aggression or impatience you feel, just direct that over to me. That's totally fine. So we've had a fantastic day of speakers today. We're going to make these recordings available to the public. We've had Ainhoa De Federico speak about how to improve your vision, not only the vision of your eyes, but the vision of your mind, how to, match the right hemisphere, the left hemisphere, and use your whole brain, as well as improve your eyesight physically to see into the future. We had Wyatt Woodsmall. We had Jim Quick, memory expert. We had Morgan McDermott talk about the mental models of the future. We just had Ali Katz talk about mental models of decision-making. And now we got Dr. Z, university professor, talking to us about the hero's journey of physics. All right, Dr. Z, let's check out your mic again. Let's see how that sounds.
Okay, so it should be good. Light should be okay as well.
Yeah, that's a good volume. Hey, Farouk, does that sound good? Is that a thumbs up? Perfect. Okay, great. If it's too loud, I'll interrupt you, but I think that should be great. Your light looks good. And now let me do the technology check here. Okay, so I need to change your name, rename Dr. Z as speaker, Dr. Z.
Yep. You tell me
Dr. Z.
when I'm good to go.
I will. Okay, so I'm changing your name right now, and I'm going to make you, did I already make you co-host? Nope. I'm going to make you co-host so you can share your screen and do other things like that. And I'm going to check the recording. We are recording, and I'm going to check the live streaming. I think we're streaming on YouTube right now, and let's check. We are recording, and I'm going to check the live. Let's check the multiverse here. We are transmitting on Twitch and Facebook and YouTube into the different multiverses. Okay. And we're live here on Zoom. Fantastic. Let me pull up your bio here. Okay, so all the technology is running. All right, here we go. So Dr. Z is a physics professor and a life coach. His professional specialty is physics education, and his life passion is integrating models across the fields of physics, coaching, and spirituality. The guiding principle in these cross-pollinations is to learn life lessons and gain spiritual insights directly from nature. He is originally from Croatia and lives in Georgia in the United States with his wife and daughter. And Dr. Z is just a really smart man, and he has a loving heart and a unique perspective on physics that is just fantastic. If you're familiar with the hero's journey from Star Wars and a Hero with 1,000 Faces, he's going to take that. He's going to blow your mind with what's possible with that and relating that to physics. Dr. Z, thank you so much for joining us. It's an honor and pleasure to have you.
Thank you so much, Robert. I truly appreciate the invitation, and I'm looking forward to sharing.
Okay, so you are free to go. Take it away, and then we can have time for, if you want to leave time for questions at the end, that would be totally sweet. But the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. So what I'll do, I'm going to share the screen, and then let's take it from there. Can you guys see the title?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I titled the talk Physics Buddha because Buddha was, as you will see, one of the first glorious learners from nature. And I'll tie this whole talk about physics to hero's journey. So let's tie the nature, physics, and the hero's journey. I have a little bit of a disclaimer because I was using a few videos and pictures that are not totally copyrighted by me, but it's all under the fair use kind of guidelines. So nature as teacher. If you look up on the web, the words nature as teacher, you'll find how delighted people are with this idea that nature is the teacher, actually even the greatest one, the best one, the healer. And this seems to be kind of universal. You'll find this through the centuries, you'll find this through the cultures. And if you think of some metaphors that we are using frequently. For example, turning a caterpillar into the butterfly, or turning the acorn into the oak. The metaphors that are coming across are completely clear, and you don't even have to say what you're trying to convey. We kind of know what the message is. With a little bit of imagination, right? Albert Einstein said that imagination is more important than knowledge, because knowledge is limited and imagination does not have limits. So a little bit of imagination and some ingredients from nature, and you can draw some fantastic life and spiritual lessons. Actually, not only that, but you can draw some practical lessons that you can use for engineering. This is an example of Fiona Fairhurst. She was tasked by Speedo company to develop a swimsuit for Olympic swimmers. And instead of trying to reinvent the wheel, she looked into the skin of a shark and find specific grooves in the texture of it that she then mimicked while creating a textile, and that turned out into a winning Olympic suit that she developed. She got numerous prizes for that. Today, there's a whole website called Ask Nature, where you can go and find answers of engineering type, of any possible kind. So this is an example. If you look up into structural support, it will give you the examples how nature is using structural support to gain maximum from minimal resources, or how to optimize resources. Now, that's engineering side. Life coaches seems to like nature and lessons from it as well. This is David Allen, a productivity guru. And these slides here say, nature does not hurry, yet everything is accomplished. Have mind like water. So nature does not hurry, yet everything is accomplished. Okay, I have to slow down for a moment here. That's a profound lesson. And that's how it works in nature. And this is productivity guru saying that and using that as an example. If you look historically, you'll find that all the greatest teachers of the world have been using nature as inspiration, or as a guideline, or as teacher that they referred to as higher authority. So for example, when Jesus was trying to convey the message that it's pointless to worry by itself, he was pointing to the lilies of the field. He was pointing to the birds in the sky to show that they don't labor or spin, right? For example, the lilies of the field. Yet, I tell you, not even Solomon in his glory was adorned like one of these. This is one from Buddha. He said, when a bird is alive, it eats ants. When the bird is dead, ants eat the bird. So the message is, time and circumstances can change, and it should not devalue or hurt anyone in life. Keep in mind that circumstances can flip, but again, the lesson comes from nature. When bird is alive, it eat ants, and then the cycle turns around. These are the spiritual teachers, or some of the East, West. The first one says, the universe is the best university. Nature is your best teacher. With an observant mind, you can learn many lessons from rivers and hills, from birds and beasts, stars and flowers. And then you can go back, this is contemporary Indian teacher. And when you go back to Bible, you can find a quote, but ask the animals and they will teach you, or the birds in the sky and they will tell you, or speak to the earth, or fish in the sea. So what are the lessons? What are the lessons that we have, or we can learn from nature in these ways? Here's one example. For example, when geese fly, they form these V-shaped formations, and that enables them to fly about 70% longer or further than they would be able to if they were flying on their own, because the air drag is reduced for all of these birds that are behind the leader. And then they change up front. So they're very cognizant of this, and they maximize the opportunity by making the best of the nature. And this is a fantastic leadership lesson that we can take from geese. The trees. This I took from a website of one of the government agencies for the Ministry of Education in Croatia. It says the tallest trees grow from the strongest roots. So implicit is the lesson from nature here. Dolly Parton is quoted to say, "Storms make trees take deeper roots," although you can find that in many other places. So storms, hardships make trees take deeper roots so that when next time comes, they are ready to withstand it. Nature as teacher, again, inspiration for many. And when I was in India, talking to a spiritual teacher, he told us, the group that I was in, by the way, this is me in 1995. He said, observe the nature and learn from it. Nature is the best teacher. So I have to say, I was a little bit disappointed at that time. I came to India, and he's pointing me to learn from nature. I was expecting a little bit deeper lessons or something in my mind, deeper. But that turned out to be the most profound one that I ever heard. So this was at the time. Just a little bit of personal story. This was at the time when in Croatia the war was going on, and I grew up in this wonderful, beautiful town of Split, having in many ways beautiful childhood. But then when war broke out, kind of the entire world crashed, and I could show much more serious pictures here, but not to divert too much. The point I want to make is that the lesson that nature is the best teacher came at the time when I really was ready for the shift. And my question was, what is the lesson? If nature is the teacher, what is the teaching? And I was a physics student at the time, and I knew that physics means nature. So I started looking into what are the possible lessons that physics can give us for both life and for spiritual development. And it turns out, just as another reference, Buddha was possibly the most well-known and the greatest student of nature. He was first a prince, and then decided that life of abundance that he was living in was not meaningful, and then became an ascet. But then realized that he was just about to die of hunger and was not getting anywhere. And then while meditating by the river, he heard a music teacher talking to a student. And the teacher said, if you tighten the string too much, it will snap. And if you don't tighten it enough, it will not produce the sound. So Buddha then realized that neither of these extreme paths are the way, but the middle way is what he was seeking for. And the middle way is the foundation of modern day Buddhism. And it came from a lesson from physics, right? Lesson from nature. So you could say that Buddha is the original learner from nature. And many followed, right? This is Robert Fritz, The Path of Least Resistance, when he's talking about mimicking how the electric current flow works. This is my dear friend and in many ways a role model, Evan Pagan. He's talking here how to overcome the habit of gravity, what he called, right? So habit gravity. So he's comparing the habit with gravity, the physics concept of gravity, and then he's talking about escape velocity, which is another physics concept to show that, or to illustrate or model that you need to gain certain momentum, right? Again, physics term, before you're over the hill, right? Oprah, in one of his live classes, was quoting Third Newton's law as one of the most profound laws of how life works. And you may, you probably know that Third Newton's law says that every action has equal and opposite reaction. And Oprah said, this is the abiding law that I live by. It's the golden rule to the 10th power. And on, right? Dalai Lama says the law of action and reaction is not exclusively for physics. It's also for human relationships. But here's one example that I want to bring to your attention before I kind of show you the framework. This is Paul Wood. He was imprisoned for a very serious crime already as a teenager. And this is a picture from his TED talk. He was saying that nothing would change his ways and opinions that he had at the time, until one day a safecracker approached him and took in one hand a tennis ball and took the heavy ashtray into another hand, and then asked Paul which one of these two objects will fall on the ground first when he drops them. So the Paul said that he could not believe the stupidity of that question. Of course, the heavy ashtray is going to fall first. And when his friend demonstrated that they both fell at the same time, this was the first time in his life that he decided, although he was in many ways, not doing well, this was the first time that he asked himself, what is it? How does the world function, and what is out there that he believes he knows, but is not so? So it was and by the way, after that, he graduated from high school while being in prison. He got a degree in psychology, and he got his master's degree in counseling and psychology, and was on his way to PhD by the time he got out of the prison. So if one simple physics demonstration can change somebody's life so drastically, question is, what are other metaphors, principles, demonstrations that we can use for this purpose? Because there was nothing that any human could tell Paul that would change his mind. But he knew that laws of nature are not changeable. They do not depend on who is using them. They're same for everyone. And we know that all. We know, all of us know that deeply in ourselves, right? In our soul. So how to translate between these two, between physics, principles, and success principles? So what I came up with is a framework that illustrates most profound success principles by the physics concepts. And I'll give you a glimpse of it today. So this is how it looks like. And it's circular in nature. It has 4 steps. So be it, feel it, see it, do it. And you'll see later on in a moment how that corresponds to a hero's journey. But the underlying structure of both what I call here the physics way and the hero's journey is the yin yang, these 4 quadrants of yin yang. And in nature, if you look at nature, you'll see that a lot of processes are circular, right? From the rings in the trees to the star life, the star birth and star death. There's also another process in nature that's more jump-like, and those are quantum jumps that everybody today is kind of more or less familiar with. But those two remind of 2 ways of enlightenment, Kensho and Satori. One of which is, Kensho is the slow process, incremental process, and Satori is this insight, Big Bang type change. And so nature is kind of mimicking that for us as well. So what I'll do here, I'll show you the cycle of the hero's journey, which is in a way a cycle that we can see in nature. But then once you make a round, you're at the new level, and then you start once again. So again, this video is not mine, and what I'll play here is, you can find on video on YouTube under Matthew Winkler. So let me play this for you.
As a cycle, the journey begins and ends in the hero's ordinary world, but the quest passes through an unfamiliar, special world. Along the way, there are some key events. Think about your favorite book or movie. Does it follow this pattern? Status quo, that's where we start. 1 o'clock, call to adventure. The hero receives a mysterious message, an invitation, a challenge. 2 o'clock, assistance.
So here we are, call to adventure.
Probably from someone older, wiser.
And then guide and mentor of our here.
The hero crosses the threshold.
Departure.
Safe home and enters the special world and adventure.
Now below here,
anymore.
special world.
Trials. Being a hero is hard work. Our hero solves a riddle, slays a monster, escapes from a trap. 5 o'clock. Approach. Time to face the biggest ordeal, the hero's worst fear.
The cave down there.
6 o'clock. Crisis. This is the hero's darkest hour. He faces death and possibly even dies, only to be reborn. At 7 o'clock. Treasure. As a result, the hero claims some treasure, special recognition, power. 8 o'clock. Result. This can vary between stories. Do the monsters bow down before the hero, or do they chase him as he flees from the special world? 9 o'clock. return.
The return.
After all that adventure, the hero returns to his ordinary world. 10 o'clock. New. This quest has changed the hero. He has outgrown his old life. 11 o'clock. Resolution. All the tangled plot lines get straightened out. 12 o'clock. Status quo. But upgraded to a new level. Nothing is quite the same once you're a hero. Many popular books and movies. Pretty close. You lead.
So that's the cycle of the hero's journey. And what I will do, I will show you how this corresponds to physics concepts and how physics concepts can serve as wonderful metaphors for each of these steps. And these are only the main concepts that I have here. So let's start. I'll give you some I cannot explain the entire framework, but I'll give you some good glimpses that I think will help you a lot. So what we will start with, we'll start with be it, and then we'll go to feel it, see it, and do it. And in the hero's journey, the be it is the part where you're called to adventure, you find the guide, and then you depart into the special world. So the first step there is call to adventure, and that corresponds to physics principle of uncertainty. Uncertainty is quantum mechanical principle that shows that you cannot at the same time know with any precision the values that are related to one another. So the nature at the deepest level is showing us that this world is not determined. It's not deterministic. Things are not written in stone. There is always possibility. And it's not only psychological. It's deeply interwoven into the fabric of the universe. And to illustrate this at the level that's not quantum mechanical, think for a moment about the picture of this car. There are two related quantities here that you have. One is how fast is the car, and the other one is where exactly is the car's position. So if you just look at this still picture, and I ask you exactly the car, you can point very, very precise position, right? Because car is right there at that moment. But if I ask you how fast is the car, what can you tell me about how fast is the car at that precise moment? And the answer is that you have no clue. You have no idea. If you know one of these two quantities very precisely, you have no clue about the other one. And if you want to gain some information about the velocity, how fast is this car, what you would have to do, you would have to let it move a little bit. But as it does move, you are losing information about the position. It's not determined anymore where exactly that car was during that time while you measured your velocity. So as you gain one information, you're losing the other one. You cannot have it at the same time. So nature shows you that uncertainty is embedded in the deepest fabric of the universe. So we might as well learn to live with it. And not only that, we might find a way to embrace it and make the best of it. This is, one of the success principles in Jack Canfield's book, Embrace the Change. Tony Robbins says, the quality of your life is directly related to how much uncertainty you can comfortably handle. And modern Indian guru said, a possibility means an uncertainty. All those who try to avoid uncertainty only end up avoiding possibilities. So uncertainty is the possibility. So not only embrace the change, but make the best of it, and it's unavoidable anyway. Another concept that I want to briefly look at is the concept of the field. When you team up with people that will uphold you, that people will support you, that people that you will be inspired by. And this corresponds in hero's journey with the guide that you meet. So the second step is when you meet the guide. And the concepts that I want to show here is, the first one is when you have a bunch of metronomes and you start, observe for a moment what happens here. When this is again YouTube video that you can find under this title, 32 metronome synchronization. And when I start playing that, the video is kind of cut so that it flips in 30-second increments. So it's a little bit faster. So check out what happens. So originally they're all moving independently. There's no synchronization whatsoever. Do you copy that? As you could tell, they eventually synchronized, and at one point there was only one of them that was still kind of off the beat. Right now, only one. Only one up here, and then all of them. Now, why did this happen? And it is only, when I ask this, when I do presentations, sometimes only few people notice, but all of these metronomes were sitting on the same platform. This same platform is receiving energy from all of them and then starts vibrating. And as it starts vibrating, it slowly starts imposing its vibrational pattern, its frequency, onto all of these other metronomes. And eventually, although they started moving the platform eventually affects them all and synchronizes them back. This is a beautiful metaphor for people who create culture, and then culture affects them back. And which makes it really important. What are the people that you are surrounded by? Another great metaphor for this is a compass in magnetic field. So compass normally orients itself north and south. So you know what's your north. Your soul knows where it wants to go. But if you're in magnetic field of other magnets that are misaligned and they're close by, the needle is not going to show north-south anymore. It will be showing whatever is superposition of the fields imposed by these surrounding magnets. So think of these magnets as your team, as the people that you're surrounding yourself with, both physically and psychologically and through the books and whatever else. So this is the mentor, right? This is the mentor aspect of the hero's journey. Jack Canfield says, drop out of the Ain't It Awful club, right? Create a network of mentors that will up-level you. The next one that I want to touch on is multiverse. But I'll say, so it belongs here into the B part. The multiverse belongs into the B part. All of this is who you are, your identity, and multiverse is a wonderful way to look at it. But I'm going to save it for the end. I'll come back to that. I want to show you a few other examples here, and I'll talk about the frequency a little bit, because this is where we departure after exploring the identity, right? What are we comfortable and uncomfortable with? Are we willing to step up to it? Who do we surround ourselves with? And what do we become as a result? And then identity in terms of the possibilities that multiverse is offering to us. This is the time for departure. Time for departure is into the deep realm of emotional and other struggle, the trials and the cave, the biggest fear. So let's start with frequency, because the frequency is very tightly emotional, tightly related to our emotions. Okay, so I'll come back to that. So the frequency. Tesla said, if you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of the energy, frequency, and vibration. So let me show you how that works. When current is flowing, it creates magnetic field around it, around the wire that current is flowing through. All the charges are at the same time creating electric field. So with the current, you have electromagnetic field that surrounds the wire where electricity is flowing. The heart pumps so that current is passing through the muscles. The brain is a bioelectrical machine. So these two are creating enormous output of electromagnetic waves as they function, right? The heart, as it pumps, has the current passing through the muscles. That squeezes the muscles. Muscles pump the blood out, but in the process, there's magnetic field that's created in the surrounding. Actually, the heart's field is about 5,000 times stronger than that of the brain. So that's how important our heart is. And if you look how the heart functions, from moment to moment, the beats are not exactly uniform. They kind of follow these patterns, these waves of modes. And that enables the heart to actually adjust if there is need for that. And when you look into the rhythm of the heart and how synchronized is one beat compared to the another, you can see vast difference between the heartbeats and heart coherency when a person is frustrated or when he or she is appreciative. Very much similar to the wave of the sound when you have the noise and music. So music corresponding to appreciation and noise corresponding to frustration. So how is this great metaphor for life? The first thing that waves do, all of the waves, and therefore electromagnetic waves as well, is they reflect back. So if whatever you're putting out gets back to you, and think about putting this out and receiving back, or putting this out and receiving back. I think the choice is quite clear, because our emotional state heavily determines what is the output that we are making. Another physical principle related to the waves. The waves interfere, which means they add up. And when you're in proximity of another person, those waves can interfere either constructively or destructively. And this is why we feel one another on levels that our eyes or our ears cannot realize. This interference is why you can feel somebody's energy, because our cells detect it, although our normal sense do not. So waves reflect, they interfere, and when you step into somebody else's field, it's much better to be in a coherent state, because they will react to you much more favorably. The third principle related to frequency is resonance. Resonance is the principle by which two objects that are at the same frequency transfer energy from between them or from one to another most effectively. So if you have a radio station and a radio emitter at the same frequency, then the station is going to receive it very, very efficiently. But if you change the frequency only slightly, then it's not working. The same thing you can see with tuning forks. They as well, if they're the same frequency, the energy is transferred really effectively from one to another. What does that mean? That means that if this is the frequency of your emotional output, right, appreciation, love, joy, then you're most effectively receiving the output of others that are at that same frequency. Of course, it's not just one single frequency, it's the spectrum of frequencies, but you get the point. However, if you're in frustration, if anger, in hatred, that's a completely different output. And now you're now resonating, very literally resonating with those outputs of other people. This is why sometimes people, when they get into anger, it just kind of blows up. But when they're in joy, or love, that reinforces itself as well. And then finally, I want to mention this principle of self-induction. The self-induction, in very short terms, I'm going to mention, self-induction is the phenomenon by which the current, when it passes, creates the field around itself, but then it reacts to that field of its own as if that field was imposed by something else on it. This is really, really strange, because it reacts to its own field as if it doesn't know that the field is its own. It reacts to it as if it was imposed by some strange outside agent to it. So we are, before the reflection, before the resonance, before the interference, we are immersed in our own field, and we kind of cook ourselves into the soup that we are putting out. Here's the good news. The emotional state can be changed really, really quickly and efficiently and rapidly by simple strategies. And I'll show you here the empirical evidence of how quickly you can change the state of heart coherence in just one tiny minute with simple breathing. So there's a device that I got that measures the coherency of the heart. And I just cooked myself up one evening about 10 p.m. Was not very emotional in any particular way, was preparing a presentation. And this is how the pattern looked like. This is how the pattern looked like. This is pretty, this is everything but smooth. And then I decided I let it go for a little bit. This is about 1 minute, just to kind of take the starting sample. And then I put my hand on the heart, closed my eyes, and started following my breath. And you can see the immediate and drastic change here. The immediate and drastic change. The whole pattern shifted immediately. This little glitch here was just one thought that my mom happened to die recently before this, and I thought of her for a moment. That created a spike, and then I decided I'm going to go slowly back. I kept breathing, and this is the pattern that I had at the end of the third minute. So this is first minute, second minute, and the third minute. Compare the difference just in 1 minute. This is how powerful our being cognizant of our emotional state or our state of breathing is. So taking all of this together, be aware of this, and step into emotions like gratefulness, forgiveness. I mean, you know all of that. We all know that. But this is kind of interesting way, actually quite motivating way to connect all of these things that we know as guiding principles for ourselves. Send love out as a scout. That's something that you can quote me on. You can even it's a little trick that you can use by imagining that love goes into the spaces that you're about to enter, and love takes care of everything that's in there before you even step in. If anybody is upset, they calm down. If anybody's there who should not be there, they leave. If anybody should come, they come. And love takes care of all of that for you, and you just come in. Try this out and let me know about the miracles that you experience, because I did it many times. You will experience miracles, and people that I shared this with told me the same thing. So this is what people sometimes call law of attraction. This is law of resonance, right, in physics terms. So as the time is kind of running quickly, what I want to, I'll share. Okay, here's a good one that I would like to share. Physics principle on how to regulate your life. So there is a physics law that's called Coulomb's law that describes the force between two electric charges. So when you have two electric charges, the force between them depends on how strong or how big they are. You know, what is the charge on each one of them. And the force also depends on how far they are from one another. The formula, exact formula for that is called Coulomb's law. So the forces between those two charges is equal to a piece of constant that we call Coulomb's constant. This is constant of the universe. You cannot do much with that. But then you have these two charges and their values. And if you have bigger charges, you have bigger force. But if you increase the distance between the charges, the force drops really, really quickly. So how does this translate to life? If, you know, charge, you can think of as emotional charge. And force is interaction between two emotionally charged people. So, of course, the force can be attractive and repulsive. That's yet another layer of this metaphor. But so imagine that, for example, you are dealing with somebody that you don't want to be interacting with. That, you know, it's not the pleasant interaction. What is it that you can do? Let's look into the formula. You have few variables here to possibly change. One is the constant of the universe, and that's probably not what you want to mess up with, or not something that you can mess up with. Your charge, their charge, and the distance. Can you mess with their charge? Nah, no, right? But you can change your charge, and you can also change the distance. Now, what happens if you change the distance? The force drops really quickly. You move yourself away, and the force drops really quickly. Just kind of leave the space for a moment if you realize that things are not going anywhere. And then the other thing that you can do, you can change your charge. Now, for those of you who appreciate math, what happens if your charge in this formula drops to 0? Then you're multiplying all kinds of numbers with 0, and the result of that is 0. So if you drop your charge to 0, no matter what the other charge is, no matter what universe you live in, and no matter how far or close you are, the interaction drops to 0. Quite profound. Quite profound. And this is another formula that I was guided, you know, that I decided to use as a guidance when I was in some really interesting situations, not to say really unfavorable situations. I kept my charge down, and I was keeping myself. It's physics. It has to happen. If my charge is 0, the force will drop down to 0. And sure did. Some miracles happened. But you can use this in the other way, right? If you want more of interaction, then you can see how you can decrease the distance or increase the charge, right? So interesting concepts, right? With about 17-ish minutes left, I will go ahead and choose. I'll do this one. I'll do this one. This one is fantastic. So the filters. The filters is right here. This is where the filters are associated with clearing up what we believe, what the rules that we think the game is played by. The important thing that physics teaches us here is that there are huge limitations on what we perceive. So at least take let's take into account that our perception of the world is at the best very limited, and as well very distorted, but at least very limited. For example, if you look into the electromagnetic spectrum of light, and then you check out what is the part of it that we see as visible light, you'll find out it's only a tiny small fraction in the middle of it. On top of that, so electromagnetic spectrum includes infrared waves, microwaves, radio waves, ultraviolet, X-rays. You heard of all of those. Visible light is only a tiny fraction of all of that family. They're all the same thing with different frequencies. So saying that something doesn't exist, for example, the infrared spectrum or microwave or X-ray, just because we are not detecting it with our eyes is ridiculous, to say the least. When you look into the galaxies, for example, here, this is the same galaxy as it looks like through radio waves, infrared, visible, ultraviolet, or X-rays. Right? The pattern is, you know, some patterns are same, but sometimes they can look completely differently. So take into account our limitations, and you know, absence of evidence is not an evidence of absence. You know, science today is lagging in recognizing a lot of concepts that are being empirically really well shown, and you don't always want to wait until the last scientist decides that something is legit before making the best use of it. So this is, this is the difference. This is a serious constellation, how it looks like in infrared, visible, and X-ray. You would think these are completely different pictures of something. Now, how does this correspond to our life? The perceptions that we have are like filters in physics. Filters in physics serve a really good purpose. When you're observing the sun, you want to put a filter that will eliminate most of the light that comes through the telescope in order to see what you want to see. But if you use that same filter when you try to observe the moon in the night, you're not going to see a thing. So filters are enabling you to isolate the signal from the noise. They're very, very useful. You isolate what you want to see from everything else that you are not interested. And these models that we create in our head as basically as soon as we are born, these models serve us to simplify situations so we can quickly isolate what is the important stuff from that's whatever is not. So isolate the signal from the noise. But the problem is when we use those filters, those models, those assumptions that we created as children in certain circumstances, and we bring that on to adult life, and we use them as if they are be all, do all. This is when we get into all kinds of problems with limiting beliefs, because at the time when we were growing up, we did not have choices that we have at this point. We were not as resourceful or as powerful as we are now. We were not able to compete with the adults at many levels. But if we keep that filter that we once implanted in ourselves as a child, we're going to struggle a lot. So it's time to replace or eliminate the filters and use them more appropriately as the situation today demands. So here's filter example with sunglasses, right? Isolating signal from the noise. So which one of these is true, right? 6 or 9. Again, filters of perspective as a filter, right? Yeah. So check this one out. So this image here, it appears because orange light is being shown from this side, and this image here appears because blue light is being shown from this side. So if you have two people who see these images respectively, one of them can say this is truth, and it is, but the other one will say that the shadow that this object throws looks like an orange square in an orange circle. This guy will say it's a round kind of gap in blue circle, and both of them are right. And so this image says this thing, this object is a much more complete truth. But you can step a step further. What's not even visible in this picture is the light that's shining on this object and creating these shadows. That's that light, that you could say that's the spiritual truth, right? Behind several layers of what we see and perceive, and what we agree or don't agree on. So again, transcend your limiting beliefs. Coming from Jack Canfield, right? So with that, there all of these metaphors. I tried to convey some of them. I will open up this for the questions now. But so this framework, be it, feel it, see it, do it. That's a set of physics laws that can serve as metaphors for your hero's journey, and can be a guideline or like a lighthouse for illuminating every one of these steps. When you're talking about finding the guide, when you think about magnets and the field, those metronomes that I showed you, that can give you a completely different image of why you want to do that. When you're talking about limiting beliefs, when you think of filters that are completely skewing what you see and sometimes disabling you to see anything for real, then you can think of the optical filters in physics and kind of realize why you want to shift that, because you're kind of walking blindly otherwise. The frequency, why are those emotions important? Uncertainty, why you want to give it up, and so on and so on. So I want to quickly leave you with one kind of thought. We almost certainly live in a structure that can be described as multiverse, in parallel universes. And if that is so, then that means that there is infinite number of copies of you floating in this structure. If that's so, that also means that there are some of those copies that are very similar to you, and that may differ in you only in a way that they may be successful and in a way that you want to be successful here. I'm going a little bit fast, but the key is that it's possible to imagine, just imagine that there's multiverse of your copies, some of which are identical in all respects, except that they already wrote the book that you want to write, except that they already are talking to people, presenting to people that they want to present to, except that they already have family or ideal partner and so on. Now, if this is so, and what would be one question? What would be one question that you could ask your doppelganger as an input or advice that you would want to use in this universe to accomplish the same thing? So again, physics concept of the multiverse. Use it to stretch your imagination as far out as you want. I'll leave you with that.
Dr. Z, this is so fabulous. You covered so much ground in so little time. Thank you so much. That is a lot to digest. So tell me, just with the last thing you said, what is one thing you would ask your doppelganger? Is this like, so if I want to, so I'm creating a chocolate company that makes chocolate that helps grow new brain cells. Would I ask my doppelganger, how did you do that? Or exactly. would you get to work on that so that way I can do it easier? Or is it, hey, how did you accomplish that thing that I've been wanting to accomplish? Or how do I avoid this challenge that's been difficult?
That's exactly right. And you want to do that in a little bit of a meditative state. You want to go a little bit into so-called alpha level. The guy that's actually teaching the entire concept, his name is Burt Goldman. He got this from Silva method with combination with some inputs that he got when he was a soldier in Korea. But he basically suggests, with breathing, put yourself into this meditative state and then imagine going through the hallway with the door at the end. And then throw yourself into it and see where you land. With the idea that you're going to land at the perfect place in the perfect universe with the perfect doppelganger. And once you're there, have a chat and see where it takes you.
Burning Man allows itself to an enhanced meditative state. There's this idea that the more energy that human beings send to something, kind of the more powerful that idea is. I think at Burning Man, I feel like the prayers are enhanced because you got a bunch of people who are there most of them to be conscious and to love each other and have a great experience. And so when you send out a prayer into the infinite universe, you got all these people that are kind of in that same space, and shit happens really fast. It's like, so for example, I pray after I spend a night with her, I prayed that one day she would hang on my wall, and the next day, Eben, who commissioned this piece, he said, "Hey, I want to give this to you." I was like, "Are you kidding me? I just prayed for this like yesterday. I thought it'd at least take like a couple days or like a year." But the next day, after tremendous. So I was wondering if you would speak a little bit to, from a physicist standpoint, the idea of unexplained psi phenomena of, for example, Dr. Ben Goertzel was on last night. He's one of the world's experts in AI. And he talked about how a dog will know when its master is going to come home before he should know. And so he's at the door, like in advance, right? Or your phone will ring and you'll know who it is before looking at it. I'd love to hear your physics perspective on this, because a lot of very, very smart people that are into the tangible world have trouble understanding that this data should be considered. Even if you can't necessarily explain it, the data is consistent enough, or there's consistent enough data to consider, hey, our understanding of physics as being a physical universe isn't necessarily all that there is, and this is worthwhile considering this other data showing these other psi phenomena. I'd love your take on this.
Absolutely. So I can use several principles to illustrate that. One I was talking about, and it was the principle of the resonance and principle of interference, right? You see my screen, right? So the resonance is, we talked about resonance when people get together, right? There is this infinite, I mean, in both cases, you cannot see sound being propagated from one tuning fork to another, but energy is being propagated. In this case, mechanical energy created by sound. When you have radio stations, energy is again propagating from one to another. This is electromagnetic type of energy. Now, our senses do not see either, but it doesn't mean it doesn't happen. And the radio, the radio transmission maybe 150 years ago was complete nonsense, like a complete other universe to humans. Right? Today is as mundane as it can possibly be. So holding ourselves to whatever is known and observed today as the only possible is ridiculous. I mean, it's downright logically flawed and ridiculous. So if we see evidence that this is happening, like you do in case of that picture, or in case of the Burning Man, when things happen so fast, we see the evidence, then it's much more logical stance to look backwards and try to come up with a model that would explain that, rather than to dismiss that, because we don't have this time physics-based model that would adequately explain it. Now, in addition to that, right, resonance and interference, there's one thing that I did not mention earlier. So it's the principle of entanglement. At quantum level, if you bring two particles at the state that's called quantum entanglement, two of them start behaving in a way that they act like a pair of gloves. Meaning, when you know a state of one of them, when you do something with state of one of them, you immediately know a lot of information about the state of the other one. The incredible thing about this is that this information propagates at speeds that are by far greater than speeds of light. That's what we already know experimentally. And to this point, we can only say that it exceeds the millions, millions times what we would consider, the limitations of that speed. So basically, it happens instantaneously. That's what I want to say. It happens instantaneously. One of the physics concepts that are kind of esoteric enough to explain that is the idea of the simulated universe, right? Because in simulated universe, one side of the hard disk, basically instantaneously transfers the information to the other side, even though it may appear, or your game may, think that one piece is in one galaxy and the other one is in another galaxy. So the field that we don't understand the mechanism. I mean, Einstein famously said that this cannot happen. I mean, he and his colleagues predicted quantum entanglement from mathematics, and then he concluded that quantum mechanics has to be either wrong or at best incomplete, because this is a ridiculous possibility, so it cannot be true. And he basically dismissed the outcome. Later on, we found experimentally that does happen. We just don't have adequate explanation for it. But this universe is an entangled universe. And, so there are these, you mentioned several types of studies, but here's another one. a friend who lives within a mile and who becomes happy increases the probability that the person becomes happy by 25%. And this heavily depends on how close the people are and how far physically they are. So
how close they are physically impacts like the power of prayer and the power of thought.
Yes, and
that's amazing.
That's actually kind of consistent with the Coulomb's law that I mentioned earlier, right? It drops with the distance, but it doesn't really disappear, right? And also it depends on, the emotional connection between people. So let's take this as is, and then let's come up with a model for it the best we can. But before we do, in terms of scientific explanation, well, we can absolutely use that as you do, because you have that picture, right? You have the picture that Eben gave you, right?
That's right. I prayed for this picture to hang on my wall one day after spending a night with her, and then within 24 hours, it was being handed to me saying, "Hey, I want you to have this." So yeah, somehow the prayer and proximity really works. I wish religious institutions use this as a way to magnify their prayers, saying, "Hey, it's good to come to the church to pray together, and here's why. Physical proximity is good. Jesus said, when 2 or more of you are gathered together, I'm present, right?" And so the idea of praying together or being around each other physically to manifest something in physical reality that's powerful through the framework of physics is really terrific. And I wish more people knew that and utilized it, myself included. I wish I got more friends together more often, saying like, "All right, prayer group time. What do you want? What's in the world? Let's do it."
I would highly recommend this book, The Power of Eight, that Lynn McTaggart wrote. That speaks all about what you're talking here.
Oh, thank you so much for that recommendation.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Love. Thank you, Robert, so much for this invitation. It was totally my pleasure. I enjoyed it thoroughly. I love sharing this. If anyone wants to meet the high definition poster of this framework, you can drop me an email at drz@physicsbuddha.com.
drz@physicsbuddha.com to receive a free high definition poster.
Or if you want to ask me any questions, so Dr. Z at physicsbuddha.com.
Dr. Z at physicsbuddha.com. Thank you so much, Dr. Z. This is phenomenal. And it's been so grateful being your friend and getting to have personal access to you, so you can help expand my mind and how I see the world and understand physical reality. Thank you so much. It's been great.
Kiss and hug, man.
Love you, brother. Oh, and please come visit the Mystic Verse and Infinite Ply and the other universes, and come play in the dust with us.
Absolutely, okay, man.
Thank you so much.
Bye bye.
Okay, fabulous. So that was Dr. Z talking about the hero's journey of physics. And now we have a very special treat. We have Camp Mystic founder, Cosmic Cowboy, who is here. And he's gonna tell us, he's gonna give us the mental models of how to have the best burn ever. Cosmic, I think I made you, and so we're gonna do technology here right now. I think I made you a co-host. Okay, you just unmuted yourself. That's great. I'm gonna spotlight you. I think you're on Spotlight. Check recording. We are recording. Let's check the stream. We are streaming.
We are live with Cosmic Cowboy.
Oh man, sounds like we got a troublemaker here.
That would be. I think that's Musaeus. He's our
Musaeus, perfect.
DJ.
Musaeus, let me make you a co-host. That way you can share your music.
Okay, perfect. In the background. Thank you.
Musaeus is going to be our resident DJ for today's program. So we're going to have some beats in the background. We're going to have some dance breaks.
Beats in the background.
Thank you to everybody who is here. So yeah, you want to check on that and see if they're working?
You're streaming. It looks good. We're going into the multiverse. Let me refresh YouTube, see how that stream is going. Yep, you're there.
So quick question, friends. I would like to share audio momentarily, and I'm just trying to figure out how I go about doing that. Do I go to the share screen function?
Share screen, just audio.
Share screen and
And for those of you who haven't been to Burning Man, this is really, really fast turnover of speakers. Usually power goes out, there's a dust storm, you got to change microphones. Like, it's a 10-minute process, and hopefully your speaker system comes back on in time for the speech. Like doing the multiverse, the virtual Camp Mystic, virtual Burning Man, the speaker series has been really fast and like really fast transitions. It's been wild.
Awesome. Sweet. Okay. So I'm going to share my computer sound, and I'm just going to do a test here. Okay.
Hey, Cosmic, of your very impressive 5, what would you like me to share most? Do you want me to be the first half, the middle third, or the last third?
Yeah, we can hear that, Musaeus, which is good. Why don't you just start, Dr. Love, and
okay.
We will, first half is fine. I think that's the mystic part.
Okay, terrific. Musaeus, you might want to be, I think you want to probably be turned down maybe 10 to 20%.
Turn down a little bit more. Okay. How's that volume?
Yeah, I think that's good. How does that sound? How's that sound, Multiverse? Good? Okay, great. Okay, so I'm sorry, I have to do my process again. So we're recording and we're streaming, and I got you on speaker view. Okay, I think that's all the tech stuff. Fantastic. All right, so very special treat. We have the founder, one of the founders of Camp Mystic. Now, Jonathan Udis, also known as Cosmic Cowboy. Cosmic Cowboy is a mystic. He's a filmmaker. He's a realtor, which really blew my mind that he was a realtor based upon the conversations that I'd had with him. He's an advisor. He's an author, artist, actor, ordained interfaith minister, certified yogi, Siromani. I don't know if I'm saying that right. And devoted family man. And those are just a few of the hats that he fills. He's the co-leader of Camp Mystic, an evolutionary think camp and community which has gathered and celebrated life together at Burning Man for over 20 years, and it now hosts its own festivals around the world. Jonathan is part of and leader of Mystic's larger vision. The projects include the 501c3 nonprofit arm, the Mystic Arts Foundation, the Mystic Verse, the Mystic Hotel, and a resort immersive interactive visionary art theme park, kind of like Jurassic Park, but with art. And I'll have to tell you personally. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say that's good. I think we should get started, but I appreciate the bio intro.
Now I have to tell you, on a very personal level, Cosmic, you have influenced my life on a very deep level. Camp Mystic, if I were to point at any part of the globe or experience that I had, Camp Mystic has helped shape me and helped me become a better person more than anything else in my life. And you and C-Rex and Jennifer, have co-created this amazing place that has changed my life in so many positive ways. My favorite people are there. My tribe is Camp Mystic. My favorite place on earth is Camp Mystic. And so thank you for the bottom of my heart from creating that, and for spending 20 years plus of your life helping make Camp Mystic so that people like me can come and be transformed year after year.
Oh, that is beautiful. It is a beautiful testimonial. And that's why we do all that we do. So I think we all share in that joy. So today, everybody, first of all, raise your hand if there's a good balance between like the voice and speaking and the music. We want to have some burner music in the background, but I want to make sure. Okay, good. Just wanted to check on that. So I want to start by one of the things I'm going to talk about today, which is gratitude. I want to start with gratitude and thank everybody who is here for being here. You're all here for a reason. And for I really value your time, especially right now during Burning Man. I feel like time, which is always an abstract, goes up, like every minute, every moment we have on the figurative playa of our lives is valuable. So thank you for taking some time out. This is really good timing because we're at the beginning of the week. And the theme of today's presentation is Best Burn Ever, which over the last, handful of years has become one of my favorite themes at Burning Man. And for those that aren't familiar with Burning Man, you could translate Best Burn Ever into Best Life Ever, Best Day Ever, Best Moment Ever. So yeah, so that's really what we're going to be exploring, is how can we live the best life ever? How can we live the best day ever? How can we live the best moment ever? Or as we say at Burning Man, how can we manifest and create the best burn ever? And one of the things that I think is a misconception is that the best burn ever has to specifically mean like, you know, that you're gonna fall in love and have the most epic romance or friendship, or that your art project or your DJ set is gonna go perfectly, or anything like that. What I wanted to emphasize, and what this whole presentation today is focused on, is that the best burn ever to me translates into just living in the present moment. And you know, now that's a cliche statement, and we've all heard it before. Wow, this is an interesting playa. I hope if you can hear my dogs barking, I apologize. I've got dogs barking in the background. That's actually coming from me. So I'll see if I can get somebody to chill the dogs out. But of course, they're going a little crazy during my thing. Yeah, so you know, living in the present moment, and living in the present moment really revolves around necessarily control our conditions, the conditions of our lives, the conditions that we are faced with, and what we're dealing with on a daily basis. We might have health issues. We might, we might have financial issues. We might have emotional or psychological stresses in our lives. As a matter of fact, it's probably a guarantee that we will. That's kind of part of the game of life, the Leela that we're in, is that we're constantly faced with challenges. And in the Buddhist perspective, they would go so far as to say that life traditionally is translated into suffering, because there's all of these different sufferings that are created. Even if you have something and everything is wonderful one moment, it's gone the next. And so, and then you're, you know, trying to get it back. Or, you know, if you've ever been in paradise, I feel like I live in paradise. I live here on Maui. And sometimes we call Burning Man home. And so a lot of us feel like the playa is a paradise. But, you know, if wherever you are, whether it's on a beach or on the playa, like even when the conditions seem perfect, there's a light breeze, the sun is setting and it's magic hour and like everything's great. And then a dust storm will come up, or a mosquito, or, you know, mosquitoes will land. And so that's kind of like the nature of this reality, is those challenges and those obstacles that we're faced with. But the thing that we can control, which translates into living our best life, living our best burn, is how we react to it. And that is in our control. So even if you're faced with the worst conditions and the worst challenges, you do have the capability within you to take, to have an attitude and a perspective and make the most of it, and transform that into a positive or, you know, life-affirming experience. And so I am going to go through a basic like power list, because we've got such a short period of time today. You know, we're already almost at 1:15, and I want to leave like 5 or 10 minutes at the end for just dialogue and questions. So it's really short. So I'm going to go through, I always like my presentations to be practical, so they're not too heady and too many concepts. And so we're going to be doing some exercises and activities so everybody can participate. And I'm going to go through this list that I came up with, which are all different technologies and techniques that we can take on to bring us more and more, deeper and deeper into the present moment, to celebrate life in all of its complexity, diversity, beauty, and even struggle. Before I do that, I've got some special guests here, and I just want to honor them, and I just want to give them like 30 seconds to a minute each to sort of, so you can hear their voices, see their presence, and get a little bit of a perspectives on the best burn ever. So I shared what the best burn ever means to me, and in my definition, the other thing that's really great is you can always have the best burn ever. You know, like I had a burn where I got sick on the playa and had to, like, you know, beg somebody to give me a ride to Reno just because I had to get somewhere to try and treat my medical condition. And it was still the best burn ever because I still had incredible experiences there. So with that being said, I'm going to hand the mic over to a special guest, a legacy veteran burner and one of the other co-founders of Mystic. He's also the primary co-creator, producer of one of our official universes this year, the Mystic Verse. And this is Siberius Rex, my dear partner in joy and creativity. So C-Rex, if you could just take a moment, I mean, in a way, you can do whatever you want with your minute, a minute or two, but I would love to hear what your perspective is on what makes the best burn ever.
Thank you, Cowboy. Thank you, Sky. Thank you, everyone. I think what makes Burning Man the best burn ever each year is recognizing that there are some things about it that are familiar, but most everything about it is new and a learning experience and the opportunity for transformation and growth. And if you approach it from that perspective, you know, your gratitude for that opportunity is limitless. It really, there's no way that you can be disappointed when you're open to the potentialities of an environment like Burning Man. You know, you may harbor feelings for things that happened in the past or how you think things should be, but if you open your heart and you recognize that that is what's important. Sorry about my background noise. I had to take a dinner break. But that aspect right there is what makes it the best burn ever. Just like John said, being present. Right now I'm going through some really challenging life things, but I just keep reminding myself that I'm grateful to be here. I'm grateful for everything that's happening, and you know, this is what is. So thank you very much.
Yes, all right, awesome. Okay, so I'm gonna ask everybody, hey, Museus, if possible, we're gonna take a 90-second dance break right now in the spirit of Burning Man. It's important that we get into our physical body. That's one of my things about how we can be in the present moment, is physiologically is probably the greatest method. So for the next 90 seconds, like maybe 1 to 2 minutes, I'm gonna, if you can, if you're not driving and you're in a position that you can, I'm gonna ask that you stand up, focus on your breath, try and take some deep breaths, and dance like nobody's watching, even though I will, because I want to see you. And Museus is going to give us some music to dance to.
It's happening right now.
Come on, people, get your burn on. There we go. I see Sky off. I see Shannon Snaps dancing. Dr. Sunshine, Museus in the house, C-Rex is dancing, Murray Hadari's in the house, Cozy Winters is dancing, come on. Serene is giving us a dance, awesome, Serene and a dream. Okay, so now when I call your name, I want you to make a dance move and everybody is gonna follow it, okay? So we're gonna start with our Mystic Digital Ranger Rockstar. If you're enjoying the multiverse this year, this is a man you should be thankful for. Go for it, Larry Papakule. All right, here he goes, there he is, let's see it. Now let's pass it over to Mikey Maps. Give us a dance, Mikey Maps. I love it. Okay. Shake it out, shake it out, shake it out. Now we got your bodies moving. Awesome. Let's bring it down, Musaeus, and we'll get back to it. Okay, so thanks you guys. Thank you. I mean, you're living the burn right now because everybody is radically participating. You're radically participating because you're here. A lot of people have been thrown off and challenged by 2020 in general. And a lot of people have been thrown off and challenged by the fact that we're not able to get together in person physically. But this is kind of going back to the thing I said at the very beginning, which is Burning Man has always been at the cutting edge of humanity, technology, creativity, art, community. It's always been pushing us beyond our limitations, pushing us beyond the boundaries that we're comfortable with. And this year, that challenge is an invitation to say, hey, can you still burn? Can you still rock out? Can you still connect? Can you still come together? Can you still inspire each other? Can you still share your gifts, even if we're not physically on the playa? So I just want to take a second to, again, acknowledge you, because your presence here is a demonstration that you understood that at some level, and you want to participate and you want to contribute. And it's going to be really interesting. I wish we could have a follow-up at the end of the 2020 burn. I guess we'll do it at our regionals, or we'll know next year. But I think it's going to be really fascinating to see how we grow, what we learn, what we will have to say about this particular multiverse. And I just want to give a plug while I have the mic to everybody. You know, we're on Tuesday right now. I know that there are a few universes that have been dealing with technical challenges. All of these universes, this was not like big multi-million-dollar corporate sponsored or even Burning Man sponsored projects. These were all labors of love by creators just like us, usually barely able to pull it off, and borrowing and raising money as they go. And so if you can this week, take some time and dig into these different universes. Only a few of them require goggles. Most of them don't. And you can probably, if you want to see those, borrow somebody's. But especially as the week goes on, I think they're going to be working out some of the bugs, and so things will come together. I know that a lot of them have camps and DJs that are going to be performing live. Mystic, we have a full, amazing speaker series and presentation series that's led by Robert Love Sky, who introduced everything at the beginning, and he's actually going to be going next after this with Murray Hidari. So you can come to this same link all week during the days and just check out what's going on here at Camp Mystic and on our screens. And then we have our ceremony on Wednesday night, 6 to 8 p.m. Pacific. And then 8 to midnight is our Truth and Beauty party. So we got some big things. Saturday night, I think there's going to be an exciting burn party in the Dusty Multiverse. And Sunday at 8 p.m. Inside the Mystic Verse is going to be the Temple Burn, which they've created a really beautiful, unique presentation of the temple, a very sacred, meditative. There's an audio track that's been created by Musaeus and DJ Moonhawk, and I got to do some chants, and a lot of great, amazing people. Simeone, who's the creator of the multiverse, of the Mystic Verse, it's kind of like his gift to everybody is, and of course Renzo and Sylvia, the creators of the Empyrean Temple. So there's just a lot of great stuff to dig into. Final thing is, inside the Mystic Verse and some of the other universes, for those that are into time travel, there's 2 time machine devices that you can check out. One is a UFO. So if you see a UFO in any of the universes, you just go inside, and as soon as you go in, a audio meditation will start. You close your eyes, lie down and relax, and it's about 15 to 20 minute audio guided meditation that will literally take you beyond the ordinary boundaries of space and time. And if you're curious to meet an artistic master, Leonardo da Vinci, in the Mystic Verse, you can go inside this big pyramid that looks like the Pyramid of Giza, but it's got all of his art on the outside, and it'll take you on a time travel loop to him. Those are the 2 specific art projects with Mr. Fun, Siberius Rex, and Ankh that we collaborated on this year. So, okay, with that being said, we're going to move into more best burn ever material. And so I'm gonna, if it's okay with everybody, I might call on people to just you know, get feedback or comments or response. I want to have everybody involved and participating. If you can't answer, or you know, that's totally fine. So if you can, and this is being recorded, I just want you to take note of like these elements or technologies that I'm about to go through are all different ways that we can create the best burn ever, live the best life ever. And they're all intended to bring us into the present moment. So I'm just going to start to go through them. And the first one is one of the fundamentals. It's breath. So this is important. Obviously, we're always breathing at all times, and it's usually unconscious. But the breath is basically the ultimate medicine, and it's free. So not only does the breath have the capability of bringing you into your body, making you more mentally focused, energizing you, and actually oxygenating the blood that our brain uses, it's incredible. So breathe. And if you ever feel stressed, sad, depressed, confused, agitated, the breath is really the easiest go-to thing. And so the breath exercise that I wanted to demonstrate right now is just for 60 seconds. Again, this is just 1 minute, but I invite everybody to play big right now. So you can either do it a little bit or you can really go for it. So what I want to show everybody is the power of our breath in 60 seconds. So just for right now, take 1 or 2 deep breaths, just relaxing, just kind of settling. And Musaeus, maybe you can give us a little bit more of a meditative vibe for this. So just kind of settle right now. You're just relaxing with your breath. That's it, coming into your physical body. Okay, so now keep in mind that this is only going to be for 60 seconds for 1 minute. So what I want you to do, if you can, is raise your arms up above your head. So your arms are up. And for 60 seconds, we're going to take deep, full breaths through the nostrils. You're going to inhale through the nose and exhale through the mouth. You want to take as big breaths as you can, like this. Again, inhale through the nose. Exhale. Just keep that up. Big breaths through your nose, exhale through your mouth. You can close your eyes as you do this. Just focus on the breath, taking in as much breath as you can and then releasing it all. You're almost there. We're already halfway there, people. 30 seconds. Breathe. Full breaths. This is the ultimate yoga right here, is just breath. Last 20 seconds now. Keep going. Big breaths. Good. Now this time I want you to take that full breath in, but don't exhale it. Inhale. Hold the breath in and bring your hands together above your head. And then exhale, bring your arms down and exhale. And now just close your eyes and just meditate for a moment. So the purpose of this exercise is just to show you how radically we can change our state through the breath. That was literally 60 seconds. It was 1 minute, but it probably felt like more because everybody that I saw was really going for it and was doing. And so that's a great one. Again, like I said, if you ever need a break, if you work at a computer throughout the day, that's a really good one. Close your eyes, roll your neck a little bit and do that. Now, if you can do it for 3 minutes, it's even better. We're much more powerful. But even if you can just do 1 minute, we always have enough time to spare 1 minute. And that's why that's a really good one. Museus, you might want to bring music down just a tad, and we can go back to that other kind of fun beat if you can. Thanks everybody. Let's give a hand to Museus, DJ. He's also the creator of the Heart Space stage in the Mystic Verse. It's been going off at the Gate Party. He's going to be playing several incredible DJ sets. He's like the resident Camp Mystic DJ. We're so fortunate to have him. And so anyway, thank you so much. Last minute stepped in and just said, I want to gift everybody with some good tunes during this. So the second thing the second thing we're going to, we just talked about breath. The second thing I want you to focus on is water. You know, we're not out on the playa, but it's one of the things that the playa really teaches us is the importance of water and staying hydrated. It's one of these weird things where you usually only notice it if you don't do it. So when you don't do it, you get dehydrated, you start to get stressed, your head hurts, your body aches. But if you stay hydrated, you're really feeding yourself on so many different levels. Another thing is that I've been doing as a recent practice is taking cold showers. You know, it's becoming more popular, ice baths, but it's sometimes hard to get a whole tub, fill it up with ice. But a really good way to start your day or create one of these state changes where you just change how you're feeling and turn everything on its side is to take a cold shower. And I mean cold, like barely, like once you turn the spigot, it's barely on, but it's still going. And you're usually like, what? Just go through that little bit. That it's not that it's not going to be sting or it's not going to be a little pain or discomfort for a few seconds, but it really energizes your whole body. It's good for your skin. It's good for your mind. It's good for your spirit. And even if you only are in there for a minute, again, you can do a 1 minute, 2 minute shower. It would even be okay if you want to transition to do a regular shower, soap up, kind of take care of business, but then at the end, give yourself that minute of cold. So it really awakens you. And then you that's how you start your day or you know, change your day. And then I'm just going to start going through these quickly. Now we're going into the spiritual component. So these are spiritual technologies that are really powerful. And the first I wanted to say is devotion. Now, devotion is a term that I really love because it's non-denominational. So even if you're atheist, there's something that you're devoted to. It could be your partner. It could be the animal that, or you know, your pet. Or it could be nature itself. It could be a certain, you know, something just that you really love and are devoted to. That's what it's about. It's about having something that you feel that devotion towards and being willing to surrender and give yourself over to that. Having that and feeling like, you know, you can be of service to that you're devoted to every day is really powerful. I mean, Burning Man is a perfect example. You could be devoted to Burning Man and just to the beauty of the burn and all these amazing people. So whatever it is, you have to choose that for yourself, but put that symbolically on the altar of your mind, on the altar of your heart, on the altar of your spirit, and make sure you devote yourself to it. Every day, you should focus on it because having something that you are devoted to will really transform your life and it'll empower you so much more. Our lives become so much bigger when we are of service. And the other thing is a daily practice. So I really emphasize this is a lot of people get caught up in time. They're like, I don't have time to meditate, or I tried to meditate and it was too challenging. But it's not about the time. I always like to say like 60 seconds is actually a perfect time because it's so little. It's really, it's about the quality and the sort of intensity. If you put your intensity into it, that's all that matters. So create a daily practice for yourself. I recommend either breath work or meditation or some form of intention, affirmation, or prayer. But whatever it is, I would like to invite everybody that's on the call to pick something. And just from now, if you do it from now until the end of the burn, that's like 7 days. And a really good, it's like if you can do an 11-day practice, you're planting a true seed inside yourself. I would recommend picking something really easy. Like it could be as easy as when I wake up in the morning, the first thing I'm gonna say is, I love myself, or I am beautiful, or I am worthy. or I have a gift to offer. Just a small little, just pick an affirmation that's empowering, but then commit to it and get out on your calendar. And when you do it, put an X on the calendar and do that 11 days. See how that 11 days, how doing that is going to change your life. I also wanted to give this, I didn't even have time to find a card with it, but I'll type it in the chat at some point, maybe during our next dance break. And I just wanted to give you guys one mantra. Mantra is like a sound, it's like vibration. So there's certain sounds that vibrationally have power. And that's what mantras are. They've recognized it's less about the words or the translation of the words, but it's the meaning or the vibration that's encased in sound. Sound is such a powerful tool too. That's why I'm so glad we have music going right now for this presentation. And so this mantra that I wanted to just share with you is a really great seed mantra. And it's Om Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. The translation loosely is, may all beings everywhere be happy and free. So again, non-denominational, but it is a very beautiful mantra because it's sending out this energy of goodwill to all beings everywhere. So I wanted to give that one up. Okay. Oh my gosh, we're already at 1:35 in my time. So another practice, these are all practices that are just going to bring you into the present moment. This is a really, really big one. I mean, this is like, in a way, like the foundation of my life. And I want to emphasize that all of these, I'm not trying to brush these over or make them sound easy. A great teacher once told me that a lot of things are simple but not easy. So these are things like this, like the breath and taking a cold shower. These are simple things, but actually doing them, it's like trying to commit to meditation or committing to going to the gym or committing to eating really healthy. These are all simple things, but they are not easy. They take discipline, devotion, commitment, intention, and willpower. But this one is a great one. And what it is gratitude. Just having gratitude in every moment, and having gratitude as again, that sort of foundational standpoint, so that when we get caught, which we will a lot, when we lose our temper, when we get frustrated, when somebody betrays us, or when somebody we love lets us down, all these things, we can go back to this platform of gratitude. And again, it's a great one to do in the morning when you wake up, like, I'm awake, I'm alive. These are things to be really grateful for. I have my health, I have my eyesight, I have my hearing, whatever it is. You call somebody when you call somebody and they pick up the phone, you just a silent little moment of gratitude, like, wow, I have somebody that I really care about in life. I have friends, I have people that are out there that love me. So there's all these different elements of gratitude. So it's like a pivot point. That's what I wanted to emphasize, is like, you don't ever want it to become like an automatic. That's really dangerous, is when people it's often like when I like to say a blessing before I eat, like gratitude for this abundance and gratitude for whoever prepared it and for nature, all these gratitudes. And some people are like, oh yeah, no, well, we don't do that. We're just, of course we're grateful. And it sounds like, kind of like, okay, that makes sense. But what happens over time is you end up taking it for granted. You just end up like, oh, there's my sandwich, and you just dig in and you eat. And so you lose that. The blessing is actually, again, it's an energy transference. So the real purpose of blessing food is that you're recognizing this energy and the energy that I am are one and the same. When that little intentional connection happens, that food becomes medicine. So that's what gratitude does in our lives. When we can live with gratitude, we're basically remembering all that we have instead of the things that we perceive we don't have. Again, there's a famous saying that I really love, which is, the wealthiest person in the room is not the one who has the most, but the one who needs the least. Because the idea is that's really what wealth is. Wealth isn't about having all this stuff. It's about being in a place where you're like full. And for some people that might be really minimal, like, a yogi wearing a cloth in a cave, you should see their eyes. You should see the love coming out from their heart. You try and give them things and they're like, I don't need anything. I have everything. So that's kind of that gratitude. I already sort of talked about affirmations, but affirmations goes into the next step, which is a vision board. And now there's even a website where you can create a vision movie. So I really highly recommend that. I used to, when I was younger, just create, I still do like poster boards where you cut out stuff and words and images that you love and all the things that you're visioning towards. It's a great way to do that. And now, again, I'll share this app website, and what it essentially allows you to do, it just does it for you, but you get to pop in all of your great photos. It has a lot of affirmations, or you can create your own. And then you have this short little 1-2 minute video. But the reason they're really powerful is because, you know, that's a great thing to watch before you go to bed. You know, let's say you look a certain way and you feel like your body isn't as healthy as you want it to be. So you have an image of the body the way you want it, or you know, whatever it is, whatever we desire in life that we feel like would make us more fulfilled. You can see it, and then your mind starts to pattern for it. Next thing I want to talk about. Okay, wait, so hold on. Let's get a little participation here. So I'm just going to go around the room and ask you again, if you just go like this, like no, if you can't, or you're not, if you don't want to talk, but if you can, I'm going to ask, out of the current best burn ever techniques, has any of them landed for you, made sense, or anything like that? I'm going to start with Dr. Sunshine. By the way, I just want to put a shout out, talk about gratitude. We are literally, not as a joke, only on this current Zoom because of Dr. Sunshine. Came in, you know, while the Mystic Verse was going, and we didn't have a team lead to basically technically put all the pieces of the puzzle together. And he just totally stepped in, rocked out. And it's because he's got that selfless service. He's like a true burner. He loves to burn. His room where he lives at the burn, he turns into a general store. You can barely see a bed. Literally, he's got you know, a Blinky, water bottles, hats, costumes, like anything, batteries, and people just come up and no cost, just gift. I mean, you know, he even gave me a full-on battery pack for my phone, like probably $100. He's just like, take it, Cosmic. So anyway, I just want to acknowledge you for being a wonderful burner. But yes, please, Dr. Sunshine, tell us if there's anything that hit for you.
Thanks, Cosmic. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I got a crash course in streaming, and I'm going to throw another shout out to Larry he got me through it, man. Thank you, Larry. He did a crazy amount of stuff. So real quick, you mentioned gratitude and you mentioned having a practice. And I love both of those. That's been a part of my last couple of years, is really concentrating on moments of gratitude. And I love having little routines that help every day get better. I'm on board with the cold showers, man. I've been doing that for about, people think I'm crazy, but it wakes you, I feel amazing, not during, but after.
I love it. I love it.
Those are my 3 for you, Daddy-O. Thanks.
Thank you. Awesome. How about you, Mr. Fun?
Aloha, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, you sound like a radio DJ.
Hey, how y'all doing out there in Radio Land? And welcome to the virtual playa. So happy to be here. This is Mr. Fun talking to you all the way from the island of Maui.
Hey, Mr. Fun.
Hey. I'm not sure I understood the question because I came in halfway.
It has any of these sort of techniques to get into the present moment, any of them resonate with you, or which ones do you like?
Everything that you suggest resonates with me, Mr. Cosmic Cowboy. You know that. Breathe, you know, the breath, the water.
And how about this? Share with us for a moment. You're a veteran burner. You've been going so many years and done so much. What is the best burn ever for you? I mean, so I know that you were challenged. You went through your own kind of like, what a bummer that we're not going to be on the playa this year. And yet here you are, you're showing up.
Right. And I'm in this very moment, I'm having a very interesting experience because I've been somewhat of a naysayer about the, you know, this whole virtual experience. And I've not, you know, been overly excited about it as C-Rex can attest. And unfortunately, I've been working on a movie project, so I haven't been available. So I do regret that. But however, what I'm experiencing right now, which I didn't expect, is seeing all these faces and seeing my family of burners, and it is giving me this very emotional feeling of being connected. And if anything comes out of this for me, I think that staying connected to each other as human beings, but as a family of burners, because yes, I do feel a tremendous loss this year of not of the physical experience, and I know that, you know, that our duties and wishes as burners is to go into the world and affect the world with our principles, and all of that is fantastic, but it's very difficult to let go of the physical event, and that's been challenging for me. But just even this experience right now I'm having, seeing all of your faces and having this connection, I feel it is I'm having a wonderful experience, being reminded of how awesome we are as a community of human beings on planet Earth. So I'm thank you for orchestrating this, and I'm happy to be here to see all of you.
All right, you hear that, C-Rex? The man who's made it all possible this year for the 2020 burn in the multiverse, mystic verse. Okay, last one before I keep going. I'm going to call on La Gata Rosa. Met in the Mystic Theater, bikes around the playa like crazy, knows the playa. What about you? What's the best burn ever for you, and what do you have to share?
Oh my gosh, the best burn ever is, yeah, it's every year. It's meeting new people and having all these organic experiences that would never happen anywhere else. You know, being in the art, being a part of the art, meeting the people that made the art. It's all really cool to me. But the good thing is we can do that still this year in a different realm.
We're doing it.
Yeah, we're doing it. And
Awesome.
it's been fun. But also I like that you talked about meditation. So thank you.
Yes. Awesome. Okay, good. So we're running out of time, folks. So we're going to go through these really fast, but this is a really big one, is gifting. You know, it's one of the principles of Burning Man. We live in, it's a gifting culture, a gifting economy, so to speak. But the gifting that I'm talking about is just using it as inspiration for your life. Like when we give the gift that we are, which is just being ourselves ultimately, but when we give the gift of us to the world, it is the most rewarding, empowering, inspiring thing. And it's a little contrary to what like a lot of our cultures emphasize. Like, you know, you go and you have to kind of fit into some specific thing and try and get a job, so to speak, and all of that. But gifting is coming from a different place. It's just recognizing what talents you have, what gifts you have inside yourself to share, and then giving them out, giving them freely. And just recognizing that. And if you're not doing that, again, if you're going to leave it with anything on this Zoom, I want you to sort of be committed to figuring out what is my gift right now in my life, because it changes all throughout our lives. We have different gifts at different times in our life. And your gift might be taking time to self-care. It might be like, you know, isolating and taking care of yourself. That could actually be your gift right now, because what you're going to come back like an iPhone with your battery charged. That's to me, speaking of meditation, that's what meditation is. Meditation is just the ultimate plugging in the phone so that, you know, it gets to 100%. That green bar is completely full, and it's amazing how fast it can get full when you're able to get into that deep meditative state. Even just the effort though is kind of like sitting on, or you're near that like charger, you know, so you're going to get some of the buzz. Okay. Next thing is a big burner thing that we do, a lot of us, which is dance. We started this party dancing, and dance is not always literal. So the question is, what is your dance? Dancing could be for you drawing, it could be gardening, it could be walking, it could be a lot of different things. But it's when you're really in the zone of dancing, you're in the zone and you feel it and you're not thinking about anything and you just feel great. That's how you know what your dance is. So again, we get caught up in life. It's a natural thing that we just end up, oh, I was so busy and I had to do this and I had to do that. And the question is, are you dancing? Have you prioritized? Even if it's just once a week. Like we live here on Maui. And for me, it's like taking my daughter surfing and getting in the water. The minute I'm in the Pacific Ocean, everything goes away. It's all done. And I feel that sort of baptism. I feel that cleansing, that purification, and just, I feel one with all these, so much of life. And so, but you have to go out of your way to do it. You have to make sure it's in your schedule and go and do it. So remember to dance. I've got my faux hawk on, which is kind of fun. Just because I usually don't have any hair. So now I can have kind of baby blue hair. And so that was my next one, was dressing up. I need to do this one more too. I certainly do it at Burning Man, but costumes are fun. The larger point that I was going to say is, remember to live your life with a sense of humor. Don't take yourself too seriously. If you look at what's going on in our international news, it's almost like, how can we take any of this seriously? It's insanity. So remember to have a sense of humor about everything. And that's one of the things that costumes do, is they allow us to look fun and different and silly. And somebody sees us and, you get a reaction. So that's an example of something that we sort of give ourselves permission to do when we're on the playa. But let's remember, the more that we do it on this, the grand playa of our lives, the more we're freeing everybody else to do it as well. Okay, so then exercise, it's kind of tied to dancing, but again, like I was just saying, whatever you need to do, physical exercise is a really big one. Whether you bike, walk, run, jog, swim, play tennis, surf, basketball, I don't know, whatever your thing is, but getting exercise, yoga, Pilates, use your physical body. This physical body is our temple while we are here. So we have to take care of it and we have to use it and get into it. And so remember to exercise. If you can, this is another one that we do at Burning Man. And even if it's online or however it is right now in our current circumstance, remember to meet new people. I just recently met Papa Kool-Aid, Larry, and we've been like, we're like brothers, like he's just a rock star, and we connected. It was like an early on, we didn't even have deep conversation. It was just like, oh, guess what? I know you, I get you. And we're like down, and we've already been able to kind of help and lift each other up and do this whole multiverse thing. And so it's like connecting with other people is really important. And don't be afraid of your screen. I'm not a tech guy, I'm not a computer guy, but if this is how it is, if this is how I can connect. Another one, if you don't like the computer, is try and focus now on lucid dreaming. Lucid dreaming, going into the astral, is a great way to meet other people and connect and rock out. You want to have a great playa date? Just connect with somebody in the astral. Not enough time to go into that in detail. Okay, so another one is to hug. Now that might seem ironic because of course here we are, but what I really wanted to say is, while I love hugging, it's one of my favorite things about going to Burning Man and being at the burn. So there is something really, really unique and special about connecting with another human heart to heart. But what I wanted to say is, we don't have to be physical to do it. What a hug really is opening your heart and giving love from your heart and being open to receive love from another person. So, expand your perception of what a hug can be and start hugging people, even if you just see them on the street. Like, I'm telling you, our world really needs it right now. I'm not saying to look at somebody like Uncle Creepy, but you can just silently hug somebody from wherever you are, and they will feel it and receive it, and it'll be a good thing. Honor your ancestors. This starts with one of the 10 commandments of honoring our elders, but really our elders in a deep sense is our ancestors, remembering that we're only here because of the work that they did. It's another one of these deep gratitudes. Like if you're feeling like not grateful and you're feeling kind of cruddy, just remember how many other family members and, of the species, what they had to do for you to arrive in this moment, to have the potential that we have. Okay, ask for help. That's another one. Just remembering to ask for help. We're all always going through stuff. The natural inclination when we are feeling, down and in need of help is to not ask for help. So I just wanted to say it out loud. People benefit from being able to be of service. So you're doing a service to other people when you have the courage to ask for a little help. I've certainly done it like crazy leading up to the burn, because I know what needs to be done, but I'm not very capable in so many especially technical ways. So, and then cultivate humility. That's a kind of tricky one too, but again, being humble is a beautiful thing. It goes back to that aspect of kind of being of service and trying to find your gifts and give your gifts. And now we're getting to the big ones, which is to celebrate life. And that goes back to kind of all of this, which is just remembering life is a celebration. It is a game. I'm not saying it's an easy one, but remember to celebrate it. And then recognize and celebrate death. We dissociate and we do not pay attention. Death is a taboo topic in our culture and in a lot of cultures, but death is as much a part of life as birth. You know, it is the other side of birth. And it's the same as when we, you know, a new baby comes on and we're so happy. When somebody transitions, that's something to celebrate too. And we all will go through that transition. So if nothing else, having a little bit of a focus on the fact that we're, you know, we all live the same amount of time. I was just at a funeral the other day, and my favorite thing that he said was, we all live the same amount of time. Our lives are a blink of an eye. Doesn't matter whether you're here for 1 year or 100 years, it's a blink of an eye. So when you remember that it's coming to an end, then it inspires you to make the most of this, of what you have. And finally, we're coming into this now, this sort of what I love about the 10 principles, immediacy, which is the present moment. You know, I do a lot of work with time travel, and there's the perception of the past and the future, but what you really arrive at is all there is one moment. There's just one ongoing present moment. And the more that we're in it, the more that we're loving life and thriving and giving our gifts and able to celebrate and be present. So that basically, another final one I have here, I slipped it in, is forgiveness. It is a really important one. Remember to forgive yourself. The first step in kind of loving yourself is forgiving yourself. If you haven't forgiven yourself, you won't be able to love yourself. And if you can't forgive and love yourself, you're not capable of doing it for others. And again, if you can't see it for yourself personally right now, just think of the world. Our world needs to be forgiven. Our world needs to be loved right now. So do it for everybody else and do it for yourself. Thank you guys so much. Sorry I had to rip through those really fast, but I hope this has inspired you to have the best burn ever, live the best life ever. And since we've only got a few minutes, I say we rock out. I say we dance it out. Unless if there's anybody that has anything really pressing or that you want to share, we can do that for one. Yeah, we have 2 minutes. So
first, Cosmic, do you have those written down? Do you have, like, you know, can I sign up for your email list so I can get this? Like where do I get this list in consolidated form so I can like print this shit up and have it like on my wall? Where do I get this?
Okay, yes. Yeah, go to jonathanudis.com, sign up, and I will create a special Best Burn Ever presentation packet and you can get it.
All right. So I want it like tomorrow so I can like be living this stuff all week.
Oh,
live it, baby.
If you were on this call, you got it. You've absorbed it. But I'll tell you what, why don't we do that actually? Thanks to Sky. This is a perfect example of the sort of synthesis, symbiosis, interconnectedness, and the potential that we have at Burning Man. So for our last dance, which we'll do in just about 1 minute.
The last dance?
For this last dance, I want us to create a collective intention. So while you're dancing, let's make our intention that we all, everybody on this call and everybody that will ever see this call or everybody that receives it will absorb all of these principles, all of these techniques and technologies. So the more you dance, the harder you dance, the more you put into it, you're going to absorb them, and everybody that ever sees this will absorb it. Sound good, Sky?
Sounds amazing.
Can I tell you one more thing, Cosmic?
You guys, absolutely all the love.
Hey, for everybody that's on this call or watching it on any of the other platforms, it may be obvious, but kindling.burningman.org and the Multiverse app, they're super effing cool. Like yes. Really people, I mean, I messed with it for a little while earlier, and I can't wait to sit down later with my iPad and a cocktail and go cruise the playa. So
also, if you get confused or need help, you can reach out to me. I'll take care of you.
Make it happen.
All right, here we go. Anybody else? Raven, we love you. Thanks for joining us. I see you there. Okay, so Museus, why don't you bring us out? We've got 2 minutes to rock out. And also, I wanted to let everybody know, if you stay on Sky, Robert Love is going to be doing a presentation. Oh, these are all mental maps, not mental, or what are mental platforms?
Mental models.
So this all has been a mental model. This program is a mental model for how to live the best life ever. Let's rock out. Thank you for being here. Stick around for the next mental model. Sky, give a quick pitch. What's the presentation?
Yeah, I'm interviewing classical pianist Murray Hidari on the mental models of music. So how to understand music on a deeper level. Last night he did a great presentation on how music can ripple out for billions of light years. And so we're going to tell you some really cool shit around music and mental models. It's going to be fascinating. He's going to do most of the talking. I'm going to do most of the asking, and it's going to be cool shit. So definitely check that out.
Last minute now, 60 seconds, guys. Dance. Remember that intention. Let's dance it out.
Oh yeah, you like that mix?
Thank you, Museus. Everybody, let's give it up for Museus. And thank you to C-Rags for making it all possible. We love you, C-Rags.
Look at that dog dance.
Doggy style.
All right, here we are. It's already 2.
So I was wrong about the time. My talk with Murray's next hour. This hour, it's me talking about fractal perspectives, which is a mental model on empathy. So if you're interested in fractal perspective,
didn't have to hurry. Why are Cosmic hurrying just for you? Damn it!
It's a fair question. I would totally be down for another 30 minutes of Cosmic rapping about Camp Mystic.
The answer is anything that urges Cowboy to finish on time is a good thing.
Oh, don't make me edit the schedule again, Sky. Don't make me.
Hey, yeah, take it easy on Larry, okay?
Dude, Larry's been a hero. But anything y'all would like to share before we move on? I'm totally happy to flex my start time because y'all are here and we're having a good time, and want this to be a good thing for everybody. So my talk is going to be on fractal perspectives, which is about how to it's empathy on steroids. It's a super powerful mental model that's lots of fun. Oh, it looks like C-Rex is going. C-Rex, take me with you.
Where are you going, C-Rex?
I think
I'm going back.
I don't know if
back
it's
to
been
the
done
hospital.
enough, but I'm just gonna say again, thanking all the people that have poured massive amounts of time. This build was unlike any other build. And Simeone, C-Rex, Museus, Sky. I talked to C-Rex today. He has just been, pouring months of time. So I talked to Simeone, I talked to Anthony Museus last night. I mean, the Brazilian performances last night directly related to Anthony's trip down to Brazil and the support from the Mystic Arts Foundation. I mean, people have been rocking in super amount of work. So I guess one thing I would say is really get out there as a community and tell other people to get on and watch, because we need to tell people the burn is happening. I've been inviting friends who have said they wanted to go to Burning Man. I've been getting them to see it. But,
nice.
Why do we only have freaking whatever? I mean, everyone's wonderful, but let's make sure people know that this is here, and let's get on Facebook, share. I've been kind of sharing photos like, hey, I just saw Vincent by the you know, you know, like, oh, I'm out by the cafeteria.
I had trouble logging into the Mysticverse. Am I missing something? I went to mysticverse.live. I didn't know where to go.
It's not live yet, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
They had a couple of 3D issues, but a lot of the
I
programming
went
is
into
still
the
available.
art or the temple for like the counselor session. Nobody showed up when I went into Zoom, but you know, look, the first
All right,
bird was 12 people in freaking or 6 people, you know, on the edge of San Francisco, you know, with a construct of Larry. So, you know, this is the first online burn, so it's gonna have, you know.
Well, thank you for being a part of history, everybody. And with that, I'm going to introduce our next guest speaker.
Museus, would you turn down the tunes, por favor?
Man, what are you talking about?
The maestro with the hat.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to introduce you to a fellow mystic and our team lead for the 2020 virtual multiverse burn, Dr. Robert Love. He is a national best-selling author, a genius coach, and avid art collector. Dr. Love is passionate about brain health and creating a company that makes healthy chocolate that can help you grow new brain cells. His favorite thing to do at Burning Man is Build Week and seeing his favorite people in the world and staying up all night looking at art and listening to Mozart. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Love, AKA Sky, thank you.
Thank you. It's so great and honored to be here. And this has been a tremendous journey. It's been so many great speakers today. Dr. Z, great to see you still on here. We had Jim Quick earlier, Cosmic. This is the most participation we've had all day. This has been so much fun. This has been phenomenal. And so I'm honored to be a part of this whole process. Cyrex, I'm so glad I was joining Cyber Mystic on Friday nights where you're like, dude, virtual Burning Man's happening. I'm like, what are you talking about? You're like, don't you read your email? No, of course I don't read my email. You're like, well, there's stuff happening. So I'm so glad I joined those calls to learn about this. So today, today's all about mental models and accelerated learning. And so a mental model is a tool. It's a thinking tool that you can use to make decisions. To process information. And when you use these mental models, you can improve the quality of your life because you make better decisions. The quality of your decisions affects the quality of your life. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to share with you a mental model that I created with my friend Joel, actually at a time of great stress in my life. And then I'm going to teach you how to use it so you can increase your empathy and power in your life. When you use this mental model, you'll have more physical power in your life because you'll be able to manage your emotions. You'll have more empathy for yourself and for others. You'll be able to make better decisions. You'll be able to make better decisions in your relationships as well as in your business. And this will give you more personal power and more freedom in your life, as well as better health, better sleep, and probably better sex. So here's the origin story. Here's how this model came about. I was at my home and I worked from home, and my roommate had a friend over, and then my roommate left and his friend stayed, and she had her daughter with her, and I was a little annoyed at this. And she and I got into a confrontation that was very emotionally upsetting. And I said, listen, I would just really appreciate if you would leave right now. My friend's not here. I don't feel comfortable with you being here. This is my office. I'm trying to work. And she said some very upsetting things to me. And then I was like, listen, I got to get the hell out of here. And so I finished my workout and then I went to my friend Joel's house. I was like, Joel, I'm so upset. This terrible thing just happened. And I'm kind of concerned about how this is going to impact my life. He's like, here's some water. Here's some vitamin B. Here's some magnesium, here's some selenium, drink this, and then let's talk in 5 minutes. And so we had a hug, I had some water, and then my brain felt alive. I'm like, great, how can we use this experience and learn from it? And so I took something from Annie Lala. Annie Lala has this great model where she uses micro pleasures. A micro pleasure is something small in your life, seemingly small, but that gives you pleasure. So for example, a micro pleasure that she talks about is the feeling of the soft rug underneath your feet when you get out of the shower. A feeling might be a droplet of water, of cold water on your shower when you first step into the shower. It might be the feel of a breeze caressing your face. It might be the smell of food that you love. These small sensations that we take for granted that we're experiencing all the time. These are what she calls micro pleasures. And the purpose of finding and pointing out micro pleasures is to fall in love with your life. Her mission is to have people fall in love with their lives. And by having people seek out and notice micro pleasures, people realize, wow, my life is really pretty good. So that's where all this started. And then I took Tony Robbins. Tony Robbins has this is another layer on it. Tony Robbins has the 6 human needs. Everybody know the 6 human needs that Tony Robbins has? They are security, insecurity or novelty, significance, love and connection, growth and evolution, and then contribution. And those basically kind of relate to the chakras. I have 7 human needs. So I added to that freedom of expression, which is the throat chakra. So they correspond to all the chakras. So your first chakra is like your physical health or your certainty. You're certain you're going to be alive. Your second chakra is your is novelty, is like pleasure. Your third chakra is your solar plexus. That's your confidence. Your fourth chakra is your heart. That's your love and connection. Your fifth is your throat, which is your expression, and whether that's verbal or whether that's with art. And then your sixth chakra is evolution, is thought. And then your seventh is your connection with the universe, is your contribution to something bigger than yourself. And so I like this 7, and that alone is a mental model. The 7 human needs is a mental model that you can use. If you're not feeling good, you can say, okay, which of the 7 needs am I not meeting? Do I feel safe? Am I having enough fun? Do I feel significant and important right now? Do I feel loved right now? Do I feel expressed right now? Are people listening to me? Am I learning right now? Am I growing and evolving? Am I making a contribution right now? If you say yes to all of those and you're not feeling good, you probably just need some water, right? How can you have all those things line up and you don't feel tremendous, right? If you have all those needs met, ideally you should feel pretty darn good. So, any questions about that so far, about the 7 human needs and about my little dramatic story about how this is all formed? We're looking good? Fantastic. So I took Annie. So Annie has this thing where she says, okay, imagine, this is Annie Lala. This is Eben Pagan's wife. She says, and she's a love coach. She says, imagine that you have your heroes in front of you and your heroes are watching what you're doing. How would they respond? Would they be clapping? Would they be cheering for you? And if you're making a decision, you want to make a decision where they are cheering for you, where you got your heroes. So for me, one of my heroes is Ben Franklin, where I see Ben Franklin and Steve Jobs. And I see these people who've done wonderful things in the world and impacted history. I see them clapping for me. Like, that's the kind of decision I want to make. That's the kind of person I want to be. And so it got me thinking, okay, that's like one perspective. All right. So first person perspective. So we're getting into the fractal perspectives now. First person perspective is you. That's first person. Second person or second position is the other person, or what I would say is you. So me is first person, you is second person. And then third person perspective is someone who's detached. And that's where I like to visualize my heroes. So right now, who are 3 of your heroes? Write them down right now. If you can't think of any, I'll give you 3 of mine: Benjamin Franklin, Steve Jobs, and Martin Luther King Jr. 2 of my living heroes, one of whom is on the call today, is C-Rex and Eben Pagan. These are 2 of my living heroes who have dramatically impacted my life in a very positive way. So write down 3 of your heroes. And so when you make a decision or you're thinking about something, you can now take multiple perspectives. Gregory Bateson said, wisdom comes from multiple perspectives. Wisdom comes from multiple perspectives. One of the challenges we have in government and politics today is people only have one perspective. And in fact, they barely have that because they don't understand their perspective enough to be able to explain why they're right. They just know that they are right. And so they almost have like zero perspective. They can shout a party line, but they don't internalize why this policy is right for everybody. And so Charlie Munger has a policy. He will not say in public why he believes something, take a political position, unless he can explain the other side position better than his opponents. So for example, if he's opposed to building a wall, he needs to explain why building a wall is a good idea better than Trump supporters, because then he understands them. Then he understands their perspective. And so by being able to set down your perspective and go to second position, you get a much richer understanding. So if you're in a relationship, let's say I'm fighting with my girlfriend about how I sleep and that I sleep irregularly. So I can take my position. Listen, this is how I sleep. This is what I need to do to feel good. And if you don't like it, tough, right? This is who I am. That could be my first perspective. Second perspective is, hey, she loves me and she wants to spend time with me, and it's difficult for her to do that because she's having trouble sleeping with me. That would be second position. And just doing that in a relationship is very important because it gives you a depth to understand the situation, because there's no one right perspective, right? There are multiple perspectives. The third person perspective would be, in the bedroom, it would be, if my heroes were there watching and then saying, here's what we see. We see someone who has an irregular sleep schedule and someone who wants to be with him, who has trouble sleeping with him. And both of them aren't really listening to each other. That's probably what the third person perspective is, right? Hopefully not. Hopefully we are listening to each other, but that would be the third person perspective. And if you don't have heroes in the room, you can think, well, what would the desk see? Or what would the lamp see? Like what's a third unattached perspective on what's happening here? All right. So what we've covered right now is first, second, third position. And if you can just remember first, second, third position when making a decision, you are 90% of the way there. If you can, when you make a decision, you say, how am I feeling about this decision physically, emotionally, mentally? How is this decision going to affect me physically, emotionally, mentally? How is this going to affect someone in my immediate sphere? How is it going to affect my partner? Let's take Burning Man. So Monday night, am I going to take medicine tonight and stay up all night looking at art? How is this going to affect me physically, emotionally, mentally? Past, present, future. That's right, Mike. I appreciate the heads up. How is this going to affect me? 2, how is this going to affect my girlfriend who came with me to Burning Man? How is she going to feel physically, emotionally, mentally if I take medicine? How is that going to affect her? And third, how would a third party feel who's watching this, right? What would a detached person say? So first, second, third position is a great, really powerful way to get perspective on any situation where it's an important decision. We good so far? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So do you see how powerful this is in relationships, in relationship challenges? Because most of the time, it's just two people fighting about their perspective rather than trying on the other person's perspective. And so if you can get to 3 steps, first, second, third, you really have you have a much richer understanding. You're much more likely to come to a good resolution with that person in conflict. Make sense? Fabulous. Okay, so that's first, second, third person. And so when I'm experiencing a micro pleasure, so back to micro pleasures, when I'm experiencing a micro pleasure, I sometimes like to do fractal perspectives. I'll say first, second, third person. Okay, I'm feeling the grass underneath my feet. That feels nice. That's first person. Second person is, I'm taking the perspective of the grass. How does the grass feel about me walking on it? Well, hopefully it likes me enjoying it. So the grass is saying, yeah. And now now in the distance, I have my heroes watching me. How are they feeling about me really enjoying walking on the grass right now? The feeling of the grass beneath my feet. How are they liking that? Are they applauding? Are they giving me a thumbs up? Are they cheering for me? So that would be a way to use first, second, third person perspectives. With micro pleasures, it's a way to expand. It's a way to expand the goodness in your life. If you're really enjoying food, you can practice fractal perspectives. Wow, how does this food taste in my mouth, and does it feel in my body? Great. How does the food feel about me enjoying it, savoring it, loving it? How does that energetically feel to the food? And someone who's watching me, or my heroes who are watching me, are they digging? How do they feel about this? Right? So it's a way to magnify pleasure, as well as it's a way to get perspective on a decision. Pretty cool, right? We liking this?
Yeah.
Making sense? Any questions so far? Fantastic. We got a sharp group here. Maybe y'all are already tapped in and you already have taken your dose for the evening, and this is just flowing right in. It's perfect.
One thing, Sky, that I just want to chime in with, how you were saying about what would you, if your heroes were here, would they clap for you? What would they think of? One thing that I often think of is, if this was a movie and you were watching it, what would you think about this person? Would they be the dick in the movie, or would they be the cool person in the movie? Or, so that's another way. It's the same thing as what you're saying. You take yourself out of it and look at the situation from not inside, but outside.
That's beautiful. That's a great explanation. Thank you. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I'll pipe in really quickly just for a sec.
Yeah, please.
Of course. Actually, I'm saying spiritualist, well, I'll figure all that out later. But if you look at the cosmic reality of chakras, right? So you have the root chakra, which is the base. So you have your gut feeling, your gut emotion. Move up to the sacral, which is basically like butterflies in your stomach. The first time you have love, relations, sexual empathy, and all the rest of that. Move up further to your chi, your power, your solar plexus, right? And then your heart, right? The heart is your bridge. Let's go into like Catholicism nonsense, but still Jesus spoke and everyone understood his language and his native means. The throat chakra is the bridge of communication moved up into the eye and then the connection into the crown. Everything unites back into the universality of all the chakras and how it works together.
That was beautiful. Thank you, Larry. Fantastic. So, anything else before we move on? This is really great. Okay. So if you get first, second, third person perspective and you practice it, your life will be different. Your life is upgraded on a level that's, I don't want to say it's above 90% of humans. It's certainly above most people walking around the planet. I don't do it most of the time. I would like to. So this is something I'm working on practicing on a regular basis, especially with micro pleasures, because I want to incorporate this into just default how I experience the world, how I think about things, how I solve problems, because I want to take the other person's perspective and I want to have a detached third person perspective. But if you can do first, second, third person and just practice it and rep it and enjoy it, practice with the micro pleasures, which should be really rewarding. Practice it with conflict. You can replace stuff from your past. Go back to last Burning Man. What's the challenge that you faced? What's the decision that you made? Practice first, second, third person perspective. It's really interesting. It's really fun. And you can rewire your brain by going to the past and practicing using it in decision making and or pleasure. So I could go back to Monday night a year ago and see if I can remember and see if I can remember the micro pleasures of that and the first, second, third person perspective. I spilled coffee on the rug, the new rug. I felt so sad. I don't know how the rug felt about it during one of my art nights. So I could take the perspective of the rug during that spillage there. Anyway, so that's first, second, third. The next level, and now I want you to visualize, imagine first, second, third is imagine a stream of light coming out of your chest into someone in front of you, into your heroes above you, and then scooping down to the earth. And so if you want the perspective of Mother Earth, you could then imagine fourth person is Mother Earth. And this is a painting of Gaia, which is the spirit of the earth. That's an image you can use for Earth. You can use a picture of the globe, whatever is inspiring you. If you want to feel grounded, if you want to take the perspective of the earth, if you own a business that has an impact on the earth, it's a great perspective to take. How would Mother Earth feel about this? So that's perspective 4. So 1 is you. One is me, 2 is you, 3 is your heroes or third person watching, 4 is Mother Earth. And then 5, imagine that rainbow of that light of energy coming back up behind you. This is where your ancestors are. And so this came from Joel. This is something that was really powerful. He said, I want to imagine my ancestors standing behind me, supporting me. And if we think back, I think the Asian cultures have this really down. They talk about, this is the dream of me and my ancestors. I don't use the word ancestor very much in my life, but I think it's very powerful to think all the people that lived and died in my lineage before me, how would they feel about me now? And we are so blessed. We are so blessed to be alive right now. We can communicate face to face over the internet, basically for free. There was some hard work involved in this, but we're basically doing this for free. We have access to some beautiful art and some of the most amazing music ever written and performed by people who spent their entire life learning an instrument and practicing an instrument. We get their music for free almost anytime we want. We have food from around the world very inexpensively. For the majority of human history, our ancestors spent their time gathering food and surviving. And then they were farmers, and then they were toiling as serfs. And then finally, the last 100 years, most of us are no longer farmers. Imagine the richness that we have today. And so I like to imagine my ancestors, me being the culmination of my ancestors. How would my ancestors feel about this decision? How would my ancestors feel about this micro pleasure, about me enjoying this food that came from halfway around the world, that the King of England couldn't afford 500 years ago? This spice is now in my rack. How would they react to me enjoying my food this way? So the perspective of the ancestors. And I like to see them kind of standing as a supporter with like their hand behind me saying, we support you, we love you. So that's the 5th perspective. How would your ancestors feel about this? Are they supporting you in this? Are they proud of you? And then imagine that so we got the light going from you or me out into someone in front of you. 2nd person. 3rd person is the heroes, looping down to Mother Earth, back behind you to your ancestors, through you up into the clouds. Into the clouds is where I have a very simplistic version of God. You can think of God, divinity, the universe, divine energy, whatever your spiritual definition or understanding is of divinity. It was just easy for me to picture in the clouds and like, you know, the hand of God up in the clouds. That just was a very easy image for me to see. And so whatever your image is of divinity, of God, creator, universe, whatever is good in the world, you can have that, that be in the sky. And how would God react? How would your understanding of divine love respond to this? Would you get a thumbs up from the clouds? Would you get a thumbs down? Would you get a, maybe you want to think about that a little bit better? How would God respond? So I think that's, what number was that? Is that 6? I think that's 6. So 1 is me, 2 is you, 3 is your heroes, 4 is Mother Earth, 5 is your ancestors, 6 is God. And now I imagine that beam of light going from God through the clouds and fractaling out into like a fractal, into like, you know, infinite fractals. And so this is envisioning it going into the multiverse, going into different universes. So I imagine this decision that I'm making, let's say I choose to help someone at Burning Man who looks like they're in rough shape and needs some water. And so, so I imagine, you know, helping this person, taking time out of whatever I was going to do and, giving them water, and then maybe walking them to some place where they'll be safe, where they'll be in the shade, maybe walking them back to their camp. And so how do I feel about this? Well, I feel a little bit tired about it, but I feel good that I made this decision. How did they feel? They might not know it, but they're really grateful, right? They're just happy to be alive and out of the sun and have some water. How would my heroes respond? I think that I get a thumbs up. I get a big round of applause. How would Mother Earth feel? I think I get a thumbs up from Gaia on that one. My ancestors, they're probably happy about that one. God, I'm probably getting a thumbs up from God. Now imagine that decision rippling out into all the different universes, the multiverse. Imagine that's happening an infinite number of times. I made that decision. Now that's impacting all the other versions of me that are facing this decision. And so I imagine my decision rippling out across the multiverse and giving it that sort of magnitude. So those are the 7 different perspectives, what I call fractal perspectives you can take either to make a decision or to enhance your pleasure. And so if I'm eating a delicious piece of food, I like to imagine that pleasure rippling out across the multiverse. Whether it is or not, I don't know, probably a little bit, maybe not a huge amount, but maybe enough that it makes it slightly more likely that other versions of me throughout the multiverse are more likely to make that decision that I'm proud of, that I'm happy with, that's in alignment with who I am, in alignment with all these other versions of myself. So does all that make sense? Great. So I'll review those again, and then I'd love to hear comments about what you think of this, how you think you might use this, how you might put this into practice, and then we'll go through a little workshop exercise about how you can fill in some of these different perspectives with some of your power phrases to meet your needs. So you can actually go through the 7 different perspectives and actually get all your 7 different needs met by taking on these different perspectives. So 1 is me, light's coming from my heart into the person in front of me. So 2 is you. And then 3 is your heroes. And just 1, 2, 3 is a great way just to practice perspective when making a decision that affects other people. And then you got that beam of light looping around underneath into Mother Earth. Mother Earth is 4. 5 is your ancestors standing behind you with their hand behind you, supporting you. 6 is God, maybe in the clouds, wherever you see God is. And then 7 is that beam of light turning into a fractal and going across the multiverse in an infinite number of ways, affecting all the different versions of you that are out there faced with the same decision or enjoying the same thing. So that's the model in all its complexity and simplicity. And I'd love to hear what you think and how you might use this either to make decisions, improve your decision making, or to increase your pleasure and joy this week.
I mean, I'll speak to it's the same model I was talking about before, and that's the complexity of the Fibonacci sequence, mathematics, the language of the mage, and such is the same with dealing with chakra energy and how it all works. 1 is you, 2 is sacral, 3 is your ancestors or your power or your beliefs or your history, 4th at the heart of the bridge. Your ancestors pushing you forward would be the connection to the spiritual realm. 4th is 6 is the connection to God, and the essence of the fractal is the connection to the multiverse that is the entire universe. And you can use those same principles that Cowboy was talking about, like gratitude. Gratitude rocks your root. You know, even doing like water and shock brings you back to a spiritual richness, which is how we flow with your Kundalini energy through everything. And everything waters down to these basic core principles of what it means to be human and how to experience humanistic energies, both physically, which is what we miss, but digitally, which is what we have. And that is what we are building, is a digital experience to understand and experience humanistic fundamentals. And it's beautiful.
Thank you, Larry. That was awesome. Other comments, feedback, ideas about how you might, oh, Dr. Z, yes, please.
I love it. I love it. I love you pretty well connected that to chakras. I was surprised, you know, when you were going there, I was like, how is this going to fit? But it fits pretty well. You know, I mean, perspectives are by themselves gorgeous. You know, 7 gorgeous. Why do you have this loop? Why? What do you accomplish with it?
It's a way to visualize it. So I want to have a visual where I could see this thing, because to make it a little bit more intuitive about where the fractal perspectives flow from. 1, 2, 3, and then 4 Earth, 5 ancestors, 6 gods, 7 fractal out into the multiverse. I wanted to be able to draw it, and so when I draw it, and I have images of, you know, our primate ancestors behind me. I have images of my heroes, like on this, you know, Photoshop piece of paper, and then I have the light going around into the sky and then into a fractal. I wanted to be able to show it visually. That's why I discuss it visually, so that way you can visualize it yourself, which I think makes it easier to remember than just the words.
Yeah, it sure does. And I love how you included Mother Earth. I'll tell you something that I did not mention during my presentation. The whole concept, learning from nature, is to fall in love with nature as teacher, to recognize Earth and Mother Nature as the source of wisdom, the knowledge. And as we do that, to start appreciating it in a way that we will both admire it and protect it, and kind of move away from our destructive practices. So kind of in the background of all of that is, you know, success is just a flamboyant covering. But in the background and the root of that is appreciating Mother Earth and nature. So I really appreciate how you included Earth in the whole process.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I love how you talk about physics and talk about learning from nature. I think that's a very wise thing to be teaching the future generation of thinkers and leaders, Dr. Z. Thank you.
Thank you, man.
And I love Dr. Z's presentation. I only got to pop in for a little bit, but I'm going to definitely dive in a little bit more afterwards. And nature, and again, mathematics, and how everything is built on the fundamental principles all resonate within those principles and reflect those principles. And it's very wise what you all are saying.
Thank you, Larry. As above, so below, right?
As above, so below. Exactly. Yeah, it's got that feel, right? As well as in front of and behind. We could also view our ancestors as our heroes. Perhaps someone in the line, I mean, at the very least, they survived and procreated, which is probably not very easy for most of human history. Most humans, I don't know how many humans procreated versus did not. I don't know what that ratio is. But surviving was a big challenge. And so for most of our genetic history, our ancestors were just surviving, and now we are thriving in many different ways and have just a very, very rich experience of being human in so many different ways. And so I like to view my ancestors in part as my heroes.
What's interesting with that too is that, like, we live on the era where not just procreating matters, but what you leave a message matters. And in the era of our first digital burn, we are leaving our very first footsteps of digital humanity and digital experience for others to actually experience later in life, because it's digital. Whereas most, as you said, a lot of humanity struggled, but they also didn't get remembered, whether it wasn't written down, whether it wasn't experienced. And as we move forward into a digital generation, we can encourage those to envelop a psychic generation that is experienced digitally.
Psychic experience visually. Fantastic. Great.
My only thought was, and it reminds me of a lot of the guy I study, Thich Nhat Hanh, the Vietnamese Buddhist, and what you talk about really is a lot about intentionality, because if you're just doing things and sort of strolling through life and not thinking about the implications, you're not going to be as conscious. And I think having the real view on the effects and the ripple effects and how you resonate then can affect everything from how you speak to anyone to how you engage, how you walking mindfully, eating mindfully, deep listening.
Yeah.
How would you like to speak to your grandfather might be how you speak to your son, for example, or how you wish you could speak to your grandfather. You can give that gift to your son, for example. I think there's some real great learnings from this and makes you live a lot more intentionally. Maybe not always being as present in a way. So I wonder about that duality. Are you present when you're doing fractally because you're looking at other things, but there's an intentionality? I wonder about the duality of that.
You're kind of present on multiple levels. First, I want to touch on mindful eating. I think that's 90% of the game. So if you do this eating, I think that's of tremendous honor to our ancestors, to Mother Earth, and to our Creator. Christopher Columbus, how many lives lost? Whatever you feel about Christopher Columbus, how many people died for the spice route to trade spices that you and I could buy at Whole Foods for a couple dollars? That's crazy. For like an hour's worth of work, you can buy spices that people would die for that were extremely expensive. Chocolate used to be only for the very, very wealthy. It also used to taste really terrible too. The food that we have access to is insane. And our ancestors, one of the things they did that had the most joy was eating, slowly eating food that nourished them, that they spent most of the day preparing, gathering, and fixing. And to mindfully eat and really treasure the food that we eat, that we choose to put into our bodies and into our mouths, and savoring that enjoyment, I think is of tremendous honor to our ancestral history and to Mother Earth and to our Creator.
Well, think about also in the mindful walking, think about how people used to stroll around the town square in the evening in Italy, for example, around the piazza. You would eat and then you would walk and stroll and engage with people and talk and have conversations, or walking through parks. And now we don't do that as much. There's a lot of things that we can look at with intentionality and mindfulness. And maybe, again, what the beauty of the fractal thing is, how am I doing something that doesn't just affect me, but how does it affect at least one or more other levels of this fractal reality? I really like that idea.
How does this affect at least one other level?
I like that because sometimes you don't even think about how it affects you. So first, how is this really affecting me?
Yeah.
And then
most of the time, we're
unconscious.
We're eating food, watching television. How does this affect me? How often do we ask, how is this television show going to affect me?
How does it affect me? How does it affect Mother Earth? How does it affect? If you said me and one other, but if you could really do it to two others, think how that would change everyone's behavior.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree. I first, second, third position. If you could just do that, that's so far along the trail.
Or 7 others, right? Right, Robert? Or 7 others, right? Or 6 in your model, right? So 6 others, really.
Dr. Z, I'm having trouble hearing you. If you put your headset back on, we might be able to hear you better.
I'm saying not just one or two, but 6 others, as you were proposing in your model.
Yeah, I mean,
right, but I think we have to practice up to that. I think most people don't even do one themselves. I'm saying we need to build up to that.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Can I tell a funny thing? I don't know who remembers Saturday Night Live when Al Franken was on, and he said, the 90s or the 80s was the me decade. I think it was in like the beginning of 1990. He said, I want this decade to be the Al Franken decade. When you get up in the morning, think, what's Al Franken having for breakfast? When you go to work, I wonder how Al Franken's day is going. It just makes me laugh because, think if that one other person was actually one other, like, hey, wonder what Robert Love's doing today.
How does this affect Robert Love? That would be if you want to practice for Burning Man, that would be a great way to practice fractal perspectives.
That's the question.
how is this going to affect Robert Love? That's how I want you thinking this Burning Man, and then tell me how it's going, how you think it'll affect me. That'd be a wonderful contribution to my Burning Man. So I'd love to workshop this with you and give you kind of a practical model that you can use immediately, that you'll have kind of written down, so you can pull it out when you're making a decision, if you're upset and you need help understanding another perspective, or if you just want to enjoy whatever you're doing even more, and you just run, you just say first, second, third, 4, 5, 6, and then visualize those in your head. For example, if you're making love, you might not want to pause and think too deeply about what would my heroes say about this, but you can run through them pretty quickly after you practice this. Oh yeah, my heroes are totally into this right now, right? How do my ancestors feel? Oh great, you're procreating. That's perfect. You're doing exactly what we want to do.
Well, certainly Ben Franklin would be happy.
Ben Franklin is very happy with procreation. He fits the mold. Great. So I'd love to do this in a way that also meets your human needs. So here's what we're going to do. First, I want you to write down, if you haven't already, write down at least 3 heroes. Also good if you want to mix them, male, female, alive and alive or dead, and different things. So not just entrepreneurs, not just war generals, whatever is, it's nice to have a diversity. So I'm gonna do,
I gotta go spend time with my daughter.
Bye, Raymond. Thank you so much for joining. See you in the dust. I'll see you in the theater looking at art sometime.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'd have to bring some art.
4 a.m.
Have to bring some art. Yeah, there's not enough in there. It's a good point.
We could do curated, art tours. Everyone goes
Well,
now
we could
that
do
we're
like
at
an art
home. Everyone
fight,
could go
like we
around.
could beat each other up.
Well, everybody could go around their house and show their art, and
that would be cool. I'd love to do that. Most of my art's
back and forth.
Most of my art's chemistic art anyway. It'd be the same thing.
There you go.
All right. So if you have 3 heroes, mine, I wrote Florence Nightingale, Dr. King, and Steve Jobs. You're welcome to steal mine if you like, or if you need, if you want to write down your own. And by the way, if you're interested in learning more about significant people in history, I love the channel Biographics. Biographics is the free station on YouTube. It's awesome. I've listened to so many cool biographies. Like I didn't know Florence Nightingale basically invented statistics for medicine. Kind of cool. Like it's incredible. And she faced a lot of flack for it. She wanted no publicity for it. She was amazing. She would walk the halls at night, preventing the nurses from getting with the soldiers. So she wanted to make sure there was no funny business between the nurses and soldiers at night. So I don't know when she slept, but she would walk around making sure no one was having sex. I don't know if that was a bit used of her time, but that's a good way to remember her. Anyway, so write down your heroes. Next.
Quick, I'm gonna run. I was in the middle of stuff outside, and it's getting dark, and I have to put tools away and things like that. But,
it's good to see you, Mike. Let's hang out in the theater.
I will see you again. I'll see you later.
Let's have a fly adventure.
Yes. Ciao. Bye, everybody.
Bye, guys.
Adios. Good to see y'all. And so what we're going to do next is we're going to go through the 7 human needs and write down power phrases that can help you, can reaffirm those needs. So for example, number 1 is your need for physical safety or certainty, right? So what is something that you could say to yourself or someone else could say to you that would reinforce physical safety? So I feel good. I'm safe. This is a safe place. This feels good. I'm healthy. Something like that. Or someone else could say, you're healthy. But you want a phrase that reaffirms first chakra safety and certainty need. Could say the sun will rise tomorrow, which is extremely likely. Number 2, your need for uncertainty, for fun, for novelty. What could you say to yourself or have someone else say to you, whatever perspective you'd like to remind yourself of that, to reinforce that need. So it could be, every day is different. Tomorrow is another day. This is fun. I'm having a great time. I have so much pleasure accessible to me. I'm the richest. I am so rich with all these spices in my cabinet. You can just talk about I'm so rich with this art on my wall, with this music on my iPhone. I have access to such great beauty and joy. That's a good one. Or I have no idea what's going to happen next. That'll help reinforce your uncertainty. Next, we have our significance. So you can say, I'm significant, I'm important, I matter, what I think matters, what I do matters, or you could turn that into you. You matter, what you do matters, your choices matter. I'm significant. Next is love and connection. You can say, I feel love, I am loved, I have so much love in my life. I have a loving family, I have loving friends, I have a loving Burning Man camp. Number 5, we have the throats. You know, I express myself, I feel expressed, people listen when I talk. 6 is the learning and evolution need, is the 6th chakra. Say, I'm always learning. I'm constantly learning and getting better. I'm evolving. And 7 is the connection with the divine, is contribution. You know, I am impacting, I'm making a positive impact in the world. I'm contributing to the world. I feel what we are doing here in Virtual Burning Man, at Virtual Camp Mystic. I feel like the speaker series is a contribution. I feel like Virtual Camp Mystic and Virtual Burning Man, the Mystic Verse, the Infinite Ply, the Dusty Verse, all these things are a contribution, right? And so whatever words signify to you contribution, I make a valuable contribution. All right, so now you have some power phrases. And so if you want to take this really to the next level, the most important thing is first, second, and third position. I mean, if I could teach all school children and just drill that for a couple of years, that would get us really far, just practicing that. And then once you're into then 4, 5, 6, 7, which is Mother Earth, your ancestors, God, the multiverse, the fractals of the multiverse, we can now insert these power phrases that meet your 7 needs into these 7 different perspectives. And they don't need to be in order. They could be. We'll just do them in order just because it'll be easy and fast that way. But you can have your, not these people, but basically you can have the different elements of your fractal perspectives model. So for me, my heroes, you know, my vision of Mother Earth, which is Gaia, my vision of my ancestors and so forth. I can have them say these things to me and then reinforce all of my 7 human needs. So it's a way of layering, like, I don't know, 3 or 4 different mental models. There might be more or less than that, but it's a way of layering and stacking a couple of them to really get kind of deep into it. So we're not only taking perspectives, but we are reinforcing our human needs from these different perspectives. So first is physical safety. We'll say that's me, the first position, I. So when I take first position, check in with myself, I feel physically safe, and I can say that to myself. Second position, let's say I'm in a conversation with my girlfriend, and let's take the second chakra, which is uncertainty. Could be I have no idea what she's going to say, or she has no idea what she's going to say, or I don't know what's going to happen next, right? And I value her perspective. So that could be something I could program for the second perspective. Third perspective is my heroes, and hopefully they're clapping for me, hopefully they're cheering for me and what I'm doing. And I got that image from Annie Lala of the heroes cheering and clapping for our decisions. And so my heroes are clapping and saying, you're doing a great job, you matter, this is important, what you do is important. So my heroes saying that to me actually really means a lot, because most of my heroes are kind of significance based. They are mostly men who have made a contribution throughout history that I admire. And they're significant people because I've heard about them, even though I haven't met them. And so them telling me that my work is significant, that feels really good. That feels empowering for me. That reinforces who I want to be and the contribution I want to make. So 1 is me saying I'm physically safe. 2 is, you know, the second person. I don't know what's going to happen next. I don't know exactly what they're thinking and feeling. I can guess. I'm uncertain what's going to happen next. Third is, you know, my heroes clapping and saying what you do matters. So that's reinforcing my significance chakra, third chakra. 4 is Mother Earth, and 4 is love. And this image of Gaia really invokes the feeling of love for me. I feel really unconditional love from her. So that's easy, just for her to say, I love you. And Mother Earth, what else would she say to us? First, I think it would be, I love you. And then it might be, and I'm a little disappointed in you, or you could do more to protect me. But I think the first words Mother Earth could talk in English directly to us, it would be something like, I love you, and I cherish you. And so that you can just imagine Mother Earth speaking to you, because really most of our particles came from the atmosphere and came from Mother Earth herself. And so we are her incarnate. Fifth perspective is expression. And so you can imagine your ancestors behind you. One thing they can say is, I support you. And they are literally doing that. I support you. The second thing is, you are our expression. You are the living expression of us. And we are. If we are alive today, we are the living expression of our ancestors. And that is extremely valuable and extremely important. And honoring that, I think gives us extra power. So you can imagine your ancestors behind you saying, you are the living expression of our lives, of the summation of our lives. Number 6 is God. And you can imagine God giving you a thumbs up or cheering you or supporting you. And this is about learning evolution, growing and evolving. And so God could say something to the effect of, you're learning, you're getting better, you're doing it. You're making great progress, something like that. You're growing. Another thing you can think of that my friend Joel, who made this model with me, he said was, you are living my mission. So if God could speak to us directly in words that we understood, and God said, you are living my mission, that's really gives some aliveness to really every part of our body and our being. And number 7 is the fractal perspective. This is your decision or your joy rippling out into the infinite universes, into the multiverse. And this one is about, I make a valuable contribution. Just imagine if your decision to help somebody today makes it more likely that the version of you in another universe makes that same decision. What a massive contribution. You're making that contribution potentially an infinite number of times. That's really cool. And so this is a great way to visualize, I make a valuable contribution, because everything you do that helps another, that's in alignment with your values, you are making that contribution. Who knows how many times? It could be 1, it could be 2, it could be many, many, many. And visualizing your decision fractaling out into the multiverse is a great way to visualize your contribution, because it's unlimited, it's unknown. Murray Hidary talks about how sound can ripple out through light years, billions of light years. I don't know what a billion light years is. That's more than I can comprehend as far as space and time. That's really a lot. Imagine your decisions rippling out billions of light years and affecting and crossing the different universes. And that's the contribution you're making every time you make a decision that impacts another person in a positive way. So that is fractal perspectives layered with the 7 human needs. Any questions? All right, Evan, your life shape. Yeah, please, Dr. Z. Yes.
Eben on?
Is Eben on? I don't think so.
Oh, I thought you said Eben. Okay. So the question is, so I follow up to the 5th because the expression corresponds to the growth, right? And then you inserted the 6th one, right? You left the 7th one. What is Tony Robbins is the last one.
I inserted chakra 5 as expression. He leaves that out of his model. He might say, well, what is expression about? Is it about significance? Is it about feeling love? Is it about feeling certainty? And he could be right. I don't know if there is a right answer. To me, it makes intuitive sense to have a need connected with each chakra. That's
right,
seems to,
right. But so expression corresponds to growth in a way. So which one corresponds to growth in your model?
The 6th chakra, which is the 3rd eye. This is like the.
And that's what you connected to God.
Yes, I have that connected to God. But as far as chakras go, that would be like the 7th chakra, right? That would be contribution and
contribution would be the 7th, and growth would be the 6th.
So it's not. They don't perfectly line up. You could do, I tried to line them all up so we meet all of them in the 7 different perspectives. It doesn't line up perfectly. And
it's pretty good though. It's pretty good. It surprisingly lines up surprisingly well.
Yeah, it's over 50%. That's pretty good for models that are like separated, that they line up.
Yeah, you kind of put them from very disparate fields, and it's really good how they line up. So I just want to make sure that I'm copying the way you're, because expression it can be growth. I mean, great. I love it. I just want to make sure that I'm getting your wisdom that you got so far on it. So
yes, and you're totally correct that the crown chakra is our connection with the divine in most practices, and my practice as well. So yes, just on its own with the 7 chakras, that's the one that connects to something greater than us, where we receive information from beyond us. And I've connected that one to the multiverse,
fractal.
to the
fractal. I love that. I absolutely love that. So I was just asking about 5 and 6, and I can see how they're kind of almost how they can both be associated with growth.
Yes.
So I was wondering which one did you insert, if any of them, because it seemed that you kind of blended them a little bit. One is expression. The other one is growth.
Let me just run through them again real quickly. So chakra 1 is safety or certainty. Chakra 2 is uncertainty or novelty or fun.
Yeah.
Chakra 3 is significance. Chakra I matter. Chakra 4 is love and connection. Chakra 5 is expression.
Oh, 5 is expression.
And then chakra 6 is evolution or growth or learning or progress.
Oh, that's what. So okay, I see now. So you connected the growth with evolution, and that's the 6th one. So you basically inserted expression as the 5th into his model of 6.
Yes.
Okay.
That's the one that I snuck in there that he doesn't have, but that makes intuitive sense to me to have that there.
Yes, very good. And that corresponds to the 5th chakra, which is perfect, right? Expression.
Yes. And with that, we have our ancestors. You are the expression. You are the living expression of your ancestors, Dr. Z.
No, this is phenomenal, man. This is really, really great.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And so the question is now, we just have just a little bit left before I'm interviewing Murray Hidary next on the mental models of music. And so I'd love to hear from you how you want to how you want to use this. How are you going to practice this? I might suggest practicing just first, second, third in decision making, and practice all 7 with micro pleasures or macro pleasures. Anything that's really enjoyable to you, run it through all 7. Run it through all 7 perspectives, and then if you want to recharge all 7 needs, you can then accompany the phrases that mean something to you with each of those perspectives. But you don't need to use the phrases, but just echoing the pleasure of food, the pleasure of sex, the pleasure of communication, the pleasure of art or music, rippling that through these 7 perspectives, I think is a tremendous exercise and is deeply honoring to the many, many people that came before us, our ancestors, Mother Earth, as well as our creator or the divine energies that created us, to really honor all those perspectives as we experience joy in our lives.
Beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And so I hope this is a valuable thing you can do. And I hope it improves your decision-making. I hope it increases your pleasure, and that you can share this with others to help them improve their decision-making and increase their pleasure. Also to meet their needs. It's a great way to meet your needs just by running through this model and visualize it and saying these things. Because in reality, as far as history goes, we really have it pretty made as far as physical safety, uncertainty. I mean, you want uncertainty. I mean, you can just hit random on your playlist. Expression. I mean, everyone's a broadcasting station now with social media. So we can really meet all of our needs if we think about it, if we're resourced, if we've had water, if we've had sleep, we can meet all these needs. Fantastic. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you for participating. Thank you for the questions, and thank you for going through the exercises and using this in your life. I really hope this is something that makes a positive contribution in the world, improves your decision making, increases your joy, and it's something that you share with others as a powerful tool to improve their decision making and increase their joy.
I appreciated everything, Sky, especially even just the little details that you brought us in terms of reminding us how blessed we are to get spices. I mean, just there were a lot of little, when you were describing the world we live in versus what just recently people had gone through, and how we can take these models and apply them. It's really cool.
Thank you, Cosmic. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Okay, so up next is Murray Hidary, and I'm going to be interviewing him about the mental models of music. And he is somewhere. He was logged in. I'm going to check in with him. New link. And then we're going to get started in the near future.
I got to put out a fire, Sky, but I'm going to stay on, but I have to just attend something for a few minutes.
Fabulous. Almost. Dr. Sunshine, you better have a cocktail in hand. It'd be play around in the virtual playa and savoring your food. You're listening. Mark says he's listening while driving on Facebook. Cool. That amazes me that this is broadcasting in all these different places or streaming in all these different places. The concept of streaming versus broadcasting is really interesting. Like broadcasting as recording and sending it out, and then streaming as in it's going everywhere live, pretty much uncensored. I don't know if YouTube would censor. Do they censor? Probably. I think they'd censor nudity. I don't know about curse words. Okay. So for those of you who are just joining us, this is Accelerated Learning and Mental Model today. We've had some amazing, incredible speakers today. And I've been honored to be emceeing today and getting to talk with each one of them. They are just geniuses. And it's been so wonderful. We had Ainoa Federico talking about how to improve our vision, both mentally and physically, how to improve our eyesight and how to improve our thinking and get vision and clarity about the future. And then we had Jim Quick coming. Hey, Murray's here. Fantastic. We had Jim Quick, memory expert, who Murray introduced me to, who was just fabulous. I got to listen to Jim Quick's talk again because he speaks so fast and shares so much information. It's a lot. We then had Wyatt Woodsmall, who's one of the grandfathers of accelerated learning and master teaching. We had Dr. Z on the call sharing the hero's journey of physics. We had Allie Katz sharing about how to make decisions, blending the masculine and the feminine, transforming problems into opportunities for surrender and growth. And then we had Cosmic Cowboy sharing the mental model of how to have the best burn ever, even if it's a virtual burn. And I just shared fractal perspectives. And now, if you were here last night, you remember Murray Hidary. He gave an amazing talk on the future of music and some of the physics and science behind music, which was just thrilling. And then he gave a tremendous concert performance that was out of this world, literally. It was out of this world. It was so great. And right now we get to have a conversation where Murray's going to share about, we're going to talk about the mental models of music and how we can understand music, and how that will enhance our understanding of the world around us. Murray is a classically trained pianist. He's trained, I'm kind of doing this off the top of my head, forgive me, Murray. He's classically trained pianist. He's an evolutionary pianist in blending his performances with mind travel. He's done over 600 live mind travels where he's playing music live and taking people to a different place spiritually, emotionally, mentally with his music. And he's also a trained, not a therapist, but kind of in grief counseling. And so he incorporates that therapy into his music. So he really gets some emotional safety as well as emotional release with his music performances. It's truly out of this world. And he's just a really, really smart guy. We had so much fun talking on the phone about Virtual Burning Man. We're like, we need to just have a conversation about mental models, and that'll be a talk, and people will love it. And so, Murray, it's so great to have you here.
Awesome, Robert. Great to be here again with you in the virtual playa. It's fantastic to be here. Last night was super fun. When we all converge in Black Rock City, the one thing I can't bring with me is my Steinway piano right here behind me. So it's the one upside to Virtual Burning Man is being able to share my music through my baby.
Oh goodness, it was tremendous. I got on the massage table. It had like the heating pad underneath, and I turned like my Klipsch speakers on, which are really good speakers. I'm like, oh yeah, take me there, baby. It was it was a trip.
Yeah.
Okay.
The famous composer, the French composer Claude Debussy, one of my favorite composers, he said, "Abandon yourself and let the music do with you as it will." And that's kind of the headspace I try to get into every time I sit down at the piano. It's not just for the listener, but for the performer, and not just for the performer, but for the listener as well. It's about, can we abandon into the music? So yeah. Are you ready to kick off?
Yeah, I'm just checking our technology here. I got this after I've made a couple mistakes. I got this process here. So we are recording.
Okay.
Your sound sounds great. You are labeled speaker and your co-host. And streaming, we're streaming into the different universes, and on Facebook and on YouTube, and that looks good. And then we also got people here live with us on the Zoom call. So We are rocking. We are ready to go. And so the idea here is that my desire, my goal is to really kind of tap into some of the genius that Murray has and kind of extract out some of his understanding of the mental models of music for us lay people, so that we can have a deeper, richer understanding of music, both for the intellectual joy of it, but also for the physical understanding that we can then incorporate into our lives and have a deeper appreciation and enjoyment of music. So first, Murray, I'd like to ask you, from your talk last night, which was just riveting, what do you think people should know about music to understand it from a mental model perspective? For example, music rippling out for billions of light years. That just blows my mind. And I would need to just visualizing that would take me so long to try to see a billion light years, and then music rippling out is mind blowing. And then the idea of using sound for healing, not just Tibetan singing bowls and aligning your chakras and the reducing stress, but targeting cancer cells with sound is a phenomenal idea, and using sound and vibration to heal by targeting unhealthy cells in the body is phenomenal. So what do you think from last night's talk would be helpful in giving people a grounding and understanding of music and the mental models of music?
Yeah, I think what we addressed last night, which let's begin with that concept of really reframing how we think about music. Music can operate on many levels, right? We can think about music in terms of entertainment, in terms of escape. There's a lot of ways to experience music and to frame music. But what I'm proposing is that we really kind of think about the whole universe as music. So that music shifts from this kind of thing we experience every once in a while, either we're playing it or we're listening to it, we're consuming it, to really understanding that the universe is music. It is, as we know, on every level, an infinite spectrum of frequencies, vibrations, waves, and this is something that we experience directly through our senses, but the vast majority, of course, of frequencies are hidden from us, are just out of our reach and our perceptions. So we can certainly build tools to experience them. And so, we've, of course, we have microwaves in our kitchen that enable us to leverage those frequencies, and radios and televisions, and of course electromagnetism with our phones, our smartphones, our internet access, and we're all connecting now through frequencies and waves. But even beyond that, there are frequencies and spectra that are beyond our grasp. And we talked about it in the context of the small and the large. From the smallest frame of the universe, we think about the quantum field and quantum particles, the smallest potential you can think of. And that is literally operating as frequencies, right? As expanding and collapsing quantum wave functions, and all the way up through the grandest way to think about the universe at the cosmological level, right? We talked about gravitational waves that literally, when you've got, either two black holes kind of smashing together and merging, or two neutron stars coming together, that they, in that just incredible explosion, they ripple out these gravitational waves that ripple through billions of light years of space-time. And and we've only recently, in the last decade, actually been able to measure and prove that through the LIGO system, the apparatus that our incredible scientists have built. But they're actually in very specific frequencies, and I believe one of them was actually in the frequency that would translate to the key of C on the piano. So again, this is happening, across billions of light years, and the universe is musical. And we also know, and we can look at the mental model of everything having this, complete interconnection. And so you have all these overlapping and interwoven frequencies and rhythms that all harmonize to this cosmic symphony. And that's the kind of ultimate mental model that I approach things on.
It's the cosmic symphony. Now I'm going to take it down to really practical. So this pen, this is the most simple object I could find. Well, maybe this rock, but it's, a gratitude rock. So it's a little complex. How is this rock music? So if I said the whole universe is music, there's this cosmological symphony going on. They say, all right, rock, how is this part of the symphony?
Great. That's a beautiful question, actually, and a great example, because if we can't find it in the mundane and the simple and the banal, then it's easy to find it in the grand, right? I can talk about gravitational waves and exploding stars, and it's easy to see it there. But can we find it in something as mundane as a common rock? And the answer is a resounding yes. So, I'm going to explain it and kind of express my opinion about it in two ways. The first is, of course, we know that within everything, whether it's quote unquote alive or dead, a rock is, not alive in the sense that we think of it as alive, but there certainly is motion. There's vibrational motion inside of everything that has atomic structure. And so the molecules, the atoms, the subatomic particles, the electrons, the quantum wave functions that are taking place within that rock are certainly a type of music. Now, there's even a more beautiful way to think about it, in my opinion, and that is that when we think of inanimate objects, we tend to think of them in a static capacity, right? That rock probably has existed, maybe in different shapes or in different places, for tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years. And some rocks and mountains, of course, much longer than that. Billions of years, the Earth being approximately 4.5 billion years old. And so we think of these things as static. Now, we know that music certainly is not static, right? So if we're trying to compare this to music, well, that's like the furthest thing you'd think from music, right? Something static for billions of years versus music, which is ephemeral. It only exists in the moment, right? You play a note and it immediately decays. Its entropic force just dissipates out. And so when we think of inanimate objects, I'd like us to completely rethink how we think of inanimate objects, as opposed to thinking of them as static things, what if we were to consider them as events in time? Just like music is an event in time. So at some point, this rock that you just held up, hold it up again for everybody. Some people might have just joined us. So this beautiful rock, at some point, was not an assemblage of those atoms and molecules that you're holding in your hand, right? At some prior point in time, at some previous event history, if you were to kind of control Z over and over and over and over again on that rock, you would eventually end up with a bunch of disparate, separate atoms and particles flying through the universe that at some point through a very strange and bizarre, cohesion of events has conspired to not only come together to form this planet, but that rock on this planet. Now that is a timeline of events and is in no way different, in my opinion, from a piece of music. I can't hear you, Robert. I think you're muted.
Yeah, so if we were to hit the redo button on the rock, on the creation of the universe, or the creation of the rock over and over again, it wouldn't always be like this. It would be a bunch of different things. And so this rock is just one manifestation of piece of time, but it's actually
and in our frame
as well.
Yeah, and Robert, in our frame of time, we can't even wrap our head around that, right? I mean, it's not something that would occur to us typically, right? We have a hard time, wrapping our head around, a month or a year or a decade, let alone a century or 1,000 years or, or 1,000,000 years. Like that just seems like an eternity. But from the reference point of the universe, it's a moment, it's a blip, it's a split second from a universal standpoint.
Yeah, it's beautiful. And so I have a lot of interesting questions to ask you. I want to ask you what I hope to get this at some point is about recreating a human being based upon the music they've written or played. So if we took the music of Mozart, we feed that into a supercomputer, and then, by the way, tell them the history of Mozart's life, and then would this spit out a human being that talked like Mozart and thought like Mozart. But I want to get to that a little bit later. What else about the physics of music are people missing out on in understanding the magnitude, the beauty, the cosmic symphony? What else can people? What are some models and frameworks people can use to understand music at this higher level?
So probably one of the most beautiful aspects of music is, first of all, to understand that music is an outpouring of mathematics that we can hear. We're actually hearing the mathematics and the symmetry of nature, the symmetry of the universe, as music, as a psychological phenomenon in our brains, right? So, okay, first let's remember what music is, right? Music is not out there in the world, okay? It's important to really grasp this. And a good way to think about it is if you have a speaker in a room blasting music and you were to leave the room, now there's no people in the room. What's happening in the room? So is there music in the room? Is the sound of music in the room? So well, I think most people would say, yes, of course, the speaker's playing this music in the room. Well, to be sure, right, there's going to be energy coming from the speaker, which is, the membrane of the speaker is going to compress and rarefy the air molecules right around it. And that's going to reverberate around the room, bounce around the walls, and you're going to have a lot of moving air particles around the room. The idea that it sounds like anything is strictly in our minds. It is strictly a psychological phenomenon that's taking place in the synapses of our head. It's not out there. It's in your mind only. It's the translation of analog to digital. It's the translation of moving mechanical waves, transverse waves, longitudinal waves into your brain, with the hairs on your ear, by the way, there's a zillion of them, and each one is tuned to a different frequency, to like antenna that pick it up and then translate it into an electric signal, to digital information inside of your brain, which for some amazing reason converts it into this thing we experience as music, which then even more phenomenally has some emotional impact on us. And it's tied to our hypothalamus, our movement centers. We tend to want to move our bodies. And of course, then we have dance, right? So all that's tied together. So I think it's first and foremost most important to understand the miracle that music fundamentally is as a phenomenon, right? As a natural phenomenon. Now, the actual frequencies that are generated, when I play the scale on the piano or any piece, are generated using this idea in physics called the harmonic series. And the harmonic series, or the overtone series, another name for it, is a miraculous mathematical symmetry. It was originally discovered by Pythagoras many thousands of years ago. And essentially what it tells us is that when you hear a certain pitch, you're not only hearing that note. So let's say I hit the note C, that we call that the fundamental. We're not just hearing the note C, but we're hearing lots of notes above that in a specific order of symmetry of frequencies. And it's not only C's that we hear higher and higher up, but we hear many, many other pitches. And actually, when you actually look at the calculation of the harmonic series, it is an actually infinite series that continues, infinitely. So that is a beautiful construct, because what that tells me is that when I hear one note, I am hearing every note. I mean, just kind of wrap your head around that for a second. And the reason why music sounds the way it does to us is because hidden within the fundamental, hidden within the frequency, is all this other information that we don't quote unquote hear, but we hear it. And that's just another miracle of music. Now, the actual formula for the harmonic series is another one of these beautiful formulas. And I say a beautiful formula because mathematically, it's one of these formulas that simultaneously, just like, the Euler's formula, another beautiful formula, just like, how we derive these incredible numbers, like pi and like Euler's number. But essentially, it is a formula that on the one hand, it goes to the infinite. Okay, it keeps going and going and going, but it keeps going into an infinite set of numbers while those numbers are getting smaller and smaller and smaller at the same time. So what Pythagoras did was he took a string, he cut it in half, and that gave him the octave, right? An octave above the fundamental. He then cut it into thirds. So he went from whole to half to third to quarter to fifth to sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th. He kept going. That is actually an infinite series. You can keep going one over, and you just put a number under there, and you'll get additional overtone or harmonic frequencies. So the number gets smaller and smaller, right? 1,000th is a lot smaller than 1/2. So it'll keep getting smaller and smaller, but you have an infinite set of them. And that is a beautiful concept of on kind of these kind of opposing forces. One's getting infinitely large and one's getting infinitely small. And you could actually, if you actually meditate on that and other examples of it, it's one of the most mind expanding things I believe a human being can do.
Can you walk us through that meditation? So what's getting infinitely small is dividing the string in smaller and smaller pieces. And then what's getting infinitely large as that is getting infinitely small?
Well, you're able to continuously divide the string infinitely, right? So you'll never reach the end point of that exercise. If I tell you, pick a number, like let's pick a number from, 0, what's the next number after 0, right? Well, okay, most people would say, well, 1. I'll say, okay, well, that's fine. Is there anything in between 0 and 1? Well, of course there is. You say, well, a half is between 0 and 1. Okay, great. Is there anything between 0 and a half? Of course there is. There's a quarter, right? Okay. Well, is there anything between 0 and a quarter? Yeah, there's an eighth. There's an eighth, a zero, and an eighth, right? And of course, there's many other options. But if you keep doing that exercise, you will never exhaust the options that are available to you.
So as it's getting infinitely long, it's getting infinitely small. So large is the length of the exercise, then small is the division.
Yes, and let's keep in mind what infinity is, right? And people think infinity is a number, but no, infinity is not actually a number. It is a set of numbers. It's a number of numbers. It's just like you can never get to the end of the set, but it's not itself a number. Right? And so in both directions, right? You have this set that's getting infinitely large and the numbers are getting infinitely small. And I think if you want to access kind of the beautiful symmetry of the universe, right? Of it being this confluence of everything and nothing, right? The field and the particle, right? Interacting, right? You can't have one without the other. It's this kind of dichotomy, this collapsing of this dichotomy that creates reality as we experience it, as is. So if you want access to that, these are the kind of thought experiments that are helpful to get there, right? I mean, if you want to do one right now, like just think about, just state the next, in your mind, just state the next number after zero. Just say that number. So to do that, just like we just kind of did, right? You'd have to keep getting smaller and smaller, but you'd start with 0. And the next number would be, well, 0.0, 0, 0, 0, 0. And in your mind, you'd have to create an endless number of these zeros before you put the little 1. But I can't
even get started in the exercise. Yeah, you get started at the next number. I can never even get started. That's amazing.
You would never get to the point where you would place the 1 to then get to the next number, because there's always another 0 that you can put to make it infinitely smaller than the 0 before.
That's how I used to feel about cleaning my room. It's like, well, where do I start? Well, I have to do that and then that. By the time I get to 5, I'm like, wow, I'm just not going to clean my room. I'm just going to do this later.
I mean, I think of this as kind of like a mathematical koan, you know? I mean, like they use koans in the Zen Buddhist temples, right? To these kind of statements of logic, which when you actually think about it, they're paradoxes, and then they cause an eruptive enlightenment, right? In the meditator, in the practitioner. And I've spent a lot of time in Zen monasteries meditating, but nothing has had the kind of impact that thinking about the next number after 0, the expansion that can create in your mind is not only profound, but it's something to be like just bow down to. It's magnificent.
I'm gonna try to use that as a pattern interrupt. If I get upset this week or if I'm stressed out, I'll be like, what's the next number after 0? I'll be like, well, that like an NLP pattern interrupt. I'm going to try that. I had a couple questions that are pretty basic, but I think are pretty interesting that they came up. So major chords versus minor chords. Major chords in general have a happy feeling. I'm very biased towards them, and then minor chords are slightly different, but have kind of are associated with a more negative tone. I know a lot of people who are very emotionally intelligent who like minor chords. They're spending time in the minor, and so one is I'm wondering how those came about as far as the with a major chord and Saturn with a chord, or something we associate with humans. And then I want to ask you about 432 versus 440, because a lot of people have heard of that differentiation but don't quite understand it. And then if we can get to it all, the idea of where our notes came from. So the notes in the octave. How do you divide up that string to get those notes, and then the flats and sharps? That's like, because I've heard the Asian instruments, or like a sitar, it doesn't have like the C chord on the sitar. Like it might, but it's done in a different way, right? And so I'm curious about how the theory of music behind that. So major versus minor chords, is that a human construct, or is that, how does that work?
Okay, these are all great questions. So let's break it down. So major, minor, they certainly have a consistent emotional impact on us, right? And to your point, people tend to associate major chords with something more joyful or happy, positive, versus minor chords, right, which are a bit more sad or melancholy. And that's certainly a consistent human emotional response to them. What's not known, of course, is if there's any direct physiological reason for that. Most likely it is this kind of nature versus nurture, right, argument, right, which is we've always heard music that has intended for these intervals to have that effect, and therefore we're so conditioned because of the music that we've grown up with and has been, conditioned not only for us as children, but across generation, right? It's like this epigenetic kind of conditioning that's already so embedded in our Western culture. Now, it's not the same for Eastern cultures, right? And you alluded to different notes and different scales in Eastern cultures. And there are differences in the perception of some of those intervals there. Different intervals have had different associations over time. In addition to the major and minor third, there's been, of course, the tritone, which is 3 whole steps. So if you have C, right, you'd go D would be 1 whole step, E would be another whole step, F sharp would actually be the next whole step, so C to F sharp. That interval for many years, hundreds of years, was actually quote unquote banned. It was not allowed in the kind of institutional courts of music in Europe. It was called the diabolical interval, or Satan's interval, and it was truly banned for some period of time. The music and the church were very closely tied together for a long time, so there was a lot of influence, of course, on music by the church. Now, in terms of the intervals we hear today versus historically, they are different. The music we hear today is different than the music that people would have heard even just back 100, 200, 300 years ago. And that's because of our tuning system. So our tuning system has evolved over the centuries. Now, many people might be familiar, of course, with not only with Bach, I would hope so, but with a particular piece of his, a corpus called the Well-Tempered Clavier. It's the seminal work, one of the seminal works for the keyboard, and he calls it the Well-Tempered Clavier. Clavier is just another word for piano. He didn't have a piano like we have today. He had a harpsichord or a clavichord, but he had this well-temperament. So to temper something means to adjust it, right? And what they did was they actually adjusted the mathematical frequencies of the intervals to achieve a certain ends. So for instance, the 2 intervals they would consistently manipulate or temper were the 5th and the 3rd. And the reason is because those were really the most important intervals in the harmonic structures they were using. And for a period of time, the 3rd was considered to be more important than the 5th. So they optimized the tempering system or the tuning system for the 3rd to make it more perfect, to make it better. And the 5th was sacrificed. The 5th was actually made at certain periods of time, was made smaller. So if the 5th was supposed to be this big in frequency, they made it a little bit smaller, almost imperceptible to the ear, so that the tuning of the 3rd, because everything is relative to one another, right? So the tuning of the 3rd could be more precise. Now, Bach came along and said, I want to adjust all that and create something called the Well-Tempered Clavier to write 24 pieces in every major and minor key to express actually the beauty of each key individually. And each piece kind of exploits what we call the key color of that key. Now, there's actually a misnomer, a misrepresentation in music education where people think that what he was trying to show was that you can play any piece in any key. And while that's technically true, it would actually have a different feeling if you played a piece in the key of C than if you played the piece in the key of D or E or F. Today, we actually do not use the well-tempered tuning system. It's evolved again to equal temperament. So when you sit down at the piano, you're using equal temperament. So the music actually sounds a little bit different than what not only Bach, but what Mozart, Beethoven, Chopin, all of them were tuning to. Some people are such purists that they find a tuner that says that will do a well temperament for them. But then you got to be careful what keys you're playing in, because truly different keys would have different impacts emotionally on you. Some are warmer, some are brighter, etc. Here today, they're trying to go for a neutrality, so you can play a piece in any key and have the same impact. Kind of like a singer, gets on stage and the accompanist might, transpose it instantly to match his or her, vocal range, right? Well, back then, pieces were written in a certain key, and they were only in that key, even singing. So if you look at the opera, and this gets to your next question about 432. If you look at the opera, opera's written, right, for different voices, and we know the soprano, the highest voice in the family, has a certain range to it. Now, some soprano, some will be a little higher, a little bit lower, but there's a certain range to it. Now, one of the great masters of opera was the Italian composer Verdi, and Verdi actually mandated that his pieces were played where A, the note A, equals 432 hertz. Now, typically in a tuning today, the average tuning would be about 440 hertz, so a little bit faster, which means it's a little bit higher, right? Which for a singer means it's a little bit harder to sing because it's a little bit higher. I mean, just a little bit. It's a fraction, but every little bit, can help. So Verdi was so adamant about this, kind of a fun anecdote, that actually he lobbied the Italian Parliament, Robert. He lobbied the Italian Parliament to make it a law, to mandate it into law that all opera would be at 432 hertz. And indeed, they passed that law. I believe it was in the late 1800s, 1880s or something like that. They mandated that law. Now, today, orchestras such as the New York Philharmonic and other philharmonics around the world actually tune higher to 442, 444. Some have been known to go up to 450. Now, why do they do that? Well, I think the conductors, the directors believe it sounds more exciting because it's a little higher, it's a little higher frequency. So it could be more exciting. Now, if you're a violinist, you don't really care. It's the same difficulty level. If you're a singer, of course, that would be potentially problematic. You're singing in some cases a quarter note or a half note almost higher than it's supposed to be from your training. So that's an important thing. Now, of course, all the notes in music, originate from our capacity as humans in terms of what our auditory range is. So, our range kind of on the keyboard, it goes from about, I don't have the charts in front of me, but I think it's about 16 hertz on the low bass end to about 20,000 hertz on the upper end. So you're looking at a huge, broad spectrum. And of course, there's the patterns of repetition of the notes, and that's because they're multiples of those frequencies, right? So we talked about what Pythagoras did, that he took a string and he halved it, and he found two of the same notes at half the frequency each. Well, you can go the other way, right? You can take a string and double it in length and end up with a frequency that's going to be twice as low, right? You're actually going lower by doing that. And that's really what the piano is, right? If you look at the strings of the piano, they're all different sizes, and they go from really long to really, really short. And they're all in a very specific dimensions to get those frequencies as discovered by Pythagoras. But of course, it's tied to what we can actually hear and what can actually be made to sound beautiful. There are pitches that are lower than the lowest A on the piano, but they're so muddy and hard to distinguish that they don't represent a musical kind of efficacy. And the same on the high end. You can theoretically hear pitches higher, but they tend to lose their musical efficacy because you can't even tell what pitch it is after a certain point. And by the way, that has implications for quantum uncertainty principle. Is actually it's this is a beautiful metaphor for the quantum uncertainty principle, and it's actually an idea called the musician's uncertainty principle, which is a classical interpretation of the quantum phenomena of Heisenberg's uncertainty principle.
Can you explain that, the quantum uncertainty principle? Can you give that to us in general terms that we would
I'll
understand?
just like at a very high level, right? What Heisenberg discovered, it's a beautiful discovery, and he basically said that if you know the momentum of a particle, you can't know its position, right? So if you know its p, you can't know its x, and if you know its x, you can't know its p. If you know its position, you can't know its momentum. If you know its momentum, you can't know its position. You can't know both at the same time. So there's this kind of mystery to particles in the universe, all particles at all times, and it's just this beautiful idea. And if you relate it to, and that's the reason why, by the way, that relates to the kind of expansion and contraction of quantum wave functions, right? When they're expanded and they're in probabilistic form, then, right, they're moving, right, through all space-time, and then when you actually measure it, you collapse it to a specific point, and that is, you now know its x, you now know its position, but you don't know how fast it's going and in what direction. So you can only know one at a time. Now with music, the metaphor for music, and it really works the same way. If you ever hear an orchestra tuning, right, what do? Well, they hold it for a long time, right? So they hold the note for a long time because then they can use that to pinpoint the accuracy of it. So essentially the kind of analogy is that momentum and position for a quantum particle are the same as frequency and time for music. And the momentum of a particle is kind of like its score, its musical notation through time. It's really a beautiful idea. Yeah. And so is it, we can't, what came to my mind, I don't know if this is correct, is that if we can't hear it, we really don't know where it is. It could be high, it could be low, it could be at a frequency we just can't discern, right? And so even if I hear the C, it might be rippling out in frequencies that I simply don't hear, and I'm uncertain as to what those frequencies are. I don't know. Think of it in terms of, think of it, Robert, in terms of rhythm, right? Or duration, right? So music is not just playing a frequency, but it's holding it for some duration. I could have a long note, or I could have a staccato. I could have a very short note. The shorter the note, the less sure I can be of its pitch, of its frequency.
Oh, fascinating.
I mean, I can go to the piano behind me, right, and hit a note really fast. And even if you have perfect pitch, you would have a hard time telling me what pitch it was. But if I were to take my cello out and sustain a note for a minute, whether you had perfect pitch or not, you can certainly replicate the note, right? You can mimic it, you can replicate it, you can own it, you can be sure of the frequency that you're singing, right? You're like, I got the note.
Okay,
so
thank
that's
you.
the same
That's really
idea,
helpful.
right? The momentum is our duration, all right, our kind of in time. It's a very similar idea.
And so it's 432 and 440. I don't know if this is conspiracy theory or not, but one, I've heard that, they, which is like, powers that be that we don't, have a name for, they sped up music from 432 to 440 to make it more unsettling and to kind of unsettle the human consciousness. And then one of them was that Hitler was involved in this. He wanted stuff to be played in 440. And then Hitler really liked Wagner. Wagner's really powerful, German stuff. But so I don't know if there's any truth to any of this, whether Hitler had any influence on how music was played. I know he wanted, it'd be nice if we got into art school. He might not have become a dictator. Right. But I don't know if he influenced music at all, and or if there was any so in the Beatles or Led Zeppelin or stuff by Lady Gaga, are they recorded in 440, and could that be switched to 442, and would that make any difference? Would that be more naturally resonant with my ears and my physiology, or is it just a matter of taste that, hey, it's a little bit more exciting up here and it's played up here and it's really not that big of an impact?
Well, look, I think the impacts we're talking about, let's just establish some sense of kind of reference frame here. The differences we're talking about are really minute. Like, you would have to have an incredibly sharp auditory palate to be able to even hear the difference between them in isolation. So it's not that you're consciously, feeling or thinking that when you hear it. You hear a piece like, oh my God, that's 432. I can't. You wouldn't really know. It would be some kind of more subtle, kind of unconscious impact that it would have on you. In the same way that DJs, right? They manipulate BPMs. Yeah. So they manipulate BPMs to get you to kind of feel a certain way, right? Because they're trying to manipulate your heartbeat, right, and your rhythms, your senses of rhythm. So in a similar way, the frequencies, whether it's 432 or 440, are doing that in some kind of subtle way as well. If the higher you go, it's definitely going to be more energetic by definition. And now how that translates to its impact is really going to vary from person to person, but sure, I can definitely see that. And this is the reason why the New York Philharmonic and many other orchestras do tune to higher frequencies, because it's going to project something a little more exciting, a little more a little more energizing. Now let's go back to Verdi for a second. Look, what are they trying to do with opera, right? Operas, these are love stories, right? These are heartbreaking love stories, especially when, the arias are being sung and these beautiful sopranos and mezzo-sopranos are singing. Now, some people call 432 like the love frequency, right? And so when you think about that, well, if a soprano is in her sweet spot with the music, because it's at 432, she's going to be able to communicate something way more powerfully emotionally because of her instrument, her voice. Now you take her up to 440, 444, she's now more strained. Her singing is constricted, and her singing will have a different impact than if it was at 432. And I think that's why Verdi was so adamant about it. So that's something I think to keep in mind is those types of implications. I tend to look at kind of how do we think about it positively, right? In terms of, well, look, if we're trying to communicate something, like an opera is, that heartbreak, right? That melancholy, that hopefulness of love, whatever they're trying to communicate, right? Let's do it in a way that's going to maximize that, right? Which for the human voice, which is an instrument, you must think of the physics of that instrument as well. So 432 would certainly benefit that. I don't think there's so much a conspiracy in the opposite direction, but certainly could have had an impact. And I don't think it's so, it's look, if you're trying to energize an audience and mobilize them, like historical people might have, then sure, you definitely would want to crank up the tuning a little bit. Yeah, I could see that. and like I said, orchestras today do that. And they were doing it well before, Hitler or any other leaders or anything like that, for sure.
Very, very cool. That's so informative. And so I'd love to understand how you, I know if you think about time travel and how you play your music, but I'd love to understand the models that you're using, because you're using healing. You're using music for healing, certainly at an emotional level, and also at a psychological, mental level, and perhaps even a spiritual level with your music. Do you think about? And I'm curious how if you're processing the music as you're playing it and flowing it and going into the deep minor chords to reach that sadness, or how do you process that? So I'd love a great understanding of how you do what you did last night, because it's just beautiful and phenomenal.
Well, thank you. I mean, one thing to keep in mind is that when I sit at the piano to do a mind travel experience, it is all improvised, and that's an important element to this part of the conversation. I think if you're playing a memorized piece, if I'm playing something from the classical literature, right, it's a different approach, it's a different impact. With this experience, it is really my own practice, right? That's where this all started. I would sit at the piano and I would use my relationship with the piano and with music to kind of express my feelings one note at a time, and I would develop these kind of soundscapes. Now, what I'm trying to do in that moment is kind of get myself out of the way, meaning my kind of analytical, intellectual self saying, okay, now I'm in this key, let me shift to that key, and I'm trying to get out of that mindset into a state where it's about action and reaction, right? Kind of really embodying this kind of physics principle of action and reaction, right? Almost like I think it's what Newton's third law of motion or something like that. It's like this real kind of relationship with the physics of the instrument, right? Where you're inputting energy, right, through my physicality, through my body, right? And by the way, how you put that energy into the instrument is that first move is critical in terms of the sound production. So where it comes from, right? If it comes heavy from the arms and you're banging on the piano, you'll get one reaction from the instrument. If it comes more naturally, more organically from the center of the body, and it kind of more fluidly, you'll elicit a different reaction from the piano. These are all very subtle, but critical at the levels that we're playing at now. And so now the energy transfers, right, as potential energy to kinetic energy through my body into the keys. The keys, you know, the movement of the key begins a mechanism, a very complex mechanism of thousands of moving parts inside the piano, which then hits the hammer, this felt hammer, which hits the string, which sets off the vibration. And then that string vibrates, oscillates back and forth, right? And potentially thousands of times per second, depending on where on the piano it is. And then we hear that, it moves the air molecules, right, around it. And that, you know, kind of ripples out and hits our ears and translates that into music. Now, all that's happening in, of course, a split second, right? I mean, a sound is, those air molecules are traveling at, I don't know, something like 800 miles an hour to our ears, right, in our room. So it's extremely fast process, but it is a process you can break down that specifically, and way more specifically than I did. And then I have to play the next note already, right? Now I got to play the next note, right? So it is a very fast moving cycle, a feedback loop that gets created. And when you're improvising, you have to kind of resign yourself to this deep listening state where, as opposed to imposing your will on the instrument, it becomes this kind of deep listening of the instrument to see what note would come next in its natural organic progression. So that's the framework of it. So then you start to build up this feedback loop, and just like a wave in the ocean, right, kind of moving through the water, you're kind of surfing on top. And that's the feeling of kind of improvising in music that I aspire to, where you're kind of sitting on top of that feedback loop wave. And of course, sometimes you might get kicked off and then you kind of get back on, and hopefully the audience doesn't notice. I've gotten good enough where I could do that, but I know. but hopefully most of the time you're just in that sweet spot and it becomes effortless. And now in that effortlessness, I think that's the word, you would really discover what wants to be expressed. And there it's about unleashing the unconscious, the subconscious, and allowing it to rise to the surface. What am I talking about? Well, if we think about the mind, a very simple analogy, but an effective one, is to think of the mind like an iceberg, a floating iceberg in the ocean. You've got only about 10% of the ice, the top point is visible above the surface of the water. 90% of it is below the surface, unseen to to observers above the water. And the mind operates, I think, the same way, right? We're aware of what we're aware of, and that tends to be a small fraction of what we're unaware of, right? We have involuntary processes in the body, right? We're not controlling the action of our spleens and our kidneys. At least I'm not, but there's maybe some people have figured that out. I mean, by the way, have you seen like what David Blaine can do, right? With being able to control the muscles in his esophagus and stomach, right? That is actually imposing consciousness, awareness over muscles by training them, which are usually in that under the water part of the iceberg, right? He's kind of bringing above the surface some of that hidden element. That's actually, in my estimation, not actually magic. It's just incredibly beautiful training of the human mind and body connection. But in any case, we can do that through different practices. And this music is one that's a very powerful way to do that, because so much of what's happening beneath the surface of our minds, right, this hidden part of the iceberg of our subconscious, is emotional. And a lot of our emotional experience is suppressed or repressed. And we're just not conscious of it. We're just not aware of it. Now, when we gain certain levels of emotional literacy and we're able to express what we're feeling and our emotional states, right, we can unveil some of that, shed light on some of it. But it's an ongoing process, and music is a powerful way to do that, because music is the language of emotion, right? We say that there's a beautiful saying, when we lack the words, we turn to the poet, and when the poet lacks the words, she turns to the musician. And so music is a language just like any other language, but the difference is that the language of music is a multi-dimensional language, okay? It's a multi-dimensional language. What does that mean? Well, think about English, right? It's a linear language. You must put one word in front of the other, first one letter in front of the other, to put one word in front of the other, to create sentences, which then you put one sentence in front of one of the other, one paragraph in front of the other, and that's how we communicate, through writing or written, through spoken or written word. If more than one person were to do that at the same time, then it would be confusion. We would not understand anything. Now, let's go to music. With music, yes, there is a linear dimension to it, right? Think of a beautiful oboe or a cello playing one note at a time, one phrase at a time. It's just like one word or one sentence at a time. And truly, we think of it that way. And when we play, we think lyrically. We think as if we were speaking or singing the melody. But something else is happening in music, because when we put another instrument with that cello, and a third and a fourth, each one of their melodies or phrasings or expressions actually constructs positively with the others. And instead of creating noise, it actually creates what we call harmony, right? Or polyphony is a better term for it. So
what is that word?
Polyphony, polyphonic music, meaning many voices, as opposed to monophonic, but polyphonic. And that's, when you think of polyphony, really think of the Baroque, think of Bach, right? Think of Vivaldi, think of Handel, think of these incredible composers that, I can play for you like a 4-part fugue, right? It's literally as if there were 4 people speaking at the same time or singing at the same time. And the 1 + 1 is not 2. It's infinite. Certainly 1 + 1 + 1 + 1, these 4 parts are so multidimensional. And because they're multidimensional, the permutations of expression are amplified exponentially. And that's the idea. So if you want to express a very difficult concept, it's a lot easier to do it through music than it is through words. And our emotions are incredibly complex communications, which is why we all have such a hard time with it, right? How hard is it to communicate what you're feeling? Especially guys, right? We kind of, we're like, oh, I'm just feeling whatever. like we can barely put words to it, okay? And yet we are feeling something, and it's usually quite tangled and intricate. And so music can lend some communication to untangle that. And that's truly what it's done for me. I mean, I've used music not only to express the joys of life, but I've used music to express the tragedies and the tribulations of life. Whether it's grief, where I used it to help in my own healing process from the death of my little sister and other friends, to just processing the stressors of life. And that's been the miracle of music for me in my life. And it's what other people have report to me in terms of their experience with, with the music that I share.
That's beautiful. Now, Maria, I just want to do a time check. We're the last talk for the evening. We're going to do a dinner break, and then we're going to come back on at 9 p.m. PST. Is it okay if we go over 5 or 10 minutes for you, or do you have something good on the hour?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Terrific. I wanted to ask you about Mozart versus Beethoven. So Mozart had this and their mental models of music. So I listened to a lecture that said Beethoven is actually more revolutionary than Mozart, which kind of made me mad. I was like, that doesn't make sense at all. But as far as what he did with the piano, that he'd have to go to engineers, like, look, I'm going to bang on this thing. I'm going to hit it really, really hard, and I'm going to be like jumping on it. And you got to design me a piano where I can do this. I'm transforming the way the piano was played. And so he was revolutionary in that way. Whereas Mozart was more of a synthesizer, right? He traveled around Europe as a kid to all the courts. His dad took him to music all over the place, and he took it all to his mind. And then he could just spit it out with his own take and flavor on it and play flow subconsciously like crazy. Whereas Beethoven was different. So I'd love your take on these two geniuses, on their kind of mental models on music and ways to understand them and appreciate them in different ways.
Yeah, and I'll tell you from playing both of them, I personally played the music of both of them, you walk away with a very different experience of a lens on the world, from playing their music. I will tell you that from the point of view of playing Mozart, and again, you can't divorce, just as you said, you can't divorce the music from the delivery of the music, meaning the instrument. So they did have different instruments, respectively. Just as Bach had a different instrument, and just as Chopin had a different instrument, and later, Rachmaninoff certainly had a different instrument, right? So all made piano music, right? All wrote keyboard music, but what you can do, for instance, on the harpsichord in Bach's case, right? Remember, Bach had no sustain pedal. Like, he could only play short notes, and he could. I'm talking about the keyboard, not on violins and other instruments. Just keyboard music. So he could only play short notes, and if he held it down, it would decay pretty quickly. That was considered a long note, but it's a matter of seconds. And he had very little volume or dynamic variation at his disposal. You couldn't play it really loud or really, really soft. The dynamical, mechanical nature of the harpsichord limited you to a very narrow range. Now, I should mention a beautiful quote by Igor Stravinsky, the Russian composer, said that freedom is attained through limitations. And it's a wonderful piece of wisdom from music, that you create your constraints, right? Like, I'm only going to use these notes. I'm only going to use this instrument, right? And by creating your constraints, you can find freedom to create within those constraints. Okay, that's really what composers. That's like what we do. In the same way that probably artists, painters, sculptors do that too. But anyway, so Bach had his constraints. Mozart has had his constraints, but he also had kind of a way of seeing the world and a way of hearing the world. When you play Mozart's music, it opens up more transparently from Bach, right? Bach's music, some of the most incredibly intricate mathematical manifestation of music ever to have been created, period. Mozart comes along and creates this wonderful clarity to music, because his instrument now can distinguish between the left hand and the right hand, meaning I could now raise the melody above the accompaniment, and I could really make the accompaniment secondary to the melody, creating these multi-dimensional textures in the music. And you can hear that in almost every piece of Mozart's. And there's very little pedal in Mozart's piano music, if any. Again, coming from that tradition where he evolved from. He was right after Bach and the Baroque era, the beginning of the classical era. So you have this incredible clarity through his music. Something, in a way, people think it's childlike, but it's so sophisticated that it's this beautiful confluence of simplicity and sophistication. That's how I would describe Mozart's way of hearing the universe. And when you get to Beethoven, now the beginning of the Romantic period, so the next kind of generation of music, the piano evolved. It became, the mechanics of it became hardier, more robust, bigger, louder. And so he was able to do more, right, with the instrument, with the vehicle of delivery. It's It's kind of like the medium is the message, you know. What was it, Marshall McLuhan or something like that? So you have to really understand the instruments of the time to appreciate the musicality that they were able to compose for it. And the work of Beethoven has that intensity to it because he was able to take advantage of it. And by the way, if you go just subsequent to Beethoven to Chopin, who is the master of all masters of the piano, he definitively evolved what the piano can do through his work. You're now going up and down the keyboard in a way that no pianist or composer had ever done. And so he took it to a whole different level. And then you get to Rachmaninoff, and now the piano is pretty much what we have today. And you're creating, you know, through Liszt and Rachmaninoff, you're creating music that is as loud, as powerful as any orchestra. So, you know, that evolution over time really, they were based on different physical capabilities, the evolution of technique, but also being able to constantly think bigger and more broadly because of all these interacting elements that was around them.
And so I'm curious how you feel. You said you'll play Mozart on the piano and you'll feel differently than you'll play Beethoven on the piano. Can you describe what that's like? Like how does it feel after playing a Mozart piece versus playing a Beethoven piece?
Yeah, I think for Mozart, for me, I'm able to get into this kind of I think of it as almost a beautifully still lake where the colors, the light, I could pristinely distinguish between all these elements because you can hear them all. They're transparent, right? That's what I mean by the transparency of his music. It's almost like seeing into his mind. You can actually hear what he's doing in the music. And that's a beautiful thing. A lot of music is obfuscated. I mean, as magnificent as Bach is, it's very difficult to listen to all of it at the same time because there's so much of it going on at the same time, right? I mean, I would challenge anyone to actually hear all 4 or let alone 5 parts of a fugue at the same time. Like you have to listen to it over and over, and then each time you follow a different path in the forest, you know? It's just really hard to do. And I don't even know if you'd want to do it because it's a delight to be able to follow each different path at different times. With Beethoven, you know, and I think also we have to factor in their own lives and emotional states. You can't deny that influence, right? Beethoven was a tortured individual. He was a tortured individual on many levels. And so that manifests itself in the music. You can't not walk away and feel the torment, the melancholy, the power, it's in the music directly. And when you play it, you know, I mean, you know, many people, for instance, play the Moonlight Sonata, and you know that slow movement is so heartbreaking, but it's very complex. It's very complicated. It has lots of different layers to it, several happening at the same time. So again, you can find simplicity in Beethoven, but the loaded emotional content is very, very high, even in the simpler pieces, quote unquote, simpler pieces of Beethoven. Yeah. And Chopin, I mean, Schumann, Chopin, these guys were physically frail. They all died young in their 30s, late 30s. You know, they got sick and died. They had mental issues. They were in asylums. I mean, this is real, you know, mental illness and physical illness that struck them. So how could that not manifest in their music?
Didn't Bach live for a really long time and have like a pile of kids? He had like 10 or 12.
Bach is the opposite of these guys, okay? Bach lived to, I believe, close to 80. Again, this is he was born, I think, 1685 to 1750, something like that. You know, he lived a long time. And, you know, he had several wives and about 20 kids, I believe 10 of which survived. So, you know, he played the odds, and I think he won. He did well.
I heard music was so scarce then that he had to like his uncle was into music. He had to like steal the sheets and transcribe them like during lunch breaks, or like steal the sheets and transcribe them, which was a crime at the time. But that's how you would get music. You had to steal it and like copy it and then like try to put it back. Right. That was how valuable those sheets of music are. And now we can print up we can print up a symphony just from our printer for like free. And I'm like, what on earth is this worth like 200 years ago? Like this is hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. And someone who's very skilled and very detail oriented, like, you hope you don't drop a couple notes.
Yeah, there were people whose job that was. I mean, absolutely. And if you think about the value of that, back then, remember, there's no recorded music, right? So if you want to hear music, right, you have one of two options, right? You either go to the theater or the church, or you have to play the music yourself or a member of your family at home. And that's why pretty much everyone grew up learning to play an instrument, and that's where the whole idea of chamber music came from. Chamber coming from the French word chambre, room. So it's music that was played in the living room. And you had a violinist, you had a cellist, you had a violist, a pianist, and that's why these composers all made, duos, trios, quartets, quintets, so that families and friends can play together, because that was entertainment. That's how you pass the time.
What do you think Mozart would do today with Spotify? So you give him free access to most of the music that's ever been written and recorded in pretty high fidelity. What on earth does someone like that do with something like Spotify?
God knows what his genius would have manifested in this day and age, with the technology and the expression that we have. It's just miraculous. Or maybe he would have just been like, oh my God, this is too much. I'm going to take up a new career.
I wonder if he'd be really into disco. He's like, this, it's just
something tells me he'd be a master remixer of fusing so many different, things together because of the capacity that he had.
Yeah, I kind of view the composer John Williams as someone who's really interesting to look at, because in the past, Leonardo da Vinci was, he was an artist, but he also did set design for plays, and most of this art is lost. If you read Walter Isaacson's book Leonardo, he talks about how he went to Milan, not only built weapons of war, but he built sets, and these sets to created effects where people could fly, you'd be on the ocean, things would come apart and move, and that was like being in the movie industry, right? That was being in the technology industry. And then, you had, at the time of Mozart, you had people writing operas, and that was like being in the movies, right? Operas where you would go to see a performance. And so being in the operas is being in the movies. And now today, that's kind of like being a composer for movies, like John Williams. And John Williams has touched hundreds of millions of people with his scores in these movies like Star Wars and E.T. I was listening to Beethoven, it was the fifth, and I heard some riffs from E.T., and I was like, I was at Burning Man, and I nudged someone. It's like, I think Beethoven borrowed this from John Williams and E.T. This sounds pretty familiar.
No, absolutely. The opera of today is film, and it's storytelling. Ultimately, all music is storytelling, and that's the ultimate mental model for music, right? I mean, I approach every mind travel as a storytelling experience, albeit an abstract, subconscious storytelling. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to express what's repressed and deep within me. I'm trying to expose it in a vulnerable, open, and transparent way to heal myself, and through that process, hopefully others are on the same train.
That's fabulous. We have some questions here. I'd love to get to those.
Yeah, sure.
So CK Lynn asks, CK is a great mental modeler. Hey, CK, can you talk about the learning journey from learning the mechanics to standing out of the way of the music? So,
right. Yeah. I think to tackle that, it's important to really get that expressing yourself through music is not something that's only a mental exercise, but and not just a mechanical one, but more so, it is a fully somatically embodied one. So, if you were to play, a Chopin etude, some of the most difficult pieces for the repertoire, right? You can't play it mentally. You just can't. You just can't play it mentally. You have to kind of ease yourself into it after practicing it so many times for so long that the mechanics and the movement of it are truly one in your brain between your body, your muscle memory, and your neural memory. They have to be so fused and in sync together. that one is a direct expression of the other. So getting out of the way in that case would be, I hope I don't make a mistake on that section. God, that section is really tricky for me. I hope I kind of, should I slow down there? Should I get a little faster on that section? Do I retard here? Do I accelerando there? Like, that's getting out of, that's getting in the way. So the mental side to this is how to keep the chatter to a minimum. So playing music at this level is a true exercise in presence. It's a true exercise in the present moment, because any tense that you're in, meaning past or future, outside of the present moment, will truly mess you up. It'll kick your ass. It'll mess you up. Especially with something like Bach, I would say, because there's no way to keep track of 4 voices at the same time, even with the muscle memory, if you're not hyper present in each moment of that. So it's this paradoxical kind of hyper focus attention with a simultaneous letting go. And I know that probably sounds nuts, but that's really what it is. It's a full surrender into it, and a sense of presence. What the kind of thing people talk about now a lot in terms of feeling that sense of flow. It is truly embodied in playing music right at that level, because any distraction or anything that's pulling you in any direction will just take you off the surfboard. Keith Jarrett, the famous pianist and jazz musician, he's infamous for if there's any noise in the audience, he will not start playing. If anybody takes out a phone to take a picture, he will, if he sees a flash, and I've been to concerts and I've seen him do this, he will have the security guard go to the seat, find the person, and take the phone or kick them out. I've seen it happen. So, it's about how to maintain that hyper kind of focus in that zone. And there's certain things that I do to get there in my improvisations through certain patterning in the music that actually the brain, I believe, likes. There's certain patterns the brain likes. I'll give you one final mental model, right? Which is the brain seems to respond. This is for all of us, not just when you're playing music, but the brain really responds well to this beautiful balance, walking the fence, walking the line between predictability and novelty. So if you look at music, right, the brain is constantly, it's just relentlessly trying to figure out what's next. It's trying to anticipate the next note, the next phrase, the next harmony, the end of the piece. So as a composer, right, your job is to keep the audience kind of right there with you by giving them something predictable enough to maintain their interest, not too predictable that they lose interest, and then novel enough that excites and surprises them, but not too novel that it is disconnected. Does that make sense? That's the art of composing. That's the art of truly anything. It's the art of storytelling. It's the art of movie making. It's the art of everything. It's the art of living, right? Don't we all want predictability in our relationships, right? In our lives? Look at what's happening in the world right now. We certainly crave predictability. But when things are too predictable, we get complacent. We get bored. We then look for something. We have to take a trip. We have to go skydiving. We have to do something crazy to mix it up, right? Now, if things are too unpredictable, too novel, too uncertain, well, look where we are now. We don't seem to like that either.
So when you learn, do you go through the mechanical process and all the way to flow when you learn, or you strive to be in flow as you're acquiring that piece or skill? What's your mental model around that?
Well, I don't know of any conservatories that are teaching flow in the sensibility that we're talking about here. It's something that you either achieve, figure out on your own, or you don't. look, there are many musicians that train for years, just like there's many lawyers that go to law school and don't become professional lawyers. There's many people, I mean, many that go through the training and they can't sustain the mental capacity to perform at this scale, at this level, because they can't get out of their own way, whether it's the anxiety, whether it's the pressure, whether it's the fear. Those human elements, whether you're a pianist or whether you're speaking on stage, you know, as a CEO or whatever it is, those human elements are still present, right? You're still a human being getting up there and playing, right? I mean, unless you're Evgeny Kissin or someone like that that's just like superhuman and can just, you know, power through it. But by the way, someone like Evgeny Kissin, I mean, he is on the autistic spectrum, and so some of his ways of processing social anxiety are different. Some of his senses of fear are different. I think he actually is able to focus in a hyper-focused way because of, right, some of his mental state. So it works to his advantage in that case, in respect to the piano, right? Maybe not in other areas of his life. So I think it's something that each person has to reconcile for themselves, but it's true for no matter what we do. The piano or any instrument is just a hyper setting that exposes you one way or the other. There's no faking it, right? You can't fake it. So, you know, you're either in the zone or you're not, and people will know.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Z. Yes, please.
I enjoyed this so much. Thank you so much.
Awesome.
I also loved how much you used physics metaphors. By the way, I teach physics, and I also play guitar a little bit. I harmonize with my wife all the time. We love that. So I was going to tell you, I think you will really enjoy this. With your permission, Robert, can I share a screen that with a piece of physics that Murray was talking about, which is actually more formal than you actually probably realize?
Yeah.
So,
yeah, let me make you co-host, and then you should have the power to do that.
All right.
Okay, go.
So as you were speaking, hold on. What did I share? I think I shared the wrong screen. Hold on. Just one tiny second, please. Okay, so this is from the textbook, physics textbook that I'm teaching. Can you see this?
Yes.
So it's explaining why you were saying, you know, how musicians, when they're tuning their instruments up, they have to do these long tones. And I did not occur to me that this is what they do. When you have only a short pulse, you know, you can imagine this as only one wavelength. And then these uncertainties around the edges are problematic because you have large uncertainty and only small distance.
Yes.
But when you have a long wave, those edges are equally uncertain. But this uncertainty is then divided by the number of wavelengths that are introduced there. So
Exactly.
it's very, you know, it's actually, you know, and then they go to frequency time, right? Now they turn the wavelength into frequency. And here's the expression that you were talking about. I mean, right here, frequency and time and the level of uncertainty that you have. And this is for classical waves. You were drawing the analogy with Heisenberg's uncertainty.
Yes.
And this is actually introduction to Heisenberg's uncertainty in the.
Is that right?
Yeah. This is introduction to Heisenberg. See next chapter.
Oh, there you go.
So they're first showing you this in the classical setting before moving on to a quantum mechanical one. So that was one beautiful thing. The other one, you were talking about the constraints. You might have known that when they did experiments with children and they would give them a specific area to play in, and if this area was constrained, then the children would explore every part of it. But when they would just tell them, like, walk in the park and, you know, explore, they would stay in a much smaller area if they did not know what the boundaries are.
Right.
And then finally, when you were talking about, you know, certainty and uncertainty, you know, Robert was earlier in his model talking about Tony Robbins' model of 6 needs. Those are the first two, certainty and uncertainty, how they're, you know, correspond to one another. You explained that beautifully. Yeah, you were talking about third Newton's law, just fascinating. I truly enjoyed it. I thought I would show you this because it was feeding.
No, that's
directly to-
absolutely spot on. And you know, it's very difficult, as I'm sure you fully appreciate, as someone who teaches physics, right? You fully appreciate that so many of the laws of nature and the ways nature works are inaccessible to us because they're so far out there, right? I mean, again, once you get past the classical realm, right? Once we get past Newtonian mechanics and we get into, you know, special relativity, general relativity, it's very hard for most people to grasp this stuff. I mean, special relativity, to be able to conceive of time dilation, to be able to conceive of, you know, of synchronicity. I mean, it's very, very challenging, let alone lathe contraction. I mean, it's a total mind-blowing concept.
And most amazing thing to me is that you start with very simple premises. And then you build very logically. Because when I explain this to students, you know, every next step is logical. And then 10 steps down the line, you're in this nowhere land, and you have no clue. You're like, how in the world did I come to this nowhere space? Every step was logical.
Yeah.
And then you're suddenly, same thing with quantum mechanics, right?
Yes.
You follow some logic and then you're suddenly in this nowhere land. So absolutely, yes, you're right on that too.
You know, there's, you know, metaphorically, again, I try to create access to some of these ideas, right? Take time dilation, for example, right? And for those listening, right, this idea that the way the clock ticks off for different people in different frames depends on their speed. In relation to the speed of light. So the faster you move towards the speed of light in terms of speed, the slower your clock will run compared to a stationary observer. So that's the kind of basic concept, but we can never really like have access or grasp that because we can never travel at any meaningful fraction of the speed of light to actually see that effect. Now, we have done experiments, right? Decades ago, they put those two atomic clocks, right? One on the plane and one on the ground, and they measured it. And even, again, the imperceptible fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a second, that was the difference between a clock moving at about 500 miles an hour versus a stationary clock. Right. So they did prove it, but again, not meaningfully perceptible, right? So at the piano, right, what I'll do is I'll make believe my hands are two different observer or reference frames. And I'll have one of them, right, moving at a certain speed, and then the other one's in sync with it because they're in the same reference frame. But then look what happens.
Oh my goodness.
So one of them starts to kind of split off into their own reference frame because they're traveling at a different speed. Time is ticking off, so their tempo, their rhythm, their pulse is different for them. And I play with patterns like that in my music. And now, you know, and that's how I access these concepts. Of course, I'm not literally doing time dilation. It's just a representation of it, but that's the idea. Yeah.
And you're basically creating the third entity there with beats.
Yes.
So you're really truly creating third entity. And
yeah.
I mean, all of these metaphors that you're using, the model that I was earlier presenting is about physics laws as being used as models for life situations, you know, even spiritual lessons. You know, at one point I hope I'll have a chance to show it to you. But you know, all of these third Newton's law, action and reaction. You were actually saying you're using it as the metaphor for the cause and effect.
Yes.
Right. If I do this, then piano does that. Right. It's a beautiful metaphor for cause and effect. You know, the frequency has so many beautiful metaphors because waves reflect back to us. The frequency depends on a heartbeat, and so on and so on. And you know, I'm amazed how well you so beautifully, eloquently explained the time dilation in 2 minutes. You know, I just enjoyed listening to you.
Thank you. Robert, should we continue, or do you have other questions? I can keep going on the physics stuff.
CK is still here. CK had another question about you know, the torment necessary to create greatness. A lot of artists have struggled and suffered. CK, if you want to ask your questions.
Let me elaborate on that a little bit. If I look at acting as a metaphor, there are method actors, right? They look at the role, really study and dive into it, and from that space express themselves, living in that space. For you as a musician, as a creator, when you create music, do you put yourself in a particular mental state, or you literally, as you said earlier, remove yourself and just allow music in the singular moments flowing through you? And if you were to do that, how do you do that?
Yeah.
For you? Yeah.
So I think if you were to have asked my younger self this question, my younger self, certainly in my teens and 20s and early 30s, would have responded like, for sure. Like, the more tormented you are, the more charged and impactful the music would be. And there's more sources of inspiration, right? Through tragedy, through heartbreak, right? Through pain. I think answering that question today, I would have a very different response. And while I certainly can appreciate finding inspiration in those life emotional states and life happenings, number one, I believe I've come to a place where I can reference those times in my life without having to be experiencing it in this time. Now, that takes an extraordinary amount of connection with what you were going through and what you were feeling. And in order to have that, it's best if, as you were going through it, you were really conscious of it and aware of it, so that you can actually kind of code it in a sense and understand it from that point of view. So
you lost me. Can you back up a couple of sentences, please? Can you just say it in a different way?
Yes, of course. So when I look for sources of inspiration, right, I could look back in the same way that an actor, right? It's a lot of actors. You use the example of acting. A lot of actors, I believe, they look and they source moments in their life where they could replicate that feeling and bring it into the present moment on stage. Yeah. They don't have to necessarily be feeling that right now authentically in their life outside the stage to be able to represent it on stage. That's a good actor. Yeah. So in the same way, as a composer, I can look back at times in my life, at memories that were difficult, at times that were challenging, at grief, at heartbreak, at physical pain, at emotional pain, at spiritual desperation and despair. I could look at all of that. And I could draw on it. I could tap that. I could source it. I could use it as inspiration, and I could channel it right now in this moment. Now, I'm not saying everyone can do that, but it's something that I've really worked on being able to do. Now, in terms of kind of the other side of it, I believe there's even more inspiration if you can get a glimpse of the infinite nature of the universe and the ecstatic experience of this whole game. There's more energy for inspiration in one drop of that than all the pain of humanity. And I'm not saying it sounds joyous, by the way, because I believe to truly understand the complete picture of the universe, it's like matter and antimatter. Like, you just have to understand both to understand the conception of the universe, right? It's not all positive and it's not all negative, right? It's actually just this much more positive than negative. And that's why we're here. That's just technically why we're here. But I believe that psychologically and emotionally and existentially, right? That we think about life in this bittersweet way, right? Why is it that when people go through tragedy, do they have some of the largest and most powerful breakthroughs in their life purpose? In some cases, they wouldn't have achieved those breakthroughs in their life if they didn't go through that tragedy. Well, the two are tied together. Our sense of being of service, our sense of purpose, our joy can only exist in relative experience to our pain. So one informs the other. One informs the other. They don't exist in isolation. And that produces a much larger variation of experience. So if I only know pain, if I'm always depressed, I only have half the picture. I mean, I'm being crude, right? Very, very rough, but I only have part of the expression. But the depression, the difficulty, the challenge, the despair, the pain, coupled in opposition and in relationship with the ecstasy, the joy, right? The awe. I mean, if I had to listen to music without awe, joy, wonder, surprise, that's not music to me. And music to me is also music without sadness and contemplation and all of that. That wouldn't be music to me either. I need both because the human experience is both. It is bittersweet. And how could you express the awe and the grandeur of the universe without having a taste of it if you're just stuck in your tragedy, in your personal story? How could you? I don't know. I don't know how you could.
Right.
What strikes me about this is that my favorite Mozart is the 40th Symphony, followed by the 41st. He wrote those in one summer, along with the 39th. It's called The Summer of Mozart. And this was the summer his daughter died. And children and being a father for him was nothing but sadness. He lost a bunch of children during childbirth. He was just grateful his wife didn't die during childbirth. And so his daughter dies. And then he locks himself up in his room for 3 months and writes amazing symphonies. 2 of them are some of the greatest symphonies ever written. Yeah. And if the 4th is his only symphony in a minor key. And would he have gotten there? Would he have gotten to that depth without the sadness of losing another child and all those things happening? Probably not. And yet he found a way to transmute that into such beauty.
CK, I'll follow that up with, that's beautiful, Robert. CK, I'll follow that up by saying, for me personally, I'll share a personal anecdote. I mean, for me personally, while I certainly, felt a lot of those things when I was younger, it wasn't really until my little sister died at the age of 20. She was 23. I was in my 30s, and it was sudden and tragic and just horrific. And I was with her during the accident. So there was a tremendous amount of grief and trauma associated with it. And it's not like that's what informed my pain, which translated into the music. But what that did was that experience actually cracked me open and allowed me to express what I wasn't willing to express prior. And I think that's a key element to this, right? What makes a good actor is not that they feel things differently than every other human being. It's actually that they have some incredible ability, some genius for translating that and communicating that for us so we feel it. And it takes them being vulnerable and open to do that. And it's no different at the piano, right? If when I sit down, it's like how open, transparent, and vulnerable can I be? And if I'm in any way kind of closed off and protective, and I hope I look good and I hope I impress people and all that stuff, I don't think I'll translate or communicate my storytelling as effectively. And I think prior to that tragedy, I was more in that space, and I certainly, by the way, wasn't performing as much. And since then, I mean, I perform 200 dates a year. So it's a different world.
It's a great, hey, who's this guy? He's been hiding behind the dark screen the whole time. I'm still trying to get from 0 to 1. But no, your analogy for the actors is really good. I mean, it's really accurate in the sense that, what the actors do is, like you said, it's no different than everybody else, but they're willing to do it basically publicly or on camera. The best actors are not acting, I'm freaking out. They're freaking out. They're not acting that I'm sad. They're just going there and doing it in a way that, and it is very liberating. And you see, because most people aren't able to do that, and expose that. And as a director, when you're working with actors that are at that caliber, it's so much less about trying to do anything to them except create an environment where they feel safe enough to do that. If you create the environment where they're like, I trust that I can do my thing, like you're done. Your job is done. Anyway, just awesome stuff, guys. I just want to say, as a musical novice, I've learned so much on this particular presentation.
That's it. You've absorbed and taken all my knowledge. I'm now completely useless to you.
Maury, actually, I have a follow-up question with you about that
Yeah.
journey of you becoming more open since your sister's unfortunate death, right? You say you practice a lot, so consistency is a thing. Like you learn to open up. Is there anything else that you do as a way to open yourself up more and alleviate the untruth of you, the inauthenticity, such that you can step into more and more amore and then use this magnificent instrument that you have to amplify who you are to the rest of the world?
I would say what's the thought that's occurring for me right now is that vulnerability is a muscle. And like any other muscle, you have to exercise it and you have to use it. Otherwise, it atrophies and it just doesn't gain strength. So vulnerability is no different. And it's about even the micro vulnerabilities, right? Of just doing the small things to share yourself in your everyday life with those in your life. That's really where this all begins. And when someone feels closer to you, it's because of those small and large vulnerabilities. That's how we feel closer to each other. It's kind of crazy, right? Like, we're all trying to impress each other and we're all trying to look good and we're all trying to be, super special and impress people. And yet it turns out that none of that stuff is what draws us closer to people. Maybe initially, maybe from a distance, you like, because you just kind of see the shininess of it maybe, and you kind of, but then when it gets closer, you lose interest. It's the vulnerability, because it's through the vulnerabilities that there's relation, that people can relate to you. Why? Because they have the same issues, right? So that's what we're talking about here. How do we create deeper connection? How do we create, deeper relationship? And ultimately, right, that's creating more unity, and unity is the synonym for love. Unity is love. Thinking of love in the abstract is difficult, but you can think of it very concretely, right? It's union, it's unity. It's creating more union. That's love. That's the expression and manifestation of love. So to the extent you're trying to get more love in your life, and who isn't, then the more vulnerability that you express will create more intimacy. The more intimacy will create more relationship, which creates more union or unity, which creates more love.
Oh, that's so beautiful. Who else has a question for Murray? This is a amazing dialogue conversation that we're having here.
I have a question. I've never seen this happen, and you've kind of described about how you go into your own zone. It sounds like you've kind of answered it in the sense of like you go into this zone of service, which I totally get. But my question is, you've also been, I mean, you guys don't know this, but I'm just following on kind of social, email, whatever. Murray plays a lot. He does a lot of shows. You've done a lot, like consistently over the last few years. So my question is, what do you do on that once in a while blue moon show when you're not feeling it, when you're like, just, damn, I'm just really, and you don't want to dial it in, but you're also like, I'm honestly like, I can't tell them, but I am not feeling the what I usually do. How do you deal with that?
So Jonathan, 3 years ago, I have my first huge date in Central Park, New York. Okay, outdoor concert, my grand piano in the middle of the field. 1,000+ people waiting. And I wake up that morning with diarrhea and a stomach ache and feeling like, I just had no energy. Like, we've all been, some kind of, stomach bug that just crushed me. And there was no way I was not getting out there. But if I did, I knew my energy would be just horrendous. You can't fake it. Like, it's just hard. And yet I just showed up and I just kind of had a little chicken broth and a little just hydrated throughout the day. I just prayed for the best. And when I got out there, I really just did my simple practice of breathing, of getting into that zone space through those first notes. And I gave the performance of a lifetime. Wow. And I was empty I was almost lighter. And the mind can quickly take over the failings of the body and the weaknesses of the body, at least temporarily, right? Adrenaline does a wonderful job at keeping us together for some period of time to survive a threat. Right? That's why we have adrenaline, right? These hormones. So we can run away from the lion really quickly, but we can't do it forever, but we can do it for some number of minutes, right? So it was enough for me to do my concert. I mention that because it's important to still show up. And when you do, when you're doing stuff professionally, right, you have to show up. That's the mark of a professional. You just got to show up and do it. Now, in most cases, by the way, the audience maybe wouldn't have even known that I wasn't feeling well or whatever. But I know, and that's the most important thing. And so, I have a kind of a funny thing. When I sit down, I always start playing the improvisation. And for those that have listened to different, experiences and concerts and recordings, I usually always start with just playing one note, almost like kind of the bell at the beginning of a Zen meditation, just to use that one note to kind of clear the space, to kind of create a fresh canvas. And for me, that one note can actually anchor my mind into that flow state. Because it's that anchoring that we need. And I literally follow the ripples of that one note, just eternally. And now I'm in this kind of timeless state. And then the patterns begin, and I trance myself through the music. And that's the process that I go through. And I know certain techniques like that, like certain patterns that I could come to if I get really distracted. I can think of times when, a pin drop quiet theater and a kid starts crying in the third row, right? That'll take you right out of it. If that doesn't take you out of it, nothing will. Yet, you just have to, action, reaction, right? We control our state. Our state is not control. The outside doesn't control us. We control it from the inside. So it's my choice of how I react. I don't have to react to that disturbance, right? I could continue to maintain, but I need a practice to do that. I need that muscle to be strong to do that.
Ray, do you remember the date of that Central Park concert where you had diarrhea and you became superhuman and gave the performance of your life?
I think it was June 3 years ago. So June of 17.
Okay, I'm trying to remember amazing feats by other humans and then put those on my calendar so I can be inspired by them. I'm totally gonna use
maybe
this
use a different word than diarrhea
me if I'm not feeling good. But what should we say? Sick, tired, not the top of his game.
Yeah, you can say I had a stomach bug or something. You can say diarrhea too. I don't care.
Is it available in recording somewhere? That particular one?
It must be. It must be. I can check. I
would love to hear it.
Yeah.
Oh, do you have access to some of your other time travel recordings, Murray? Is it possible to get access to? Oh, by the way, I want you to know, Murray took some of his music and created a synergy of it for Friday night to go specifically with the art. So in the Mystic Theater, in the Mystic Verse, and in the Infinite Playa is going to be Murray's time travel music specifically for the art in camp. So if you just want to listen to it, it'll be amazing. If you want to listen to it with the art, it'll be.
Yeah, there's actually a piece I put on there, which was premiered last year and a half ago in Los Angeles. And it's a piece for an infinite number of clarinets. And basically, it features 4 soloists and an electronic track of like just a huge number of stacked clarinets, electronically recorded. So it's that piece will be on there. It's a magnificent piece. I'm very proud of it, and other pieces, lots of other pieces as well. That if you really are in the state of profound listening and connecting with the artwork, and if possibly there's some other influence in your brain, you'll really go somewhere quite special.
Oh, fabulous! So that's Friday evening after the transformational talk.
Yeah.
So the same link.
Did you have a question?
So that the same link that we are now on Friday evening.
Yes, I would recommend going into the Mystic Verse or Infinite Playa. It'll be playing there too. And so you want to be in the physical digital space so you can look at the art on the walls and hear the music. And if you want the music, if it's not high def coming through the Mystic Verse, log into here. It'll be playing on here as well.
Okay. Thank you.
So yeah, this link, but I'd recommend going into the multiverse and then looking at the art while it's playing, because that's what Murray created.
Yep.
This
Were there
is
any other
amazing.
questions, Robert, that people had?
I'm looking through here in the chat. CK, did you have anything else you wanted to ask? By the way, CK and Dr. Z are two mental model experts. And today has been about mental models, and two really wonderful thinkers. It's great to have them on here at the end of the day, thinking and sharing and discussing.
I mean, I could talk to you for hours. Well, I just wanted to say I could. I really could.
Likewise.
The number of things that you touch upon: creativity, flow, learning, self-expression, speaking your truth, all of these things, and also learning from the life strategy, the more meta, type of stuff. Again, talk to you for hours. Love to have a podcast conversation with you, but let's not do that right now until later. I want to take a moment to thank you for sharing so generously who you are, your gift, your talents, your blessings, and your experience. It's palpable. For me, I don't know, but for the rest of the people, it's palpable that you're really here to just be so generous and share who you really are with the rest of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Very much appreciated. I do love sharing my music and the ideas behind it, right? Because ultimately that all gets communicated. Whether I specifically state the ideas, I'm hoping to communicate these ideas through the music at the same time.
I just want to give Murray a shout out as being the mystic with the most vision. He was literally the first person to sign up on the, when Mystic was first saying, hey, we're going to do something. We don't know what it is yet, but if you want to participate, do it. And I give you the most credit for believing in what all this means and being open to sharing everything that you do. So thank you.
Thank you. And to think of the memories we have of being on the playa and putting all my crazy piano gear in the magic Mystic bus and dropping me off at the temple in sandstorms. I mean, just incredible life memories.
If if no one's seen you out there fighting the elements like some sort of Looney Tunes image,
yep.
It is really something. It's really
Mad Max meets classical pianist.
Thank God for silent disco headphones.
Yep.
C-Rex's persistence is one of the reasons why you hear Murray. Every time I talk about the speaker series, every time I talk to C-Rex, did you call Murray? Did you call Murray? Did you call Murray yet? Fucking call Murray right now, Sky. I'm so tired. Like seriously, he was so persistent that I get in touch with you to get you on the schedule for the speaker series when I took over. And then when we talked, like, man, this is really fun. We got to do more of this. But it's C-Rex's persistence to be like, dude, if you're gonna take over the speaker series, this is your first call. I don't care about anything else. Get him on the schedule. He wants to play, he wants to perform, he wants to talk, and then you can talk to everybody else. And he's laughing right now because this is
awesome.
We had minimum 3-time conversation. We had this, and great determination. It was done.
And the funny thing was that, Robert, you had attended through another friend, mutual friend of ours, one of my big performances in Denver.
Another Mystic.
Years ago. It was a total coincidence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fabulous. Dr. Z, you were going to say something. I cut you off.
I was just going to echo what CK was saying earlier, honestly. And the way you were sharing about being authentic and vulnerable, I think today is the next chapter in my life after hearing you saying that.
Wow.
I don't know, something clicked. Something clicked.
Thank you. We're all teachers for each other, and really beautiful. And that's the You know, that's the ultimate entanglement of humanity. Yeah.
This is what I describe as the cyber mystic megabits burn barrel. We're just kind of sitting around sharing wisdom.
Yep. No, and that's the thing, right? It's like when we come together, like I can't have this conversation in isolation, right? Or in a vacuum, right? Ideas are amplified in togetherness, in community, right? There's things we can come up with collectively that would be way more challenging to come up with in isolation and in separateness.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. And so for the
collaboration and action.
Collaboration and action, absolutely. Yeah.
For those of you who weren't here the entire time, I'd love to run through my notes really quickly just to review them so we could remember some of the great things we talked about. And then Murph, if there's anything you want to share before we take off, or if this inspires another question. So we talked about the universe as music, right? The universe is composed of music and vibration. Something as simple as this rock is composed of vibration at the atomic level, but also the concept that if you rewind creation and play it over and over again, this rock might be different. And so the idea that physical matter is static, music is always moving, but physical matter is static. That's not really true. Physical matter is also moving in a couple different paradigms.
Thinking of physical matter as events, as inanimate objects as an event, will then translate it in your mind as music, as an event in time. And it just happens to be a really long-lasting event in time, or a really long-lasting musical piece. If you just take that one thing away from this conversation and look at the world, at all the things that seem static as events in time unfolding beautifully, your whole world will change. Because it's true for the person next to you, because we think that the person next to us is static and that they're unchanging, yet they are an event in time. They're not a thing. They're not just a body. They're an event expressing themselves in time, beautifully and musically. Sorry, I just had to say that.
No, it's perfect. That's exactly what we are, events in time. I'm going to drill that in my head. I'm going to say it to someone tonight. Be like, hey, you're event in time. I'm not going to make you static. You're totally moving here.
That's right.
Music is an outpouring of mathematics, and we turn sound, vibration, math into sound, into music. Music is not a naturally occurring thing. It is our interpretation in our psyche, in our mind, of these sounds, of these frequencies, and we're putting together. And most of the frequencies and sounds in the universe we actually don't hear. And it's fascinating that there's so much music around us that we're not even aware of. So music is a miracle of the brain. We talked about the harmonic series and Pythagoras and how he played notes by taking a string, cutting it in half and cutting it in half and cutting it in half. And this is the meditation, the music meditation. It's counting to one and counting to one in the smallest denomination possible. And so you'd go like 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1. You keep on going with all the 0.0000 to try to get the smallest denomination to move forward. And you can never move forward because you keep on getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. So as this chain gets longer, it gets smaller. So it was a really cool meditation. And then you use the term eruptive enlightenment, this sudden realization where it just erupts enlightenment. Major chords versus minor chords are minor chords generally have kind of sad emotions associated with the major chords, kind of more happy and upbeat. Are those innate or are those programmed? We don't really know, because most of the times we hear minor chords with someone else, they are showing sadness. So we kind of associate that with them. But the meaning of
Robert, I just want to add one thing to that.
Yeah, please.
Just occurred to me. I didn't think of it earlier. Is that the context is everything, and it's a great parallel to life, right? Where context is everything. I could have a major third, right? By the way, there is a major third in a minor chord. Just think about that for a second, okay? A chord has 3 notes, yes? And in the chord, it's a major chord, right, is actually made up of 2 intervals, and a minor chord is made up of 2 intervals. And in a minor chord, you have a minor third and a major third actually making up the chord. And we hear that as sad, even though both are present. Wrap your head around that.
That is fascinating.
So context is everything, and the position is everything. Just like, if I were to play a minor third, or let me say it this way: if I were to play a major third in an atonal piece, because again the context is totally different, the harmonic context, you would probably not hear that as happy. Just again, I want to give the notion that context is everything to it.
And then you talked about context as far as historically. So like, the Asian cultures don't necessarily take minor chords as being sad, or the tritone, which is a chord structure, used to be illegal. It used to be banned. Music used to be deeply connected with the church. It was illegal to play was a tritone chord. Is that and you couldn't play that?
Yeah, yeah.
It was the devil's music to play such a thing, which is fascinating. And then the idea that music is contextual in history. So the instruments that Bach composed on are different. That piano or that keyboard is different than what Mozart had, than what Beethoven had. And understanding this, it shows you what they're able to do with that instrument. So understanding what they composed on, it's important to understand what technology that they had. And then we got into 430 versus 440 versus 432 as far as toning and frequency. And so that's the frequency of an A that orchestras or that a musician or composer would tune to. And Bach he did one of his pieces was called where is this? Tempered. I have this written somewhere. It's the
well-tempered clavier. Yeah.
The well-tempered clavier. And so that changed the tempering of the fifth note, which changed kind of like the feel of this piece. So musicians and composers would play around with their tempering of their instruments, the tuning of it for it to have a different feel. So 440 versus 432. Verdi, who wrote operas, wanted 432 tuned, every A tuned to 432 for his singing, for his sopranos, and he actually had it written into law in the Italian Parliament that all symphonies, or excuse me, all operas had to be played tuned to 432.
Isn't that wild that he actually did that? He made it a law. He lobbied to make it a law. The frequency, the pitch of an orchestra. It's amazing.
It's incredible control. And then today, a lot of orchestras like the New York Philharmonic might tune to 440. A lot of music is tuned to 440 today. It's a little bit, it feels just slightly faster, more upbeat, a little bit higher frequency, which it is. And that people think that's more engaging. So a lot of music is tuned that way. But some of the sadder music is tuned a little bit more to 432. And so that's that. We don't know if there's an evil conspiracy to mess us up with 440 tuning or not. But it is slightly more arousing than 440 is slightly more arousing than 432. And then we got into the mental model of your time travel music. And basically, if I can distill it down, and you talked on this for a while, so I'm going to really condense it, is the idea of getting out of the way of what your body wants to express, what the universe wants to express, and what the piano wants to express. Once you have this technical capability and you're able to get in touch with your emotions, and then you're basically able to play and kind of get out of the way and feel with the instrument and express through that based upon what you're hearing and playing, not thinking, okay, I got to play this chord and then this chord, and then how does that sound? Getting your conscious mind out of the way, but letting the subconscious mind play and letting your body play and really flowing with the music. Is that a good representation?
Yes, beautiful. And just to clarify, it's mind travel. Time travel is the other music at Camp Mystic.
Oh, thank you. And then we talked about Beethoven versus Mozart, and you said you would play Beethoven on the piano versus Mozart. You could feel a difference. You could feel a difference, like in their lives as people, in the music, through the music that they're composing, which is just fascinating. That who they are leaves that kind of imprint through their music, and that their music is truly an expression of their life. And then we got into the questions. Music is storytelling. It's engaging and novel enough to keep you interested, but connected enough that you can follow and want to be with it. And so that's the key of a great composer, is to make it new and exciting. We're like, ooh, that was neat, and still allow them to follow without getting lost in the music. Kind of like, I would say, good jazz versus chaotic jazz is good jazz. You kind of understand some of what's going to happen. Chaotic jazz is a little bit difficult for me to understand. I'm sure somebody out there gets it. And then CK asked the question about, learning the mechanics versus getting out of the way. And you said the true exercise is presence, is being really present in my somatic self, and then expressing myself, and then turning off the distractions so I don't fall off the surfboard of surfing the wave of being really in tune. You said the brain responds to predictability and novelty. It's kind of balancing those two things, and getting into the flow state. You mentioned sadness kind of cracked your heart open with the death of your sister, and that it cracked your heart open, and that sadness allowed you to feel things, that express things that weren't accessible to you before. and that this is a common thing. This sadness, this grief is something that we see in a lot of geniuses in music. And you said vulnerability is a muscle. And like any muscle, we got to exercise it and use it. And we can even practice micro vulnerabilities and small shares to practice vulnerability. And music itself can be a share in vulnerability. And then my last note is that you are superhuman in June 2017 when you gave the performance of your life when you were not feeling oh so well.
Let's leave it at that.
And so that's what I got. So anything else you want to add to that, and any last lingering questions based upon the rapid fire summary that we had there?
That's an incredible summary for a 2-hour conversation, Robert. That's very impressive. That's a superhuman power. That's incredible.
Thank you. I was so engaged. I was typing notes this whole time.
Very
it's
impressive.
easy to pay attention when it's good stuff.
That's great. By the way, just one additional anecdote that I thought of was when we think of, again, the universe as music, I mean, even the earth, I mean, there's this notion called the Schumann resonances, and these are actually frequencies, long wave, slow frequencies that wrap themselves around the earth based on the electromagnetic activity of the earth and the ionosphere in particular relating to it. And these Schumann resonances, they're actual frequencies. They're the earth singing. The main frequency is 7.83 hertz, a very long frequency. But the whole earth is actually kind of singing as it spins around its axis and as it spins around the sun. It's quite really remarkable. You can literally think of everything in the universe as music and creating this cosmic symphony.
Wait, wait, I just want to make sure I want to share this with someone tonight. So you're saying that the earth is singing as it spins on its axis?
Yeah, because of, again, we have this magnetic field around the earth, right? So it interacts with the atmosphere, and particularly the ionosphere, and it creates these frequencies, right, that are spanning the equator, spanning the globe. And they change throughout the seasons and throughout the year, depending on the activity in the atmosphere. But they are at specific frequencies and multiples of those frequencies. Just as Pythagoras was talking about. And again, 7.83 hertz is this core Schumann frequency. By the way, Schumann is the scientist, not not referencing the composer Schumann.
I was thinking composer when you said that.
Yeah. I just want to clarify that it's a scientist that discovered this and measured it. And it's just a beautiful phenomenon. It's literally the earth kind of singing as it spins around, through the void of space. It's pretty nuts.
That's fabulous.
Yeah.
CK posted that link. I'm going to watch that in a little bit here. Thank you, CK.
Oh, cool. Okay, great.
Fabulous. Anything else you'd like to share, Murray, and any other burning questions in this awesome captive virtual Burning Man audience?
No, I think I've said enough.
Fabulous.
I'll let the music do the speaking for me going forward.
I totally got my burn just in this conversation alone. This was I mean, you gave it to me last night with the with the mind travel, and then again tonight, and then probably again Saturday night with the music and the art. This is shaping out to be a really good burn. Murray, thank you so much. This is so much fun. Thank you for sharing your genius and your insight and your desire to share all this with us and taking so many questions. This was so much fun.
And thank you for this mastermind. I mean, I'm honored to share these ideas with each and every one of you. Each contributed such beautiful ideas. So thank you for enriching my experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Best burn ever.
His music is playing Friday night in the Mystic Theater. Come check it out with the art. He designed it to go with the art. So that'll be on Friday.
What time Friday?
Whenever the speaker series ends, so probably let's say 11 PST. That seems reasonable. And it'll be playing all night. I'm going to loop it all night so people can come in and enjoy it.
Thanks, you guys. Thanks, Murray.
You're saying it's not going to happen until November 1st? You keep saying PST. We don't go back to daylight.
I'm not changing. I've been saying PST all week. I'm not changing. I don't even care if I'm wrong. I'm going to be consistent. I'm going to be consistently wrong. I'm saying PST because no one's been confused yet. So
yeah, wait. What do you mean it's not PST? What is it technically?
Yeah. Thank you, C-Rex.
It's PDT, daylight time. I know they don't do that thing in Hawaii because you're too close to the equator, but technically, PST doesn't start until November 1st.
Oh my goodness.
Well, no one else has questioned it, and everyone else has been on time for their talks, so it's totally weird. Thank you, someone from Ohio who is concerned about PST. No one in California has bothered about it.
Hey, man, I'm on EDT, so
You're on Eastern Standard EST. Everyone says EST. No one says
we're not in
EDT.
standard time right now, my friend. We're in daylight savings time. It is a thing. Benjamin Franklin actually was a part of creating that. You should respect
and the
that.
post office and bifocals and sex magic orgies. He did it all.
It starts sounding like SDT, and we'll get too far.
Sunshine.
So that's the end of that talk. But here, hang on. So there's nothing for the next hour. C-Rex, will you walk me through how to log into the Mystic Verse? I've went to the Mystic Gate. I don't see how the hell to do this.
I understand your frustration, my friend. The issue is that it hasn't officially launched yet.
Yeah.
There's still.
But Mark, you were inside.
Robert, let me tell you something. I did move, run around a little bit. If you get this app right here, it's the Multiverse iOS app. You can run all over the playa and also go into the theater now.
Okay.
Well, that's the Dusty Multiverse. He's talking about Mystic Verse.
I know.
Should I stop streaming?
How to get around?
Yeah.
Should I stop
That would be
streaming
good.
right now?
I would say that'd be good.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for tuning into Virtual Camp Mystic. This is a fantastic day of speakers, and we'll see you in an hour for Andy X's talk on how to think twice as fast, process life twice as fast. So see you in an hour. End recording, and then stop streaming.